Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
In order to restore Yoruchi to her former glory, Aozaki Mizuki played with her in the dark. Aozaki Mizuki's physical fitness is not inferior to Yoruchi's, but usually, special aerobic exercise is always more unfair to men. At the end of the game, there was nothing wrong with Aozaki Mizuki's body, but her spirit couldn't bear it anymore. She felt a sense of emptiness and fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying in the hot spring again. The hot spring water had become clear. When he heard the noise and turned around, he saw a scene that shocked even him. Yoruchi was squatting by the hot spring, taking off all the clothes of the unconscious Suefeng, and then threw him directly into the hot spring. Aozaki Mayuki opened her mouth wide in shock, and then couldn't help but swallow. "What is this for? I specially brought Suefeng to strip naked. Yoruchi, I love you so much. Hey, can you cover up your face? The captain is still here." Yoruchi unbuckled his belt, took off his death uniform, and did not shy away from exposing his charming brown skin. She just stretched her legs towards the hot spring, but suddenly took them back, tilted her head, and looked at Aozaki Mayuki and asked in a deliberately slow tone, "Does this count as breaking the agreement?" Aozaki Jinue wanted to slap herself. The original agreement was in front of other people, and Suefeng obviously fell into this category. "Isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot?" He regretted it, but he still said shamelessly, "I think with the development of the times, the content of the agreement should be appropriately improved." "Shifen Yoruchi? Question mark. Aozaki Mizuki said solemnly. "After many days of investigation and research, I feel that the other people in the condition can be changed to other men. What do you think? Can I make another request? Just use it now. You are really a hateful man." Shifen Yoruchi sighed, "But there is no need to ask. I owe you this time. What's yours and mine? Do we need to be so clear-cut between us?" Aozaki Mizuki said sadly. Shifen Yoruchi sat up and hugged him, as if coaxing a child, and kissed him on the face. Okay, I can do it regardless of you, right? That's pretty much it." Aozaki Mizuki relaxed his brows, smiled, put his forehead against Shifen Yoruchi's forehead, and their noses rubbed together. "So, why did you bring Suefeng here?" Shifen Yoruchi smiled bitterly. This little bee was injured too badly. The soldiers of the 4th Squadron said she would have to rest for a long time. She cried so sadly when she found out. She always said she was not qualified to be by my side and wanted to go back and let her family exile her. I had no other choice, so I asked her if she wanted to get better soon, so that she could stay with me after her injury was healed. Suefeng agreed, and then I stole her from Division 4. Steal it out? Well, this girl is indeed a precious treasure that is hard to let go of. Aozaki Mayuki laughed. Shifen Yoruchi's expression changed. "Don't mess with her," Aozaki Mizuki said angrily. "I know. Am I that kind of person? I think everyone is like you, and nothing matters." He also treats people differently and is willing to pay more patience and emotion to people he wants to get along with for a long time. Now, it's obviously not the right time for the two of them. "Is it almost time?" Aozaki Mizuki said, looking at Suefeng with Shifen Yoruchi. The petite and cute girl is floating in the hot spring pool. At first glance, she looks like a floating corpse. Cute floating corpse. Shifen Yoruchi used his own original cat, crawling swimming style, and swam over. This position is similar to doggy style, but looks more graceful and soft. It may also be because the swimming girl is a beauty, so a filter was automatically added to Aozaki Mizuki's eyes. Shifen Yoruchi floated next to Suefeng, stroking his hands on the water, and waved to Aozaki Mayuki. "Jinue, come here and help me support her. I'll check her injuries." "Isn't this not good?" Aozaki Mizuki hesitated. As soon as Yoruchi turned her head, Aozaki Mizuki had appeared beside her, so fast that Yoruchi didn't even react, and she suddenly felt angry and funny. It would be great if you could use this energy in the right direction. What are you talking about? I care about my colleagues. Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows. Besides, why is this not the right way? Following Yoruchi's instructions, Aozaki Mizuki slowly lifted Suifeng up and let her lean on him. Feeling the soft touch, he couldn't help but sigh. Although Shibon Yoruchi is not as tall as Shiba Kuzuru, he is among the best among his peers. Compared with them, Suifeng's human heart seems to be nothing. However, although her popularity is comparable to that of the silly king in her teenage years, Aozaki Mayuki still likes her quite a bit. After all, Suifeng is a cute and handsome girl. People's hearts and other things are completely insignificant and not important at all. In order to make it easier for Yoruchi to examine her whole body, Aozaki Mizuki put her hand through her back and held it with one arm. Shifenjin Yoruchi inspected intently. I don't know if it was because the hot spring healed the injury. Suifeng slowly opened his eyes with a sound. As the scene in front of her gradually became clearer, she saw clearly the face of Aozaki Meisuki, and she was sitting in his arms with his arms around his shoulders. Aozaki, Sanzuki Sanshi. Suifeng's delicate little face turned red instantly, and she struggled to get up. Aozaki Mizuki originally had a joking expression, but was stunned when he saw this scene. I thought that with such an intimate posture between the two of them, the other party would definitely attack me when they woke up. He was ready to fight, but the opponent was just shy and wanted to escape. This performance was completely different from what he expected. Shouldn't you scold yourself angrily and then step on your face? Aozaki Mizuki shook her head in disappointment. Yoruchi, who knew him well, how could he not know what he was thinking? So he rolled his eyes at him, looked at Suifeng, and said seriously, Suifeng, don't move. I'm checking your injuries. Night. Yoruchi-sama. The familiar voice made Suifeng's body tremble slightly. His face suddenly turned redder, and he closed his eyes and fainted again in the arms of Aozaki Jinyu. Suifeng is really shy. Shifenjin Yoruchi sighed with a chuckle, looking up at Aozaki Mayuki. What are you thinking about? I was prepared for the girl's attack, but nothing happened. It was so strange. Aozaki Meisuki said, and she even blushed when she saw me. Shifenjin Yoruchi said angrily, normal girls would blush when encountering such a thing, right? Aozaki Mizuki wondered. You actually know how normal girls behave? Yoruchi raised his eyebrows. Aozaki Mizuki waved her hand and quickly changed the subject. I don't think her blushing is because of embarrassment. I'm really sorry, Yoruchi-sama and Shinzuki Sanshi. Although their subordinates are bodyguards, they asked these two adults to take care of them. This is really... In the rest area of the underground training ground, Suifeng, who was completely awake and neatly dressed, was kneeling in front of the two of them in the posture of earth. Shifenjin Yoruchi waved his hand. You don't need to apologize. It's me who should apologize. After all, I knocked you unconscious. No, Lord Yoruchi reminded me. I came here voluntarily, Suifeng said with a blush. I was actually staying in the hot spring with Mr. Yoruchi just now. It's just that, man. The happiness on Suifeng's face gradually disappeared, and then he looked at the only man present with a troubled expression. What kind of expression is this? I am responsible for this hot spring, right? By the way, why didn't she rush up and beat me? Aozaki Jinyu tilted her head, thinking for a moment and really couldn't figure it out. Even if you don't care about yourself, I saw Yoruchi at that time, so you should be angry. Jun Jinyu-sama. Suifeng stammered and called out his name with honorifics, a hint of shame. Aozaki Jinyu was stunned, a little unbelievable. Did this girl call me sir? Does this mean to be polite before fighting? Thank you for your help. As soon as Suifeng said this, Aozaki Jinyu became even more confused. What kind of life-saving grace? It was when we were at the Maggot's Nest that you blocked Kiganjo Kenpachi by yourself and allowed me and the other team members to return to the team building. Suifeng lowered his head and his face became rosy again. Although I encountered a strong enemy later and ended up like this, it was Suifeng who let the two adults down. But your life-saving grace will never be forgotten by Suifeng. It turns out it's Guiyan City. Aozaki Jiue suddenly realized it, then waved her hand and said with some embarrassment, "You don't need to take it to heart at all about saving your life." I didn't think much about it at the time and subconsciously rushed forward. He had just broken through to the third level of spiritual power for a few days at that time. After watching Nirvana, he killed a few killers. As soon as he came out of the dungeon, he saw Oni Anjo bullying Ikamaru Jin. It's not easy to find such an opportunity with a real captain as your opponent. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he rushed forward and saved Ikamaru Jin. Letting Sui Feng lead the soldiers away was just a temporary idea, and I didn't think much about it at the time. Things like life-saving grace are completely out of his scope of consideration. Sui Feng completely misunderstood what he meant. Not only did her pretty face suddenly turn redder, there was also a hint of admiration in her eyes. When we first met, I was so willful that I actually thought he was an evil thief who stole Yuruchi-sama's heart. In fact, beneath the guise of a lecher is an excellent Shinigami with a spirit of self-sacrifice. She still remembers a sentence in the textbook of Jinyang's Spiritual Arts Academy. No one's life should be considered. Aozaki Mizuki did it. How can such a person be a bad person if he can help others subconsciously and dare to make sacrifices to face powerful enemies? No wonder a genius like Ikamaru Kushi was willing to be an inconspicuous follower behind him. And the two chiefs, Lu Shuei and Izumo, were also so enthusiastic about him. If I hadn't wanted to serve Lord Yuruchi, I might have been tempted to follow him. Sui Feng lowered his head, his long hair covering his face, carefully concealing his emotions. But then, her eyes widened, first looking at her hands, then her body. "No pain. My body." The girl showed an expression of surprise, and a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. It took nearly half a year of rest to recover from the injury. It's only been a few days, and it's almost healed. This hot spring is amazing. She couldn't help but stand up and groped her body with her hands to make sure it was not an illusion or a dream. Shifenjuin Yuruchi patted her little head gently and said with a smile, "If you want to thank Jinyue, you can't just thank Jinyue for saving your life. This hot spring is also the result of Jinyue. Actually, I was just responsible for chatting with Captain Unohana, and I didn't do anything important." Aozaki Mayuki said casually, "Yuruchi and I brought the things back together. Kisuk also made this hot spring." Humility. Sui Feng felt that he had discovered another beautiful quality in the other person, and the admiration in his eyes became more intense. I'm afraid Aozaki Meisuki herself didn't expect that he has almost become a role model for Shinigami in the hearts of girls. Shifenjuin Yuruchi looked at Aozaki Mayuki and said helplessly, "You are so proud. After this battle, the 2nd Division is seriously injured, especially the supervision team, which lost more than half of its personnel." Sui Feng lowered his head. "Please, Yuruchi-sama, please don't blame Meisuki-sama. Meisuki-sama accompanied me to visit the maggot nest, so I couldn't detect the enemy in advance. It's all Sui Feng's fault." Shifenjuin Yuruchi raised his eyebrows and said angrily, "You know how to take responsibility. I don't want to blame him. After all, I gave the order. If you want to blame him, it's me, the captain." Sui Feng said softly, "Master Yuruchi." Sui Feng Yuruchi suddenly shouted loudly, "Sui Feng, here!" The girl hurriedly stood up, her posture tall and straight. Shifenjuin Yuruchi smiled slightly and put his hands behind his back, looking like a leader. "You are still my escort, but I will temporarily transfer you to the supervision team to assist in the work." She glanced at Aozaki Mayuki. This time the inspection team suffered heavy losses, and there may be a major hemorrhage in the near future. Now is the time when manpower is needed. Yuruchi is like a big sister, holding the hand of a little sister in front of her. "Don't be lazy." "Yes." Sui Feng responded quickly without any hesitation. Early the next morning, after confirming that they were in good health, the three returned to the 4th Division. This time Yuruchi seemed to have a little more trust in little sister Sui Feng and did not knock her out. Therefore, Sui Feng's jaw almost dropped when he discovered that the underground training ground was located under Shuangshou Hill. Shuangshino Hill is the place of execution for the Suriidei, and above it is placed the Shuangshino Hole, which was used to execute Shinigami. The true form of the Destruction King, after the liberation of the twin Death Spears, is said to have the destructive power equivalent to 1,000,000 Zanpakuto. Masuki-sama and Yuruchi-sama, and that Urahara Kisuke, they are really brave. The three of them were talking and laughing. No, to be precise, it was Mei and Yuruchi who were teasing the shy Sway phone. They playfully returned to Division 4, and the first person they saw was Uno Hanaretsu. It seemed that she was about to go out, and by chance she bumped into the trio returning. It's impossible to sneak away under her nose, even for covert mobile members who are good at hiding. So when the three of them returned to the ward, they were wrapped in bandages again. Fortunately, Uno Hanaretsu controlled his strength, and the one on duty at night was Kotetsuyon, who was relatively easy to talk to. After some persuasion by Aozuki Mizuki, Yomin blushed and moved the three of them to the same ward. Suriidei Mao District 1st Team Building. Captain's Office. Yamamoto, Jinryu-sai, Shigekuni, stood in front of a red portrait with his hands on crutches. The portrait shows a man with a simple warrior head, holding a sword in his hand, with raging fire wrapping his body and burning the world. The person in the painting is a monster that appeared in Soul Society in the past and almost destroyed the world. Yamamoto, Shigekuni, sharp swords, howling winds, roaring thunder, and the scorching flames. The battlefield report flashed rapidly in Yamamoto's mind, making him unable to help but think about it. How many things has this guy Zenzuki hidden from me? Yamamoto muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes. Your Excellency, Captain. A clear female voice sounded outside the door. Come in. Yamamoto responded, slowly looking away, and his expression returned to normal. He turned around and saw Uno Hanaretsu opening the paper door. Uno Hanaretsu said softly, Your Excellency, Captain, the investigation has ended. Yamamoto looked up and down at the 4th Division captain with a bright smile in front of him. The two have known each other for thousands of years, and he knew that Uno Hanaretsu felt joy from the bottom of his heart. He nodded and asked in a kind tone, How's it going? Although Kenpachi Kigashiro is dead, he is still the captain of the 11th Division and the Shinigami who holds the title of Kenpachi. Coupled with this battle, Aozaki Mizuki's performance really exceeded everyone's expectations. In this way, people will naturally pay special attention to the situation of this battle. Uno Hanaretsu lowered his head and said, Jinyu Sanshi has basically recovered from her injuries after receiving treatment. As for the specific circumstances of this rebel rebellion, many strange battle traces were found at the battle scene and on the body of Kenpachi Kiganjo. But what is certain is that Kenpachi Kiganjo was indeed killed by Shinzuki Sanshi. Yamamoto rolled his eyes angrily. The kid's performance is outstanding, but it's not time yet. Uno Hanaretsu smiled awkwardly. Knowing that Aozaki Mizuki killed Kenpachi Anajo on her own really made her a little excited. I really can't wait to go to the 4th Division to find Aozaki Mayuki and have some hardy swordsmanship training right away. Speaking of that Brad Zenzuki, the specific details of this battle will be kept secret for the time being. Yamamoto said, You have to keep an eye on the other little guys. Uno Hanaretsu pondered for a moment and said solemnly, I understand. I will convey your order, but if they don't obey, kill. Yamamoto spoke coldly. It was as if he had transformed from an amiable old man in an instant back to the terrifying monster he was 1,000 years ago. Seeing this scene, Uno Hanaretsu was in a daze. She fell silent and sighed silently in her heart. It was truly an unforgettable and wonderful time, although that era was turbulent and full of killing and death. But for her, it was the best of times. And when did the evil spirit in front of him, who was more terrifying than himself, restrain his anger? Aozaki Meisuki, Uno Hanaretsu, thought of this man again who had rearranged her cognition many times. This man has not lost his spirit, and his talent is outstanding. Sooner or later, he will catch up with himself and others. There is bound to be a battle between them. For that intoxicating pleasure, he must be taught well. I'm really looking forward to the day when the joy will come. Where is Jinyu Sanchi now? Yamamoto didn't notice the subtle change in Uno Hanaretsu's expression and just asked himself. Jinyu Sanchi is recuperating in the 4th Division. Although the injury has been cured, the battle was very tragic, so I asked him to be temporarily hospitalized for observation. Hospitalized for observation? You are too spoiled to him. Yamamoto said angrily. There is no need to be hospitalized for a minor injury like that. Don't forget how he got here in the first place. The more Yamamoto listened, the more uncomfortable he became. Why is this murderer so nice to that brat? It makes you feel as if you are an incompetent teacher. It's so abominable. Why on earth did this murderous woman turn into such a gentle Yamato, not a Shiko? Times have changed now. Your Excellency, Captain. Uno Hanaretsu lowered his eyebrows and said softly, Isn't it that we established the Godei 13 just to protect this hard-won beauty? Is this your line? Yamamoto immediately snorted and glared, feeling as if he was going to be 1,000 years old again. This woman's character is still as bad as it was 1,000 years ago. He thought for a moment, sighed, and said, Let Jinyu come. Jinyu, you're here. In the office of the first team captain, the amiable voice of Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni came out. Aozaki Mizuki looked strange, nodded, and responded, Teacher. The old man didn't keep a straight face. It was really strange. He might be deceiving. Yamamoto coughed twice and said with concern, You look good. Is your injury okay? Hearing Yamamoto's words, Uno Hanaretsu, standing aside, suddenly laughed, and Aozaki Mayuki's expression changed. The old man actually cares about himself. Something's wrong. Something is so wrong. He put his hand on his forehead, shook his body, and said exaggeratedly, Teacher, I am seriously injured. I have to go back to the 4th Division to recuperate. Captain Uno Hana, please take me back to the 4th Division. Uno Hanaretsu came over, looked him up and down, shook his head, and walked out of the captain's office with a smile on his face. What does this mean? Are you questioning your acting skills? Or is it that he is dead and even first-generation Kenpachi cannot protect him? Aozaki Jinyu was stunned. No, looking at that gloating look, maybe the old man's behavior has something to do with her. Yamamoto looked at Uno Hanaretsu's leaving figure, and the office door slowly closed. Looking at Aozaki Mizuki, who is wandering in the sky. He was silent for a moment, seeming to be struggling with something, and finally returned to his original appearance, with the kindness on his face disappearing, and he asked in a deep voice, Tell me, what happened to your Zanpakuto? Zanpakuto? Aozaki Maya was stunned for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief. The old man changed back to his original appearance, indicating that he was most likely not in danger. He understood what Yamamoto meant, relaxed, and scratched his head. Teacher, I'm not telling you. It's not a good idea to ask such a private question in public. Be careful, walls have ears. Yamamoto said nothing and quietly tilted his head to one side. Aozaki Mizuki understood it, walked to the wall, stretched out his hand on it, and felt a layer of barriers. As expected, Jiang is old and spicy, and Old Man Sean has already thought everything through. Aozaki Mizuki sat in front of him, took a sip from the teacup, and looked quite cautious. Actually, between me and Yongjin Sunluo, just when he was about to tell about the close relationship between himself and his Zanpakuto, he felt the sharp gaze of Old Man Yamamoto, and he changed his words sincerely. I actually learned Shirkai. You have really grown up. Not only did you defeat Kian Castle, but you also dared to amuse me. Yamamoto smiled and sighed, reaching for his crutch. I am very happy. Aozaki Mizuki remembered the bad memories and waved her hands hastily. No, teacher, please listen to my explanation. I'm not entertaining you. I have really learned Shirkai. Yamamoto paused, stopped what he was doing, frowned, and said suspiciously, What do you mean? Was your Zanpakuto semi-liberated before? Or did it have multiple Shirkai abilities in liberation languages? Aozaki Mizuki praised. As expected of a teacher, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years. He is really knowledgeable and can guess it right away. Flattery is very harsh, but Yamamoto is very helpful, smiling and nodding slowly. It's not easy for this kid to say a few nice things about himself, and most of the time he does say weird things. This heartfelt admiration really made his blood flow a lot. Seeing that the old man's expression softened, Aozaki Mayuki became bold again and said casually, "Actually, the shurikai I used before was always in a semi-liberated state due to the wrong liberation language. Through this battle with Kenpachi Kiganjo, and after experiencing the test of life and death, Izen Moriluo informed the true words of liberation. After learning the liberation language, I also successfully completed the real shurikai." Speaking of this, Aozaki Mizuki glanced at Yamamoto secretly. Yamamoto listened quietly without speaking, his deep eyes looking at him steadily, as if expecting something. Aozaki Mizuki remembered a line from the British drama, "Yes, Prime Minister, if you have poor abilities, you have to be honest. If you want to play tricks, you have to be smart." This sentence has been used by him to deal with Aizen, and he made no secret of his ambition in front of Aizen. Looks like it will be used on teachers today. He took a deep breath, smiled with some relief, and continued. After being completely liberated, she has 3 effects. First, imitate the shurikai of other Zanpakuto. The power of the shurikai is determined by its own spiritual pressure. Second, when imitating shurikai, the user decides whether to change the shape of the Zanpakuto according to the user's will. Third, you can use multiple shurikai powers at the same time, and shurikai abilities can be used superimposed. What about the side effects? Yamamoto asked with a frown. This is his biggest concern. Izen Senra's shurikai ability reminds him of Tsuneyashiro's Yanra Katanori. Yinluo Katanori is the inherited Zanpakuto of the Tsuneyashiro family. It also has the ability to imitate other people's Zanpakuto. The disadvantage is that it will permanently consume the user's soul. The side effects are serious, but its powerful ability still makes generations of young people in the Tsuneyashiro family flock to it. With this child's talent, he can become a strong man without relying on such trickery. If there are similar side effects, and he is addicted to them, that will be troublesome. No, Aozaki Mayuki shook her head, seeing that he didn't seem to be faking it. Yamamoto finally breathed a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and pondered for a long time, nodded with satisfaction, showed a pleased smile on his lips, and said meaningfully, "Very good, Aozaki Meisuki, you did not disappoint me. Your shurikai ability is basically consistent with my inference. Aozaki Mizuki, you are my disciple. I don't want to deceive you, so I will tell you the truth. If you deceive me, I will consider whether the master-disciple relationship between you and me should continue." Yamamoto paused, as if he had made up his mind, and continued, "I understand that, as a teacher, you should not doubt your disciples. This is my fault. I'm not a qualified teacher. If you don't want to recognize me as a teacher, I agree to let you leave the school. Don't worry. After you leave the division, I will recommend you to Captain Uzuha. You may not know much about her, but she is the first-generation Kenpachi in Soul Society and one of the most powerful members of the Godei 13. She is fully qualified to be your teacher. It sounds a bit exciting for Sister Hua to be my teacher. Ahem. No. Why is the old man so rigid, and can't you lie to me after you express your thoughts? I'm easy to deceive. Just introduce me to some beautiful Shinigami, and I'll pretend I don't know anything. You can't say this because you don't want me, a good student, right? Then why did you wink at me just now? Could it be that I made a mistake again?" Aozaki Mizuki's thoughts slipped to a place that Yamamoto did not expect. He shook his head and said with a stern expression, "You old guy, don't you think that I am extremely talented and are afraid that I will surpass you in the future? So you don't want to teach me good things and want to kick me away? What are you talking about? What kind of person am I?" Yamamoto was so angry that his eyes opened. It doesn't matter how many strong men he has taught. How could he hide his secrets? Only this kid can say such heartless words. The next second, when he came back to his senses, He seemed to feel that what he said was damaging to his moral and respectable image. He quickly regained his composure and asked, pretending to be serious. I just want to know your answer. Ozaki Meisuki, I want to ask you one last time. Do you want to break away from the Jinryu school? I don't want it. Aozaki Mayuki shook her head firmly. What? Yamamoto nodded, then said in surprise. I said I don't want it. Aozaki Mizuki waved her hand. How can a disciple who is the captain of the 4th Division better than a disciple who is the captain? One is in charge of the 4th Division, and the other is in charge of the Godiai 13th Division. Just think about it, and you know which one is in charge, right? I still want to use your identity to do mischief in the Siriidei. You old guy, don't even think about getting rid of me easily. You brat, no matter how big or small. How can you talk to me? Yamamoto finally couldn't bear it anymore, stood up and tapped Aozaki Mayuki's head lightly with his crutch. Aozaki Jinue touched her head and raised her head in confusion. The force was so light that not only was there no injury, there was no pain at all. Yamamoto snorted coldly and became furious looking at this ignorant brat. He said angrily, "What are you looking at me for? Go and change your clothes. Can't you use Ryujin Jaka? I'll teach you some moves." With only strength, but no skills, how is he different from a reckless man? I feel embarrassed even if you tell me. How could I have a disciple as stupid as you? Yes, teacher. Aozaki Mizuki bent down so that no one could see the expression on his face clearly. The two practiced for a full day until the sky gradually darkened. Even Aozaki, who was a training fanatic, couldn't stand it anymore, so Yamamoto stopped teaching about Ryujin Jaka. Aozaki Mizuki has used Ryujin Jaka's ability, but he was only close to Yamamoto's Ryujin Jaka and couldn't bear the heat of the Zanpakuto. One day of training was already his limit. Speaking of which, Sensei, how did you discover that my Zanpakuto can imitate a Shurikai? Aozaki Mizuki wiped her sweat with a towel and expressed her doubts. Logically speaking, shouldn't we suspect that my Zanpakuto is of the Kido type? I don't know about other Zanpakuto, but I know you used Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes, touched his long white beard with one hand, and said with a slight satisfaction, I'm very familiar with the power of Ryujin Jaka. Although the Ryatsu that makes up the flames is completely different, the way it is composed is the same. I have been with Ryujin Jaka for thousands of years and have been together all the time. I have already understood Ryujin Jaka thoroughly. You still want to hide your little ability from me? We are together all the time? Are you like me, sleeping with your Zanpakuto in your arms every day? Aozaki Mayuki's eyes widened, with an expression of sudden realization on her face. I didn't expect you to be such an old man. You really can't tell the difference between appearance and appearance. A bit like me. No wonder Bankai's abilities have been enhanced through thousands of years of practice. Generally speaking, the ability of a Zanpakuto is fixed, and its power depends on the user's spiritual pressure. But this old man's spiritual pressure has already reached the pinnacle of Shinigami, reaching the point of no progress. He can strengthen Bankai through thousands of years of training, so you can imagine how deep he understands Ryujin Jaka. Thousands of years of time. Aozaki Mizuki couldn't even imagine how uncomfortable it must be for Ryujin Jaka to stay with this old man every day. He silently held a second of silence for Ryujin Jaka. Yamamoto seemed to be angry. He raised his fist and hit Aozaki on the head. It was a familiar feeling to him. There is pain, but no injury. Yamamoto rolled his eyes at him and said angrily, I'm different from you, brat. I only use Ryujin Jaka to heat the bed. It seems to be more excessive. Aozaki Maya suddenly thought, feeling as if she heard Ryujin Jaka's whine. I'm afraid only this unreliable old man can warm the bed with a Zanpakuto like Ryujin Jaka that destroys the world. Fortunately, this is Ryujin Jaka. If it were Hyarimru, the old man would have to freeze himself into a popsicle while practicing Bankai. By the way, if I remember correctly, Hyarimuru is the strongest Zanpakuto in the ice and snow system. Since he has the title of the strongest, he can't let it go easily. I just don't know if Hitsugaya Toshiro was born. His hometown seems to be Junjin-Rheinen, which can be regarded as his own territory. Knowing that his young apprentice was thinking about something irrelevant again, Yamamoto glared sharply. Aozuki Jinue was not deterred at all and stared back. Yamamoto squinted his eyes and looked at Aozaki Mizuki for a while before sighing. Mizuki, the disciple is here. Seeing Yamamoto's serious expression, Aozaki Mizuki stopped smiling and responded seriously. Starting from today, Yamamoto paused, tapped the wooden floor with his crutch, made a dong sound, shook his head and said, "No, from now on, your Zanpakuto will be a pure Kido type. Izen Senra cannot imitate other Zanpakuto Shurkai, but can only use Kido abilities of various attributes. If you must use those abilities with two distinctive characteristics, it is best to kill everyone who sees them. Whether you're deceiving others or deceiving yourself, remember this. Unless one day you can have the same strength as me, don't tell anyone its true ability. If you tell others about your abilities before this, you must keep them secret, otherwise." Yamamoto's eyes were like daggers, and his whole body exuded a ruthless aura. His surging murderous intent made people feel chilled in their hearts. Aozuki Mizuki knows that the murderous intention is not directed at himself, but at all those who may pose a threat to him. This is what he expects to see. He felt that Old Man Shan would protect him, which was one of the reasons why he informed Old Man Shan of Shurkai's abilities. Otherwise, you have to always look forward and backward when fighting. Not only will your hands be tied, but your secrets may also be exposed. It will be even more unclear when it is exposed, so it is better to confess now. He knew what Old Man Shan was like and made this choice. It was not a reckless decision. Aozaki Mizuki thought for a moment, frowned, and said in confusion, "But can't you see through my Shurkai? Maybe others can too. Besides me, there are indeed people who can see through your abilities." Yamamoto shook his head. "But they are not here. You don't need to worry." He was confident in this. Not everyone knew their Zanpakuto as well as he did. Most Shinigami care about spiritual pressure and often have a just-learned-to-use-it attitude toward their Zanpakuto. It was only after he realized that his spiritual pressure could not be improved that he began to study Bankai with all his heart. Yes, Aozuki Mizuki understood, took a deep breath, and nodded seriously. Imitating other people's Zanpakuto is undoubtedly a powerful ability, but it is also an unpopular ability. After the Tsunishiro family finds out, they may stand completely against themselves in order to maintain the uniqueness of Yenluo Katanori. There are other Shinigami, and few people would like their abilities to be controlled by others. Concealing the true ability allows others to let down their guard and make it easier to imitate Shurkai. From this point of view, Yamamoto really thinks of himself at all times. Seeing that Aozuki Mizuki understood what he meant, Yamamoto felt relieved a little and nodded with satisfaction. Although this kid is usually not very reliable, he always likes to make himself angry and doesn't know how to respect his teachers. But in some aspects, he is very similar to him 1,000 years ago, the same insidious and vicious person. This personality is a double-edged sword. Fortunately, he was not unkind. This child met with Kenpachi Kiganjo this time just to let his subordinates escape and chose to stay behind. Be cruel to those who are hostile and friendly to those close to you. The former is the reason why I was feared by others 1,000 years ago, and the latter is what I lacked 1,000 years ago. Looking at the young man in front of him, Yamamoto's eyes softened subconsciously. This child may be able to do better than himself. Just as he was thinking about it, Yamamoto suddenly raised his head and looked at the door of the dojo. "I'm going to remove barriers," Yamamoto warned. Seeing Aozaki Mizuki making a shut-up gesture, he tapped his crutch on the ground. The soundproof barriers covering the dojo turned into spirits and disappeared. A figure appeared next to Yamamoto with a whoosh sound, kneeling on one knee. He is a member of the lighting team who is responsible for passing orders. The lighting team members also discovered Aozaki Meisuki. They suppressed their inner excitement and lowered their heads, their eyes flashing with admiration. This is Aozaki Mayuki, who killed Kenpachi, the third chief of their second division, and the pride of the entire second division. Seeing Aozaki Meisuki's presence, he did not rush to speak and quietly waited for Yamamoto's instructions. Seeing the performance of the lighting team, Yamamoto was not angry, but rather happy, and said without changing his expression, "It's okay, just tell me." The members of the lighting team nodded and whispered, "Report to the captain. The order has been conveyed to all captains." Yamamoto responded, "Very good. Inform Vice Captain Sasakai and ask him to prepare for a captain's meeting in a week." "Yes." The members of the lighting team nodded heavily and disappeared into the office in a flash. "Captain meeting?" Aozaki Mizuki looked at Yamamoto curiously. "That's right, the captain's meeting." Yamamoto nodded. "You have to attend too." The sky gradually darkened. Aozaki Mizuki left the first team building. With the permission of Old Man Yamamoto, he did not have to go back to the 4th Division to be hospitalized for observation, and he had rare free time. But he still went back to the 4th Division to inform Uno Hanaretsu, Yoruchi, and others, and then left Suriidai. Thieves and gangsters mingled in the East 62nd District of Rukongai at night. The streets were calm, and the stars and moon illuminated the dark world. Aozaki Mizuki stood in a hut deep in the forest, observing silently. The sound of the wind blowing the leaves was reminiscent of a few years ago. About 4 or 5 years ago, it was also in the woods, but it was another forest in the distance. Under the wonderful moonlight, the man wearing glasses stood in the shadow under the tree and looked at himself, with a gentle smile on his face. Aozaki Mizuki stretched out her hand towards the ground. The light of her spiritual pressure was like a firefly in the dark night. Ripples appeared on the ground. The wooden cabinets shook slightly, and the floor randomly changed and combined like building blocks, as if someone had torn a hole in the ground. Aozaki Mizuki stepped inside, walked down the long stairs, and came to a small, dim room. The room is filled with various sophisticated devices. This place was originally very simple. It wasn't until Aozaki Mizuki plundered near Yuri's experimental equipment that it started to look like a laboratory. Press the switch on the wall. The wall cracked, and dozens of wooden wall panels overlapped around, revealing the collection hidden inside. The interior of the wall was lit up by dim blue lights, and bottles and jars came into view. The maggot's nest is a great place. Looking at the fruits of his labor, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but sigh. The transparent jar is filled with black jade beads. Purple smoke rises from the beads. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 100 of them. These are the experimental materials collected by Aozaki Mizuki. Jade beads are containers of souls, which store Shinigami or souls with Shinigami qualifications. Most of them come from maggot nests. The quality of the souls produced there is very good, and the occasional disappearance of 1 or 2 will not arouse suspicion. After all, in that prison, there was no shortage of prisoners who committed suicide due to mental breakdown. Aozaki Mizuki walked to the middle of the wall and took out the most important experimental material, the soul of Kiganjo Kenpachi. His soul jade bead contains the largest fragment of the Soul King among all experimental materials. Taking into account its own soul strength, its value can be worth dozens or even hundreds of soul jade beads. Aozaki Mizuki stood in front of the experimental table and operated the machine. The platform holding the soul extended out. He held the soul of Kenpachi Kiganjo in one hand and took out a soul that had been dusty for a long time in the other hand. Aozaki Mizuki has seen Aizen's operation of merging souls, using some special filtering instruments to put unrelated souls into a common jade bead. Jade beads themselves have the function of storing and absorbing souls. He tried to directly contain his soul in the same jade bead, but the final result was that the jade bead was broken and the soul dissipated. The failure of the soul fusion experiment made him realize that he was a complete amateur in the field of science. So he did not rush to experiment. But while learning scientific research techniques from the other 3 geniuses he knew, he summarized the various mistakes made in the previous attempts. Hikifune Kiryu and the others readily accepted Aozaki Mizuki's request to learn scientific research knowledge. He is a consultant to the Technology Development Bureau, so it is understandable that he wants to learn scientific research knowledge. Since Hogyoku's research and development process is unethical, Aizen is completely self-taught, and he collected, organized, and studied much of the information himself. Aizen didn't seem to have many hidden plans. Except for Hogyoku's own core information, the rest of the scientific research information was read by Aozaki Mayuki. Maybe it's because he has absolute confidence in his own wisdom. I have not been able to get any useful research results, and I don't believe Aozaki Meisuki can catch up with him under the same conditions, let alone surpass him. Therefore, Aozaki Mizuki seems to be following Aizen's old path. Fortunately, Aozaki Meisuki not only has genius friends and genius prisoners. There is also Kiryu Hikifune, who is currently unmatched in the field of soul research. Zenzuki concealed the true situation of Hogyoku's research, but he could still gain something by asking for some technical questions. Aozaki Mizuki usually left an inconspicuous image in their hearts. The three of them, other than marveling at how this imaginative guy could come up with some good ideas, had no doubts about his true purpose. Just by briefly looking through the research notes in Aizen's laboratory and asking Hikifune Kiryu and the others to answer their questions, Aozaki Maya benefited a lot. Soon, as the study deepened, he figured out the conditions for soul fusion. While summarizing the knowledge learned, Aozaki Mizuki began to plan the next experimental plan. With the equipment in his current laboratory, he can barely attempt a soul fusion experiment. After thinking for a moment, he let go of Guei Yinqing's soul. To be on the safe side, he took out another soul jade bead containing a fragment of the Soul King. The captain souls are rare, so he decided to start experimenting with some less precious souls. In Aozaki Mizuki's plan, the main part of Hogyoku is still the Soul King fragment, which is the key to soul fusion. It's just that these souls must be filtered through several instruments to remove the mixed external spirits, allowing the souls to return to their most essential state. There are many such instruments in the experimental equipment left by Nirvana to Jinyue. Before he was imprisoned, his main research object was Quincy, and Quincy were all living people. In order to study them in Soul Society, it is necessary to turn them into dead people without a soul conversion device. Not to mention the soul filtering device, there is even a device for capturing Quincy souls. After the death of a Quincy, the soul will return to the founder of the Quincy, Yawatch, and this genius can steal people from Yawatch. There are only two real difficulties in the entire plan. One is how to filter the impurities in the soul and make it pure, and the other is that the experiment requires fragments of the Soul King. Both difficulties have now been solved. Crush the jade beads without the Soul King fragments, and purple gas emerges from Aozaki Mizuki's hands, stabilizing the soul that is about to dissipate, and put it into the filtering instrument. Filtering souls is a delicate job, and since he was not very skilled yet, Aozaki Meisuki worked for a full 2 hours to complete it. After observing the last 2 soul-storing vessels through a high-precision fluoroscopy instrument, Aozaki Mizuki discovered that both souls were more or less damaged, but the degree of damage was negligible. Next, Aozaki Jinyue injected 2 souls into the soul jade beads and quietly waited for the result. After a while, the jade beads gave off a faint sky-blue luster. Aozaki Mizuki looked indifferent and observed the condition of the jade beads through the instrument. When the luster gradually disappeared, the surface of the jade beads began to become uneven and the volume became slightly larger. To put it simply, its appearance is changing from smooth jade to a briquette. It had long been expected that Hogyoku would turn into a briquette form, so instead of being disappointed, Aozaki Mizuki felt happy. This shows that the experiment is moving in the right direction. Jade gradually calmed down. There is no broken soul, no lost soul. The previous failure did not happen again, which surprised and excited Aozaki Meisuki. The experiment has achieved initial success. Similar to Aizen's Hogyoku, the appearance is irregular and the size is increasing. Aozaki Mizuki carefully looked at the jade in the vessel. He finally understood why Aizen called this kind of jade, who was willing to call their hard work briquettes. Aozaki Majetsu's briquettes. No, it's Baoyu. He held the jade in his hand and looked at this priceless treasure carefully. This gem does not have any magical power yet. No one can change this through technical means. Qualitative changes can only be caused by quantitative changes. It needs more Soul King fragments and more souls. Time flies, and 7 days pass quickly. For 7 days, apart from occasionally visiting Matsumoto Ranjaku and others to prevent herself from becoming a missing person, Aozaki Meisuki spent most of her time in the laboratory. Fortunately, during this period of time, Aozaki Mizuki became more and more proficient in operating instruments. And with a foundation, the remaining soul only needs to be integrated into the original gem, so the integration time is much faster. Even though his IQ is not as good as that of geniuses such as Urahara Kisuke, Aizen Sosuke, and Nirvana, repetitive mechanical work is easy for him. After 7 days of hard work, the size of Aozaki Shine's jade increased several times, and the diameter of the jade bead reached 0.5 meter. There is still a gap compared with Aizen's briquettes. This is due to the quantity of experimental materials, not the technology. He looked at the huge gem through the glass of the large, transparent vessel, and his originally calm mood gradually became a little disturbed. After calming down, Aoki Jinue took the jade out of the container and placed it on the experimental table. He first used an instrument to check the internal state of Baoyu, and after confirming that the souls were combined as Aizen said, he gently placed his hand on it. Aozaki Jinue's eyes narrowed, and she secretly said, "It is indeed like this. The added soul of Kigashima is not enough. It is still far from the real Hogyoku. This is also reasonable. If the accumulation of the past few years and a captain could meet Hogyoku's needs, Aizen wouldn't need to search Rakangai for more than 10 years. At least hundreds of souls are needed, and an unknown number of Spirit King fragments are needed to satisfy it." He estimated that the accumulated fragments of the Soul King needed would at least exceed the Soul King's fingertips. Aozaki Mizuki kept the experimental records with a calm expression, without much disappointment on her face. For Aizen, this jade may not be of much use, but for Aozaki Mizuki, this useless jade is of extremely important significance. He still has near Yuri's spirit isolation technique, which is useless. If his guess is correct, this is an important step in completing Hogyoku's shaping. In a previous soul fusion experiment, Aozaki Mayuki accidentally discovered that the isolation of souls did have an impact on the formation of Hogyoku. This discovery made him suddenly realize that his random move had worked. In his memory, Urahara Keisuke's Hogyoku did have an isolation layer similar to a transparent film. After Aizen Sosuke combines two Hogyoku, it looks almost the same as Urahara Keisuke's Hogyoku. This shows that the small gem form is Hogyoku's true form. After Aozaki Jinue recorded Bayu's status, he walked to another instrument. This machine can construct a spirit membrane that completely isolates spirits. After thinking about it for a while, Aozaki Jinue put the jade into it. Immediately afterwards, he sat in front of the machine's control console, took out Nirvana's scientific research notes, and operated on the operating panel. In an instant, the machine began to absorb the spirit particles in the air. Laser-like spirit particles were emitted from the conical instruments scattered throughout the machine, and the frame construction was quickly completed. Baoyu floated in mid-air, shaking slightly, as if trying to break free. Aozaki Mizuki seemed to hear the screams of his soul, as if he wanted to escape from the prison he had created. He turned a deaf ear and silently pushed the push rod, increasing the machine's output power. Spirits continued to gather around Baoyu. Baoyu struggled hard, swayed for a moment, and finally stopped resisting. Aozaki Mizuki looked through the glass window and saw clearly the gem wrapped in polygonal barriers. The surface of the current gem is still uneven, and the strange textures are like ferocious and twisted faces. It feels awkward to look at it, and even gives people a feeling of horror. After watching for a while, Aozaki Mizuki took off her white robe and muttered, "Pain and wailing are not liked by many people, including me. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you. If it were me, I might behave worse than you. It's just that I don't like pain, but no matter how you cry, I won't stop, let alone regret. You don't have to worry, maybe one day I will die on this bloody road." After putting on his death tyrant uniform, he walked slowly to the glassware, opened his eyes wide, and took a closer look at Baoyu. Maybe it's because I heard Aozaki Mayumi talking to herself. Baoyu began to change, and his ferocious face was gradually disappearing, as if he really believed his lies and was waiting for the day he died. It is indeed useful to isolate the spirit, but judging from the speed, it will take a long time to condense and finalize. With a murmur, Aozaki Miyuki's eyes narrowed slightly, with a slight smile on the corners of his eyes. It's not enough to finalize it. The fragments and souls of the Soul King are still indispensable, and there is not even a single soul of Su. But no matter what, it's good if it can be shaped. It's smaller and easier to handle. In order to protect this hard-won gem, Aozaki Meisuke walked to the laboratory wall, lightly touched the floor, and a half-person high, hidden grid opened. As if he still didn't feel reassured enough, he pressed again on the hidden grid, and there was a hidden grid after the hidden grid. He carefully picked up the gem, placed it in the secret compartment after the secret compartment, closed it, and turned on the Kido mechanism in the secret compartment. As long as there is an error in the steps to open the mechanism, the self-destruction device in the hidden compartment will be triggered. The gem at this stage is very fragile, and even an ordinary Shinigami can easily destroy it. Aozaki Mizuki has mastered the technology to create the prototype of Hogyoku. Even if the gem is destroyed, he can still reshape it. It just takes more time to collect materials. He sensed it with his spiritual sense and made sure there was no problem before leaving the laboratory and walking in the direction of Suriidei. Early the next morning, Aozaki Mizuki and Shifuen Yaruchi came to the first team building hand in hand and said hello to Matsumoto Ranjaku, Yadumura Lisa, and Hikifune Kiryu. The few people were talking and laughing when they met, and no bloody conflict broke out. Everything seemed harmonious, but when passing by Uno Hanaretsu, Yaruchi stopped to chat with her, and the two held hands and never let go. Uno Hanaretsu smiled back, and Aozaki Mizuki felt murderous intent from her smile for the first time in a long time. So, why on earth did these two people become like this? Aozaki Mayuki looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh in her heart. Even if it's Shura Field, shouldn't the other person be Ranjaku or Kakaku? Why should it be Uno Hanaretsu? I haven't done anything outrageous with Uno Hanaretsu yet, so why am I being tortured like this? Aozuki Jinue shook her head, unable to understand the behavior of the two people. Kairaku Shunsui, Jushiro Yukitake, and Shiba Ishin passed by him, showing expressions of amusement, surprise, and helplessness respectively. Kairaku Shunsui and Jushiro Yukitake even blinked in gloating and quietly gave him a thumbs up. There's really no good thing in the Genryu school of thought. When a senior brother sees a junior brother in trouble, he will not help him. Aozuki Jinue muttered in her heart, and she even cursed herself. Fortunately, Old Man Yamamoto arrived on the scene in time and put an end to the farce without saying anything. He glanced at his popular disciple and snorted angrily, making everyone present tremble. Even Shifenjin Yaruchi consciously let go of Aozaki Meisuke's hand. Aozaki Mizuki was not afraid and stood behind Yamamoto with a calm expression. This time he stood closer to the front, not far from Mr. Yamamoto and the captains. After defeating Kigashiro Kenpachi, he became much more courageous and could face such big scenes calmly. Aozaki Mizuki looked around the conference room. Compared with the last captain's meeting, the number of people in this meeting has been reduced, because one of them was killed by Aozaki Mayuki. 2 days ago, Central 46 issued an order for Kiganjo Kenpachi to participate in the next Soul Funeral Festival. The Soul Funeral Festival is a ceremony held once every 12 years in the Soul Society, with the purpose of sending the fallen captain to hell. The captain-level spiritual pressure is too powerful. After death, the spirit cannot return to the Soul Society in a natural form and can only be sent to hell through the Soul Funeral Ceremony. However, although the spirit body of Kenpachi Kyogashiro is still there, his soul has become a part of Ozaki Mizuki's great creation, and he doesn't know what will happen at the next ceremony. Thinking of this, Aozaki Mayue touched her chin and nodded. There are still a few years until the next soul funeral ceremony, so if something goes wrong, he shouldn't be blamed. Many captains subconsciously looked at the position where Kenpachi Kiganjo was supposed to be standing, and then looked at Ozaki Meisuki, who was standing behind Yamamoto Jinryusai. Kiganjo Kenpachi has been the captain for nearly 100 years, so he is considered an older captain. He usually gives people a stupid feeling. But no one expected that he would really betray the Godei 13. Not only would he join the rebel camp, he would also be so bold as to go to the maggot nest to rob the prison. He has seen the power of the captain. Doesn't he know that doing such a thing is seeking death? Captain Yamamoto is angered. Does he expect the nobles to protect him? What a fool. The captains thought of it in unison, and their moods were a little subtle for a moment. Yamamoto glanced around and tapped his cane hard on the ground, making a dong sound. Everyone looked at him. Aozaki Mizuki. Here. Aozaki Mayuki responded loudly and walked to his side. Yamamoto nodded with satisfaction and said, "There is no need to hide the spiritual pressure. As a person involved in the maggot nest attack, I will tell the captains about the entire incident in detail." Yes. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, Ozaki Jinue no longer concealed the spiritual pressure on her body. After feeling the spiritual pressure, everyone's eyes widened. They had heard a little bit about Aozaki Mizuki's victory over Kiganjo Kenpachi, but seeing this real, third-class spiritual power with your own eyes is still shocking. How old is he? Why does he have it? What qualifications does he have? He has been practicing for hundreds and thousands of years. What does it mean? They couldn't help but have the same questions as Kigashiro Kenpachi, a field that ordinary people cannot enter in a lifetime. Aozaki Mizuki has reached it after only a few years of training. In a few years or decades, how many of the people present will be his opponents? Luche Chuanchi's eyes widened. Hirako Shinji opened his mouth with an exaggerated expression and kept mumbling, Hey, it's true or false? How could such a thing happen? Jushiro Yukitake and Jushiro Yukitake were stunned for a moment, then looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. It's really irritating that people are more popular than others. I can't blame the teacher for putting so much thought into him. The vice captains who were waiting outside the office, as well as the soldiers in the first team building, subconsciously stopped and looked in the direction of the office with incredulous eyes. Some of them know Aozaki Meisuki, but even those who don't know her can feel that this spiritual pressure is very strange. And there is only one stranger in the office. That young man, named Miyazuki Aozaki, Yamada Sinusuk, a guy who only speaks harsh words to hurt others, actually showed an expression of shock and admiration. Yadumura Lisa, who was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, was rarely attracted by other things, and put down the special book with the name Water Moon in her hand. Jinue-kun, you did not disappoint me. Aizen Sosuke sighed in his heart, with a smile as gentle as the sun on his face. He received a message from Aozaki Meisuki yesterday, and rushed back from this world early this morning. Faced with Yamamoto at close range, even he must proceed with caution. Sasakai Chojiro stroked his mustache, looking proud, and thought proudly. You see, this is His Excellency Yuan Luzi's disciple. People in Siriidii with high spiritual pressure perception subconsciously turned their heads to look in the direction of the first team. This time there was no interference from barriers that blocked perception, and they could clearly sense the spiritual pressure. This is Shinzuki's spiritual pressure. Urahara Kisuk, who was lying on the bed fishing while the captain was away, opened his eyes. What a troublesome guy, too high profile. In the dungeon of Siphon Jaiwan's house, Nyeyuli, who was covered in bandages, gritted his teeth and said, in a secret society located in the 6th Division, some members of the 2nd Division were having a meeting. Suifeng raised his head, his cheeks instantly turning red. Noble Street. In a certain mansion in the Tsunyashiro family area, a group of old people wearing aristocratic costumes suddenly opened their eyes. This spiritual pressure. Yamamoto, are you warning us? Tsunyashiro Tako sighed. After all, it is a world where strength speaks for itself, and power is not omnipotent. What will the next era look like? An elder asked. Are we really going to let the next era come? There's still a chance now. Tsunai Tako glanced at him, slowly lowered his eyes, and fell into deep thought without speaking. In the office of the first team captain, led by Luce Quan Shi, a group of less qualified captains could not help but feel a sense of despair. They are all geniuses, and they have practiced hard for hundreds of years to achieve the strength they have today. But this pride of being a genius was completely shattered by the young man in front of me today. Perhaps in the eyes of this young man, these captains are no different from ordinary people. Aozuki Mizuki talked eloquently about the battle process that Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni personally polished. Yamamoto is worthy of being the strongest Shinigami coexisting with the Godai 13 in history. He has rich fighting experience. Even if Izen Senra's ability has been changed to be specious, the story is still fascinating. After talking about the sword that severely damaged Kagaki Kenpachi, Aozuki Miyuki looked at Yamamoto Jinryusai Shigekuni. Finally, the teacher arrived. That's roughly the situation. Yamamoto nodded and said solemnly, when I arrived at the scene, Kiganjo Kenpachi was already dead. Being able to use all series of Kido S Zanpakuto is really unheard of. Ekawa Luowu exclaimed. Hirako Shinji echoed. Not only that, but defeating Bankai with Shurkai is enough to show how powerful Kido is. Luce Chuanchi nodded, feeling a little envious in his heart. His Zanpakuto Breaking Wind belongs to the Qingfeng system, and its power is not very powerful among the Qingfeng system. In terms of actual combat effectiveness, it is far from Kairaku Shuinsue's Kaiten Kayakatsu. Although Kaiten Kayakatsu is not a master, he may not be as capable as Breaking the Wind. But Kaiten Kayakatsu also has special abilities that Danchifeng does not have, and the actual combat effect is much better than Danchifeng. Junior brother is indeed amazing. Jingraku Shunsui held up his bamboo hat and said lazily, I just didn't expect that the teacher would personally save my junior brother. Does this count as differential treatment? It makes me, a disciple, a little sad. Jushiro waved his hand. Okay, Shunsui. The teacher will also rescue you if you're in danger. Really? It's hard to imagine what Lousy looked like when he came to save me. Jingraku Shunsui spread his hands, looking like he needed a beating. Yamamoto gave him a sharp look, exuding a vague, murderous aura. After Jingraku Shunsui was threatened, he curled his lips first, and then managed to stand up straight. Seeing this, Jushiro Yukite could only stand aside with a wry smile and shook his head. Yamamoto showed a thoughtful expression, and after a moment he solemnly said, Since Aozuki Mizuki defeated Kiganjo Kenpachi, I would like to grant the title of Kenpachi to Aozuki Mizuki. Do you have any objections? The captain had already spoken. How could these captains be dissatisfied? They all nodded in agreement. In fact, no one paid much attention to the title Kenpachi. Once upon a time, Kenpachi was the title given to the strongest swordsman in Soul Society. Among the Godai 13, those who become Kenpachi are almost all the strongest Shinigami under Yamamoto. But in recent hundreds of years, the value of this title has dropped sharply because of the existence of two people. The first one is Yushiro Kenpachi, Mole City Kenpachi, formerly known as Mole City Shuya. It's not that he has no strength, It's just that the method of defeating the previous generation Kenpachi, Karyashiki Kenpachi, is not glorious in the eyes of the members of the 11th Division. Karyashiki Kenpachi is very powerful. In the world of Shinigami, Shinigami's main opponent is Hollow. Virtual reality is divided into ordinary virtual reality and major virtual reality. Ordinary Hollows are about the same strength as ordinary members of the Godai 13, while Great Hollows correspond to Shinigami of the Chief Officer level and above. The Great Void itself is divided into 3 levels from low to high, namely Jillian, Achiyukas, and Vastad. The power of Vastad exceeds that of ordinary captain-level Shinigami. And Karyashiki Kenpachi, the 7th generation Kenpachi, has a record of killing the most senior Daishi Wastad. Not only that, he was also invited to join Team Zero. Although he finally rejected the invitation to join the team, his strength was recognized by Team Zero. But when Kenpachi Karyashiki accepted the challenge, he died without even using Bankai. It is said that when Karyashiki Kenpachi was defeated, the crowd was so angry that the members of the 11th Division released their Zanpakuto and expressed their intention to kill Malejo Suya. Thanks to Kenpachi Kawayashiki, who used his last bit of strength to stop them before he died, a civil strife caused by the members of the 11th Division was avoided. The second one is the 9th generation Kenpachi, the 5th assistant Kenpachi. This Kenpachi was the unlucky guy who was killed by Kenpachi Kigashiro. Mole Joso also became the queen of Kenpachi and wanted to transform the residents of Rukongai into weapons of war to defeat Hueco Mundo, but realized that the Soul King did not want him to do so, so he surrendered and was imprisoned in the Infinite Hell. Gasu Kenpachi was originally the deputy captain of the 11th Division. Mole City Shuangya was imprisoned. He trained as Bankai, and no one could challenge him. He directly inherited the title of Kenpachi and the position of captain of the 11th Squadron. He served as captain for decades and finally died under the sword of Kigashima, who was born in Rukongai. If Mole City Shuang's methods are despised by the members of the 11th Division, then Gasu Kenpachi is simply lacking in strength. Kiganjo's Zanpakuto ability is simply head-to-head, and his brain doesn't have the ability of a sinister person. This can only show that there is indeed a gap in the hard power between the two. After a long silence, Yamamoto spoke. In that case, I hereby appoint Eozuki Meisuke as the 11th generation Kenpachi. After the captain meeting is over, I will personally report to Central 46. Aozaki Mizuki stood at the edge of the room and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. The title of Soul Society's strongest swordsman fell on him in such a confusing way. He is self-aware that even if he gets the title of Kenpachi, he is still far from being the strongest swordsman in Soul Society. With my current strength, I can handle ordinary captains like Luce Quanshi. Aozaki Mizuki shook her head gently, signed that there is still a long way to go, and the road to becoming strong still requires continuous climbing. Yamamoto tapped his cane on the ground again, winked at the 2 proud disciples in the crowd, and continued. Next, let's discuss the succession of captain of the 11th Squadron. Do you have a suitable candidate? Jingraku Shunshui understood it, and his tone was a bit understated. Old man, I'm not telling you. Is there any need to discuss this issue? Since Shinetsu has become Kenpachi, let's just make him a captain. In these 1,000 years, Kenpachi will become the captain of the 11th Division. Isn't this how Team 11 has always been here? There's no need to break the rules now. Yamamoto said seriously. The ceremony of inheriting the captaincy of the 11th Squadron needs to be witnessed by the members of the 11th Squadron. Jingraku Shunsui waved his hand. Are you sure that was Maya who killed Kigashima? Is there anyone in the Godai 13 who is more qualified than you to decide whether Maya can become the captain of the 11th team? But Shinzuki Sanshi hasn't learned Bankai yet. Yamamoto frowned. I remember that among the conditions for selecting a captain, there is no requirement to learn Bankai in order to become a captain, right? Jushiro Yukitake looked thoughtful. Jingraku Shunsui echoed. Indeed, There is no such mandatory requirement for captain selection. It's just that Bankai usually represents Shinigami's strength, so it becomes an unspoken rule for captain selection. But then again, Sanzuki Sanshi defeated Kiganjo Kenpachi, which shows that he is strong enough to be the captain. Does it matter whether Bankai is there? The rule is that the dead are alive. What's more, the situation of Team 11 is special. To become a captain, you don't have to learn Bankai. Everyone was shocked when they heard this and looked at him with strange expressions. Good guy. He is indeed the proud disciple of His Excellency the Captain. You're the one who said you should abide by the rules, and you are the one who said you should be flexible. You alone have to say everything. What else can we say? Yamamoto nodded slightly, looked at everyone with a kind expression, and asked, "What do you think? With your strength and status, do you three need to tell us so much? What opinions can we have?" Hirako, Shinji, and others were speechless. I agree with what Captain Kyobi said. Shifinju and Yoruchi was the first to show his support. I think Sanzuki Sanshi is capable of serving as the captain of the 11th Squadron. The four captains Uno Hanaretsu, Hikifune Kiryu, Shiba Ishin, and Kachiki Jinrei nodded, including Yamamoto's master and apprentice. A total of 8 captains supported Ozaki Mayuki as the captain of the 11th Division. And they're the 8 most powerful and highest status captains among the Godai 13. Hirako Shinji, Aikawa Ratake, Rokusha Kenishi, and Kajiba Sentetsu thought for a moment and then agreed. As for the person involved, Aozaki Meisuke, he was still confused. Congratulations, the 3rd seat of Jinyue. No, it should be Captain Jinya. Walking out of the first team building, Aozaki Mizuki was brought back to reality by the bold voice of Yujiya. "Miss Kiryu." Aozaki Mizuki nodded and said, "Is something wrong? Do you have time this weekend? I also want to learn cooking skills. It just so happens that you have become a captain. I will give you a gift. Not to mention how precious this gift is. It is something that most people can only come across but cannot ask for." Hikifune Kiryu glanced at Aozaki Meisuke with a hint of hopeful inquiry in her eyes, revealing a charming smile that she didn't even notice. Aozaki Mizuki saw the desire for delicious food in her eyes. However, he was also aroused by Hikifune Kiryu's words and asked curiously, "What gift?" "You will know when you come here. I will never let you down." Hikifune Tong was born in the passage. The 13th team of the Suriai Godai, the 12th Division team building. 2 white robes were fluttering gently. Aozaki Mizuki took out a breath and winked at the elegant beauty who was getting her measurements done, making the latter smile with satisfaction. The elegant beauty has a beautiful appearance and pale complexion. She has medium-length black hair with side-parted bangs. She wears complicated golden hair accessories, a white shawl with buckles, and 6 golden arms behind her. Aozaki Mizuki looked at her naked self in the mirror, Shatera Shinjimaru making gestures on her body, and Hikifune Kiryu standing behind her gloating, and said helplessly, "I really don't know how I, a little captain, can let a royal agent tailor make a captain's uniform for me. By the way, don't the royal agents live in the Spirit King's palace? Can they go down to the realm at will?" He has been recognized by many people. In fact, he is very confident in his figure. He is very similar to imitating a certain golden person and saying, "There is no part of my body that is worth being ashamed of." But in front of a woman who wants to show his true feelings when meeting him for the first time, being so frank still made him feel a little shy. Of course not. The procedures for Team Zero to reach the lower realm are very cumbersome, but I am here with a mission this time. Shatera Shinjimaru glanced at Aozaki Meisuke and nodded with a smile. It seemed that he was very satisfied with this clothes rack. "Isn't Kiryu selected for the 0 Division? I'm here to pick her up and take her to the Soul King's palace." "That's it." Aozaki Jinyue nodded, expressing understanding. If you want to travel between the Suriai and Soul Society, you not only need the body and bone King Ki, constructed with the power of the Soul King, but you also need a moving tool called the Tenju Chariot that looks like a big pillar. This kind of tool is only owned by the Spirit King Palace. It does not have the ability to move and needs to be pushed by external forces. The Shiba family has a way to get to the Soul King's palace, which is actually to launch the Tenju chariot to the Soul King palace through the Hanakura cannon, but the Shiba family does not have the Tenju chariot. Thinking of this, Aozaki Mue suddenly frowned. He also wants to spend more time with Hikifune Kiryu, and now is the critical moment for the two to get closer. So, Miss Kiryu is going to Soul King Palace soon. Why are you in such a hurry? Shutara Senjimaru said meaningfully. What is your relationship with Zayatanjiu? Why are you so excited? Aozaki Mizuki smiled slightly. I have been teaching Miss Kiryu how to cook recently, and there are still many dishes that I have not taught her. Xiao Jinyue is right. Hikifune Kiryu laughed and put his hands on his shoulders and said boldly, But don't worry, Maya-chan. Senjimaru came to Siriidii in advance. It's still early before I go to Siriidii. It should be enough for me to learn cooking skills. Shutara, Senjimaru muttered. Actually, I also feel a little strange. When I went to the Soul King's palace, the members of Team Zero did not come to pick me up so early. At that time, I only stayed in the Siriidii for a few days, and then I boarded the Soul King palace. The situation this time is special, but since it is the will of the Spirit King, I, as a royal agent, should abide by it. It just so happens that the days in Soul King Palace are boring, so I just think of it as a vacation back to Siriidii. Shutara Senjimaru chuckled. From the looks of you, you seem to have a good relationship. Yes, Jinyue is my inseparable friend. He has given me a lot of help in exploring the path of life. Hikifune Kiryu licked his lips, as if thinking of Aozaki Mayuki's cooking. His mouth watered. Shutara Senjimaru complained. You are the only one who can speak so highly of cooking. It can be said that they are inseparable. In a few years, you will go to the Soul King Palace, and you will be separated from him. Hikifune Kiryu smiled and said, I'm not worried about this. With Xiao Jinyue's talent, it will be a matter of time before he is promoted to the Zero Division. Then we can stay together again. Shutara Senjimaru asked curiously. Judging from the appearance of this child, he should be young. It is true that such a young captain is rare, but it would be too arbitrary to say that he will definitely be able to enter the Zero Division. Hikifune Kiryu crossed his arms, raised his head, and said proudly, You didn't know it when you first came to Siriidii, but Maya-chan is only in her early 20s and is already a third-class spiritual power. Not only that, not long ago, Maya defeated the former captain of Team 11, Kenpachi Kiyaki, without learning Bankai. What? Shutara Senjimaru was in disbelief. A captain in his early 20s can defeat the real captain without using Bankai. This is even more terrifying than when Yamamoto was young. She somewhat understood where Hikifune Kiryu's confidence in Aozaki Mayuki came from, and she nodded immediately. Speaking of which, this child is indeed likely to be promoted to the Zero Division in the future. Since I will join the Zero Division sooner or later, as a senior, should I try to have a good relationship with you, Maya-chan? When you enter the Zero Division in a few hundred years, I, as a senior, will also take care of you. Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows and said, Your suggestion sounds very good. That's natural. Shutara Senjimaru said proudly. After you enter the Zero Division, I will make you new clothes every day. Aozaki Mayuki said helplessly, You just want to find a free model, right? Ah, have you been discovered? He is really a smart kid. Shutara Senjimaru touched his chin and said with a smile, But I also like this smart kid. After all, I am very confident in my figure. Aozaki Meisuki said narcissistically. Xiao Jinyue knows very well what her advantages are. Your figure is the best I have ever seen. So do you agree to it? Shutara Senjimaru winked at him with a smile on his face. Aozaki Mizuki thought for a moment and said doubtfully, But I heard that if you want to be promoted to the Zero Division, don't you need to create something significant for Soul Society? There are also surprises. For example, the 7th generation Kenpachi is an ordinary Shinigami, but has the strength to rival Team Zero, so he also received an invitation from Team Zero. To rival Team Zero, Aozaki Maya sighed. This is indeed a cruel person. Don't underestimate Team Zero. Shutara Senjimaru presented the clothes he made himself. Every member of Team Zero has strengthened his body and bones through the power of the Soul King, and his spiritual pressure has surpassed the Shinigami level. His strength is comparable to ours, which is an achievement that he can be proud of. Hearing this, Aozaki Mizuki thought of Old Man Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami in the Soul Society. Aozaki Mizuki asked, "Then how does your strength compare with the teacher?" "Teacher? Well, that's Captain Yamamoto. He's my teacher." Shutara Shinjamaru moved his hand for a moment and stood there stunned. Well, Shutara Shinjamaru wanted to say something, but in the end he couldn't. Aozaki Meisuke and Hikifune Kiryu looked at each other, looking at her with interest, obviously unwilling to give up until they got the answer. After a while, she slowly said, "Yamamoto, Captain Yamamoto is an exception. Except for the leader, no one should be his opponent. But I'm not afraid of him. I'm strengthened by the power of the Spirit King. As long as I'm still alive, I can be resurrected even if my body is reduced to ashes." Listening to Shutara Shinjamaru's unconfident words, Aozaki Meisuke and Hikifune Kiryu looked at each other and smiled, nodded lovingly, as if coaxing children, and said with a chuckle, "Senju pills are so powerful." Shutara Shinjamaru also seemed a little embarrassed. His pretty face turned red, and he said in a hasty tone, "You don't underestimate me. I am very powerful." She still maintained an elegant sitting posture, but she couldn't speak clearly. When she saw Kiryu Hikifune, she seemed to have seen a life-saving straw. "Kiryu, little Kiryu, you know how powerful I am? Please tell me about it." Hikifune Kiryu knew that she had no confidence, but facing her old captain and good friend, she could not deny her face, so she could only let out a sigh of helplessness. Actually, Shinjamaru is the inventor of the death suit. This is an amazing achievement. She became a royal agent by virtue of this achievement. Yes, that's right. I invented the Death Overlord suit. Shutara Shinjamaru thought of his contribution to Soul Society, slightly puffed up his not-so-arrogant chest, and regained his confidence and composure. Aozaki Jinue frowned and said seriously, "Inventing the Death Overlord costume. Isn't that much of an achievement? I wear the Death Overlord outfit every day. Apart from the dispensable weak defense, it is no different from normal clothes. No, this weak defense can be ignored. It can't even block the swords of ordinary soldiers. It can only bully ordinary souls who have no strength. Simply put, it has no effect." Aozaki Mizuki made a sharp comment. Shutara Shinjamaru's breathing became rapid, and he spoke very quickly. "How rude. This is something tied to Shinigami's identity, just like the Zanpakuto. When you become a Shinigami, you'll have a Death Boss outfit and a Zanpakuto. This is the symbol of Shinigami, and it is not just for one person." Aozaki Mizuki touched her chin, thought for a moment, and then nodded. "I see. The so-called work clothes have no use other than symbolic meaning, right?" "Mizuki-chan." Shitora's eyes twitched. "What's wrong?" Aozaki Mayuki lowered her head. I saw Shutara Shinjamaru suddenly showing an amiable smile, tilting his head and saying, "Be careful that trouble comes from your mouth." Aozaki Mizuki took a deep breath and said seriously, "I'm sorry, Shinjamaru-sama. I'm rude. He is good at bullying the weak and fearing the strong. This kid seems to be quite interesting. He shouldn't be bored in the future." Shutara Shinjamaru chuckled and nodded gracefully and calmly. "Very good. I like good children like you the most. Put your clothes on and let me see if they fit you." "Yes." Aozaki Mizuki nodded obediently and put on the underwear and outerwear that Shutara Shinjamaru had tailor-made for herself. 2+F8F. A long-sleeved white haori embroidered with the Huxia character 11 was draped over the black Death Tyrant uniform. The captain of the Godii 13 has a standard style, nothing new. Aozaki Meisuke was slightly disappointed, but didn't show it. Shutara Shinjamaru reminded, "Mizuki-chan, inject spiritual pressure into your clothes and feel it." "Oh." Aozaki Meisuke injected spiritual pressure into her robes, and her eyes widened when she felt the change. "Not bad, right?" Shutara Shinjamaru said with a proud smile. No matter how damaged this suit is, it can be repaired by injecting spiritual pressure. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. What else? No more. Yeah, he sounds pretty awesome. Aozaki Maya touched her head awkwardly. What did he think, like fighting with clothes or something? But this is the result. Besides saving a lot of money on clothes, what else does this do? He is not short of money. But the other party was so considerate that he couldn't say much. So he said sincerely, "Thank you, Senjimaru-sama." Looking at the white yuri on his body, he suddenly thought of something and glanced up at the clock on the wall. It's almost time. I should go. Miss Kiryu, Lord Senjimaru, I will take my leave now. Aozaki Mizuki shook her long hair, turned around, and walked out. The new fourth seat of the 11th Division, Ikamaru Jin, was waiting outside the gate of the 11th Division, accompanied by two people. A man with long hair shawl is soft and handsome, wearing a Death Tyrant outfit, with a Zanpakuto hanging on his waist. The other man is quite heroic and dressed the same as the former. The two are the 6th and 8th seats of the original 2nd Division, Ryusei and Izumo. Now, they're the 5th and 6th officers of Squadron 11. After the Battle of Kenpachi at Kugashiro, the 11th Division suffered heavy losses, including the deputy captain. The two of them were transferred to the 11th Division, and their seats were not lowered, but instead improved. It's just that they were not poached from the 2nd Division by Aozaki Meisuke, but voluntarily applied to be transferred to the 11th Division. When Shaifinjuan Yoruchi learned about it, he seemed to have expected it and said nothing. Aozaki Mayuki simply accepted them. Now that the 11th Division is short of manpower, they are willing to come to the 11th Division to help, and there is no need for Aozaki Mizuki to push them out. In fact, in addition to the three of them, there were many members of the supervision team who also wanted to follow, but they were all rejected by Aozaki Meisuke. The supervisory team has already suffered heavy losses this time. If they follow, the supervisory team can directly cancel the organization. Neither the rest of the Shaifinjuan family nor Mr. Yamamoto would allow this to happen. Ikamaru Silver and the other three bowed their heads slightly and said respectfully, "Captain Zenzuki, Lord Kenpachi Aozaki." Aozaki Jinue waved her hand and raised a smile at the corner of her mouth. Although he won the title of Kenpachi, he has no plans to change his name. The reason is that he feels that the name Aozaki Kenpachi is not pleasant. Stop playing nonsense and go see our lovely members of the 11th Squadron. Let those guys who pride themselves on their martial virtues see the courage of our new team members. Ikamaru's silver smile did not change. Lu Shuei and Izumo looked at each other and smiled. We will not embarrass the captain. At noon, the sun was shining brightly and the clouds were floating in the sky. Bundles of golden light penetrated from the clouds, casting a large swath of light across Madara, and the high walls of the 11th Division team building shone in the sunlight. This place looks pretty good. I thought Keegan Castle would make this place look like Rukongai. Wearing a white haori, Aozaki Mizuki walked to the gate of the 11th Squadron and enjoyed the touch of the breeze on her face. It's really refreshing to have such a gust of wind on a hot summer day. Kugashiro Kenpachi has always been indifferent and doesn't know how to manage the division. The deputy captain has always handled the affairs of the 11th Division. Ikamaru Jin glanced at Aozaki Mayuki and reminded, now that the vice captain has died in battle, the person temporarily responsible for handling team affairs should be Yamazaki Yentora Sanshi. Aozaki Mayuki looked directly into Ikamaru Jin's eyes, stretched and grinned. What a coincidence. It seems I will trouble you in the future. Just when Ikamaru Jingang was about to say something, Lu Shuei and Izumo said in unison, Please feel free to leave it to us, Captain. Ikamaru Jin shook his head helplessly. These two people were completely hopeless. Aozaki Mizuki grinned and said, Very good. Then you must help Ikamaru Jin in the future. Yes. The two responded respectfully. Still haven't let me go. Why you trust me so much? It's so frustrating. Thoughts flashed through Ikamaru Jin's mind, but his eyes were looking at the courtyard not far away. Through the thick walls, you can hear the loud shouts. As expected of the 11th Division, the combat division of the Godai 13th Division, the soldiers are very hardworking. Aozaki Mizuki smiled and patted his shoulder. Ikamaru Jin looked away, exhaled slightly, and shook his head. It seems that it will be very troublesome to manage. Aozaki Jinue glanced at him, and her expression suddenly became serious. Ikamaru, if you want to manage them, the most important thing is strength. Let's show them how powerful we are. Team 11 has its own rules, but don't let your 4 seats be taken away by others on the first day I become captain. I won't let you down. Ikamaru Jin nodded and said softly. Listening to Aozaki Mizuki's words, a warmth surged in his heart. Aozaki Jinue chuckled. As long as you have an idea, I wonder how the 11th Division will welcome us this time. According to past practice, the succession ceremony of the captain of the 11th Division needs to be carried out under the witness of the team members. No one saw Aozaki Mizuki kill Kiganjo Kinpachi. Even with the support of Old Man Yamamoto, it would be difficult to convince the public. Ikamaru smiled and said, "It is said that those guys are very evil. Not to mention welcoming us, they might kick us out." Aozaki Mizuki moved her wrists and neck and said enthusiastically, "Then I can't spoil them anymore. The naughty children must be educated well and let them feel the majesty of the captain." "Then don't go too far." A cold voice intervened. Yudumaru Lisa walked quickly from not far away, holding a stack of information in her hand. "The management division asks people from other divisions to help. I have been a member of the Godai 13 for so many years, and you are the only one doing it, Captain Mayatsuki." Aozaki Jinue smiled nonchalantly and said, "Don't say that, Miss Lisa. Who let the 8th Division manage the intelligence work of the entire Godai 13? I have to understand it clearly before I can recruit people from other divisions. If other captains hear this, they will definitely teach you a lesson." Yudumaru Lisa said angrily. "Thank you, Miss Lisa, for your concern." Aozaki Mizuki approached Yudumaru Lisa and smiled slightly, making her cheeks blush slightly. "But there's no need to worry. It's the teacher's wish to replenish Team 11. In any case, the 11th Squadron is an important combat squad. This serious lack of mid-level combat capabilities is very dangerous in a war. I will not be arrogant or risk my life." Yudumaru Lisa pursed her lips and wanted to say something else. Ikamaru Jin, next to him, suddenly reminded, "We're here." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked up. In front of the wooden door with the word 11 written on it, the 2 team members on guard looked confused. In the end, it seemed that he decided to give the new captain some face in front of outsiders and bowed respectfully to say hello. Entering the number 11 team building, you can see the team members working hard one by one. The deaths of the captain, vice captain, and several chairmen seem to have no impact on them at all. Among the Godai 13, they're the most martial-minded. Death is not only not a blow to them, but also inspires their fighting spirit. Aozaki Mizuki led people through the team building. The members of the 11th Squadron turned a blind eye to the 4 members of Aozaki Mayuki and continued training silently. These guys are really going too far. How dare they ignore Aosaki-sama? Izumo said angrily. Lu Shui didn't speak, but his face looked very ugly. Ikamaru's silver expression remained unchanged, but everyone else could feel that his temperament had become colder and more dangerous. Aozaki Mizuki smiled and waved her hand. "Don't be so excited. I know the tradition of the 11th Squadron, and their behavior can be considered excusable." "Captain Aosaki," an uncertain voice sounded from behind everyone. "Ah, someone from the 11th Division actually calls me captain." Aozaki Mizuki turned her head and squinted her eyes, and what came into view was an old man with a bald head. "Who are you?" "I am Yamazaki Yentora, 3rd seat of the 11th Division." The bald old man said solemnly. His cuffs fluttered, and an old and powerful one suddenly poked out of the cuffs and grabbed the Zanpakuto at Maya Aozaki's waist. "Interesting, Team 11 is not all idiots." An interested smile appeared on Aozaki Mayuki's lips. She reached out to grab his wrist and, at the same time, punched him casually. So strong. Without any hesitation, Yamazaki Yentora stepped forward and punched out with his backhand with a solemn expression. Bang! The two fists collided in midair, making a dull sound that echoed in everyone's ears. Aozaki Mizuki released the wrist that was caught by her in time. Yamazaki Yentora didn't even hold on for a moment before he was blasted out, smashing the paper door into pieces. Sure enough, when they saw their 3 seats flying out, the faces of the members of the 11th Squadron changed. It was not anger, but a complex expression with a hint of surprise and shock. I heard that the disciples of His Excellency, the captain, had the strength of a captain, and even killed our former captain, the traitor Kinpachi Onigashima. Now it seems that he is indeed powerful. Hearty laughter sounded. Yamazaki Yentora sat up from the ruins, and his smile gradually appeared in front of everyone. This is our first meeting, Kinpachi Aozaki. Please forgive me for my recklessness. Yamazaki Yinhu shook his head, and the sawdust and dust fell from his body. I'm sorry, Captain. Your name is too loud. Everyone in the Godii 13 is talking about your heroic deeds. My hands are itchy for the moment, and I can't help but want to discuss it with you. Please forgive me. It doesn't matter. I have long heard that the 11th Division has a strong martial arts style. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. Aozaki Jinue put away her fists and stretched out her hand to pull him up. The boldness in her smile made people feel good about him. Yamazaki Yentora rolled his eyes, glanced around the practice room, nodded imperceptibly, and grabbed the hand stretched out by Aozaki Meisuki. Thank you, Captain. He stood up with a smile. Captain, are you visiting the team building? That's right. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. We have almost finished the tour and are planning to go to the office area to have a look. That's just right. I'll just finish training. How about I take you to the captain's office? Yamazaki Yentora said kindly. Okay. Aozaki Mizuki looked at him and said calmly, It just so happens that the captain also wants to know about the current situation of the squadron from you. Are you blaming me for not managing the team well? Yamazaki Yinhu turned to look at him in astonishment. Aozaki Mizuki still had a slight smile on her face, and her thoughts could not be seen at all. Several people came to the captain's office, and then Aozaki Mizuki turned around and looked at Yamazaki Yentora, smiling. Yamazaki-sansei, this is my first day as captain, and I don't know much about the situation in the squad. Let's talk. Yamazaki Yentora laughed. Of course, no problem, Captain. This was just what he wanted. Even if Aozaki Meisuki didn't come to him, he still wanted to chat with the young captain who caused an uproar in the Serie-IDI. After all, we have to get along with each other for a long time in the future. It is not a good thing for the squad to maintain this weird state. If Squad 11 is a logistics team, that's it. The key is that they are a combat team, and they are at the forefront in every battle. A bad relationship between the captain and the team members may lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Yamazaki Yentora is also very curious. What kind of person is this young captain? What is his attitude towards Team 11? Will he blame the team members for their performance just now? At least for now, this young captain should be an easy person to get along with. He is bold yet gentle, and he should be able to quickly bring his teammates back to their hearts in other teams. But this is the 11th Squadron, and the swordsmen in the squadron are not people who can be calmed down by gentleness. To deal with these guys, you need fists and swords. Please sit down. You can speak freely. Aozaki Mayuki raised her hand and said with a smile, Seats Yamazaki. Today is Captain Ayasaki's first day on the job. Why is no one there to greet him? Team 11 doesn't even have the most basic etiquette. Before Yamazaki Yentora could sit firmly on his butt, Ikamaru Jin's displeased voice came from the front. Captain Ayasaki, it's because young people are ignorant and stubborn. I can't control them. Please don't take offense. Yamazaki Yentora didn't even look at him, but focused on Aozaki Mayuki. He knew this was what Aozaki Mayuki meant. Ikamaru Jin came with Aozaki Mizuki. Without his acquiescence, Ikamaru Jin was the 4th seat. How could Ikamaru Jin question himself, the 3rd seat, in front of everyone? Aozaki Jiue waved her hands and said kindly, Seats Yamazaki, there is no need to belittle yourself. You should be considered the most senior person in the 11th Division. You have been serving as the chief officer of the 11th Division since the time of Korea Shiki Kenpachi. It has been 200 or 300 years. So, this captain wants to ask you, are you unable to control them? Or do you not want to control them? After saying that, Aozaki Mayuki's eyes became sharp, and a threatening momentum came towards her face. He finally understood that the old guy in front of him was an old fritter. If you can't even listen to good words, it's better to talk things out openly. Yamazaki Yenhu was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. In fact, he was also very torn. He wanted Team 11 to get back on track quickly, but he couldn't stand this young man who appeared out of nowhere and broke the rules and became the captain inexplicably. So when faced with the behavior of the team members, he chose to acquiesce. After Aozaki Meisuke entered the team building, he used some small means to ease the relationship between the two. Now it seems that I am being smart. This young captain is indeed powerful and smarter than Kiyaki. I understand what Yamazaki Sanshi means. Yamazaki Yentora looked up and saw Aozaki Mizuki slowly standing up, putting his hands on the table, and said with a smile to himself, under the loose, tyrannical clothes, strong and refined muscles are exposed, and when combined with the sunny smile, there's an inexplicable sense of beauty. Gather all the team members and let them all go to the dojo. Isn't the 11th Division supreme in force? Aren't you not recognizing the strength of this captain? Then this captain will give you a chance. This captain wants to challenge the entire 11th Division. As long as I defeat this captain, I will no longer be the captain. I will turn around and leave without any complaints. Yamazaki's pupil shrank. He didn't expect this new captain to be so courageous, and he could give up his position as captain so easily. Even he had to admit that he somewhat admired the young man in front of him. I don't know how long it took before he held back one word. Okay. Speaking of fighting, Squadron 11 is always full of energy. What's more, this is a rare opportunity to challenge the captain. Yamazaki Yentora just sent out a message using Tenti Kongra, and within 3 minutes the dojo was filled with people. They were all gearing up and eager to give it a try, but they couldn't bear to fight a group of people, so they didn't rush forward immediately. Aozaki Mizuki glanced at the 4 Ikamaru silvers not far away. A casual smile appeared on Ikamaru's silver face. Lu Shuei and Izumo looked full of admiration, as if they had never thought that he would lose. Only Yadumaru Lisa had a look of worry in her eyes. Aozaki Mizuki smiled happily. It's true that he devoted himself to creation without sleep or food, recreating the accumulation of previous lives in this life. Even the editing room of Division 9 published his book in volume. It's all worth it. Captain Aosaki, I am no match for you, Yamazaki Yentora said frankly. Through previous battles, he understood that the strength gap between himself and Aozaki Maya was more than one level. He just tried his best to attack, but the other party just hit him casually and sent him flying out. The big hole in the door has not been repaired yet. Physical strength aside, his Zanpakuto can also defeat Bankai with his Shurkai. Think for a moment about the powerlessness felt when Kenpachi Kigashiro was sparring with his team members when facing that pair of rock armor. If Aozaki Mizuki's Zanpakuto is as rumored, then Shurkai will probably be able to beat him to nothing. It would be ridiculous if he didn't die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of his own captain. It doesn't matter. I'm not here to kill anyone. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Yamazaki Yentora with a smile on her face and pressed her finger bones with great interest. I just happen to take this opportunity to get to know everyone in Team 11. It doesn't matter if you free the Zanpakuto. Yamazaki Yentora smiled bitterly, but that was all he said, and he also knew that he could not retreat, otherwise he would lose the face of the entire 11th Division. Good, he shouted loudly and held the scabbard on his waist. Roar, Tiger Flame Pill. Pulling out the Zanpakuto, the blade was covered in flames. It's really unlucky to have a hot Zanpakuto. The temperature can no longer affect me. Aozaki Mayuki grinned. The 11th Squadron has always been a combat squad, but the 11th Squadron at this time is slightly different from the later Zaraki Kenpachi period. The style of Team 11 at this time was that they also liked head-on battles, but they did not exclude fighting with Kido, nor did they prefer direct attack Zanpakuto. Then come Yamazaki Sanshi. As soon as the words fell, Ozaki Mizuki's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yamazaki Yantora in the blink of an eye. At the moment when Aozaki Mizuki moved at an alarming speed, Yamazaki Yantora's pupils shrank, and the tiger flame pill in his hand subconsciously slashed forward. Bang! Before Yamazaki Yantora could even react, a fist hit him hard in the abdomen, and his whole body flew upside down like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the wooden wall. There is no way to fight back. All the members of the 11th Squadron who were watching looked stunned, and some of them could not help but swallow their saliva. Without any pause, Uki Zenzuki pointed a finger at everyone, then hooked it with a provocative smile on her lips, as if to say, "If he can't do it, come on together." The soldiers of Division 11 were filled with anger. They had always been called fighting madmen in the Godai 13. They had never experienced such humiliation, so they immediately stopped holding back and rushed forward in a swarm. The sound of the soles of feet hitting the floor, the roar of thunder and lightning, the sound of the breeze, etc., constantly echoed in the dojo. Ikamaru Jin watched the battle from a distance with a calm expression. Lu Shuei, Izumo, and Yudomaru Lisa watched this fierce confrontation with 1 against 100 with their eyes wide open. Good. There was a bright light in Aozaki Mizuki's eyes, and she decided to avoid the heavy punch coming from the chief officer. When she stepped forward, her ordinary fist suddenly exploded. Bang! Ripples of air from the punch bloomed on the distorted facial features of the official and flew upward diagonally. There was a stabbing sound, the lightning was sharp, and the electric current shot out like a flexible white snake. A chief officer showed a fierce look in his eyes, waved his long knife, and controlled the thunder and lightning to attack Ozaki Mayuki. Ao's Vision spanned a distance of several meters in an instant, appeared next to Shiguan like a ghost, raised her left hand, and struck Shiguan's head with a sword as powerful as a broken bamboo. Shiguan felt a sharp pain coming from the top of his head, and his whole body flew into the air uncontrollably. The next moment, his head hit the ground hard, and the dojo floor shattered. A team member swayed and came to the side of Ozaki Mizuki, raising his Zanpakuto like a giant axe above his head. Aozaki Mizuki reached out with one hand, grabbed the team member's face tightly, and pushed hard against the wall, causing a hole in the wooden wall. A tall soldier with short hair came running from a distance. He was 3 or 4 heads taller than Aozaki Meisuki. His muscles bulged, and he punched. Bang! A white palm blocked the blow. The strength is pretty good. Are you mainly training in white hits? We can compete with each other if we have the opportunity in the future. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. But for now, you'd better leave. Aozaki Mizuki grabbed the tall soldier's wrist, turned around, and threw him away, knocking down a large number of soldiers. Immediately afterwards, his waist sank slightly, and he punched out his fists at an astonishing speed, turning into countless black shadows and attacking the bodies of the soldiers in front of him like a gust of wind and rain. I won't die, Aozaki Mayuki said softly. What? Everyone was stunned. Bang, 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 bang. The dense and dull crashing sounds like drum beats continued to erupt on everyone's bodies, and the figures in front of them instantly scattered in all directions. Yudomaru Lisa looked at the scene in front of her with astonishment. Is this the strength of the captain? Speaking of which, I have never seen my own captain use his full strength. Will he perform like this? Numbers mean nothing to him. An hour later, Aozaki Mizuki stood in the middle of the crowd. Countless soldiers were lying down or lying on the floor panting. The team building of the 11th Division is full of holes and holes. Even the walls of the team building are not spared. The tattered death by uniforms were stained red with blood, and the soldiers had blood stains on their mouths. Lu Shuei, Izumo, and Yudomaru Lisa already looked at the scene with dull expressions on their faces. They had never seen such a fight in their lives. There is actually a Shinigami who can defeat an entire squad with just white hits without using a Zanpakuto. Even though the mid-level and high-level combat capabilities of this squad are seriously lacking, they're a combat squad after all, and each of them has experienced hundreds of battles. This is shocking enough. You are still the same as before, as strong as a monster. Ikamaru Jin stepped forward and said with a calm expression, "Generally speaking, the spiritual pressure of the members of the 11th Squadron is not as good as that of the prisoners of the Maggot Nest. But a Shinigami with a Zanpakuto and a Shinigami without a Zanpakuto have completely different threat levels." Aozuki Mizuki waved her hand. "Actually, this is nothing. Sooner or later you will be like me." "How is it possible?" Ikamaru Jin rolled his eyes. In the afternoon of the same day, Uno Hanaretsu led the team members to the 11th Division team building. When I opened the door, I saw the devastated team building and the wailing team members everywhere. "Didn't you say that Squadron 11 was attacked? Where are the enemies?" Uno Hanaretsu asked with a smile. Aozuki Jinue grinned, with blood still on her fists. "Yes, you were attacked by me. Are these little guys giving you a hard time?" Uno Hanaretsu seemed to have expected this, and smiled meaningfully. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Uno Hanaretsu, cleaning the blood on her hands, and curled her lips. "No, it doesn't matter. A group of young people had a little temper. They probably won't do it again in the future." As he spoke, a member of the 11th Squadron with a bandage on his head walked up to the two of them, saluted Aozaki Mayuki, and said, "Report to the captain. The wounded and the damage to the team building have been counted." Aozaki Mizuki nodded with satisfaction. "You have done a good job. Go find Ikamaru 4th seat, and just report such trivial matters to him from now on." "Yes." The leader of the team saluted again, turned around, and ran away. "It seems you guys get along well." Uno Hanaretsu chuckled. "Who says it's not the case?" Aozaki Maya shrugged. Uno Hanaretsu looked around, seeing ruins everywhere. "Speaking of which, you did such a thing on the first day you took office. What are you going to do next?" "What should I do?" Aozaki Jinue was stunned. "Of course it's the team building. The Suriidei will not allocate funds for the damage you have caused. You need to use team funds to repair it." Uno Hanaretsu smiled slightly. "But after causing such large-scale damage, the team fee shouldn't be enough, right?" "That's right." Aozaki Mizuki looked at the team building. "It is estimated that this amount of work can be directly rebuilt, plus the team members' soup and medicine expenses. This quarter's team fee will definitely not be enough. But for a public team building, I can't let me pay for it privately. No matter how much money I have in my treasury, I can't afford to spend it like this. I just go to the teacher to get some. I have saved some money over the years." Uno Hanaretsu said seemingly unintentionally. Aozaki Mizuki believed this. The captain of the Godai 13 has a very high salary. This woman's hobbies are flower arranging and killing people. She usually doesn't have much to spend. She has been saving for nearly 1,000 years. And she has money even if she has no money. I better go find a teacher and find a solution. Aozaki Mizuki looked solemn. "I do these things for the sake of friendship and harmony within the 11th Squadron. Only a united unit has combat effectiveness. The teacher will understand me." After saying that, he looked at the dilapidated team building, but there was an inexplicable light shining in his eyes. "So, on the first day you became captain, you destroyed the team building of Team 11? Yamamoto's eyes twitched. He now seriously doubted whether it was the right decision to hand over the 11th Squadron to Aozaki Mayuki. On the first day he took office, he disabled the entire team members and destroyed the team building where the team was stationed. Even if he destroyed the team building, he still asked for his own money to rebuild it. He was even more shameless than Jingraku Shunsui. Looking at the entire history of the Godai 13, we have never heard of such a thing." Aozaki Mizuki said sincerely. "Teacher, please calm down first. I am doing this for the sake of the Godai 13 team." "Oh." Yamamoto glanced at him suspiciously, wanting to see how else this kid could fool himself. Aozaki Mizuki asked, "You have been managing the Godai 13 for thousands of years. Don't you know what the situation is like with the 11th Division? If I don't fight them, will they listen to me?" Yamamoto nodded slightly when he heard this. He knows the situation of Squad 11 very well. That is a squad that speaks with fists and swords. Seeing that the old man's expression softened slightly, Aozaki Mizuki continued. Now is a special period, and the rebels are becoming increasingly rampant. In normal times, I would have time to spend time with them, but now I can't afford it. The rebels may rebel again at any time, and by then it will be too late to find ways to make them obey. If we want to protect the king and the 5 princes, we cannot tolerate any sloppiness. Yamamoto frowned, but there's no need to destroy the team building, right? Isn't this a confiscation? You don't know the temper of the members of the 11th Squadron. If I don't strike hard, there's no way they will recognize me as their captain. Aozaki Mizuki carefully made a cup of tea for Yamamoto and handed it to him. What you said makes sense, but the Godei 13th annual budget is allocated by Central 46. The team fees for each division have already been determined, and I don't have any extra money to give you. Yamamoto took a sip of tea, nodded with satisfaction, and said in a deep voice, I'm asking Central 46 to find a solution. You go back to appease the team members first. You are the captain of the 11th Squadron. They are your teammates and your comrades. Don't go too far. Yes. Aozaki Meisuke smiled slightly. You know I am not a troublemaker, so there is no other way. Have you caused me enough trouble? Yamamoto snorted angrily. Get out of here. I'll be upset when I see you. Tsage. Then, old man, this captain will leave first. Aozaki Mizuki said arrogantly, cast Shuinpa, and left the office before Yamamoto got angry, and closed the door politely. Yamamoto was stunned for a moment, sighed helplessly, and called the members of the riding team who were waiting outside the house. After leaving Mao District, Aozaki Mizuki returned to the 11th Squadron, staring at the long and dense list in front of him. Aozaki Mayuki tore it into pieces. Not satisfied, Ikamaru Jin asked, I've done the calculation and the price is very fair. This matter will be left to the 12th Division. I have already agreed with them. Aozaki Meisuke shook his head. Ikamaru Jin was stunned. You found the 12th Division? When? Aozaki Mizuki said seriously. In half an hour. Ikamaru Jin. Aozaki Mizuki smiled and said nothing. In fact, he originally thought about just patching it up, but when I thought that this was my territory in the future, I had new ideas. He wants to make small changes to the architectural structure of the team building based on the original one. From the outside, it looks the same as before. The underground has been transformed into a laboratory to facilitate your own experiments. According to common sense, this kind of thing cannot be done without anyone noticing. But with the operation of 2 friends from the 12th Division, it shouldn't be too difficult to do this kind of thing without anyone noticing. After all, Urahara Kisuke was able to build a supergiant training ground underground in Shuangshu no Gaoka, and no one discovered it for 100 years. The reason why Aozaki Mizuki made such a decision was because Aizen came back from the living world and told him something. Aizen found the Foolbringers in the present world, but failed to develop a method to search for the Soul King fragments. What we know now is, humans with Spirit King fragments have higher spiritual power. Foolbringers must have Spirit King fragments in their bodies, and they all like to stay in the heavy spirit land. The Chongling land is a spiritual singularity in the world, where it is easiest to gather spiritual things. This kind of place can be big or small, but it is still difficult to find someone who possesses the fragment of the Spirit King. Finding the Soul King fragments was a troublesome task, and he wanted to speed up the experiment. Siriidei, the 12th Division team building. Aozaki Mizuki found her 2 best friends, Urahara Kisuke and Hikifune Kiryu. The 2 of them were a little surprised by the idea of building a laboratory underground in the 11th Squadron, but considering his usual character, they didn't think it was surprising. Under the temptation of Aozaki Mizuki's delicacies, Hikifune Kiryu, the captain, agreed to his request. As a subordinate, Urahara Kisuke found this kind of thing very troublesome, but he had no right to object, so he had no choice but to accept the work assigned to him by the captain. When leaving, Aozaki Meisuke met Shutara Senjimaru again. Under coercion and inducement, Aozaki Meisuke worked as a model for her for several hours before she successfully escaped from the 12th Division. What kind of ecstasy did you give Ms. Kiryu? Are you willing to renovate the team building for you? Yudomaru Lisa asked. She knew that the 12th Division had established a technology development bureau, but building the team building should not be under their control, right? Just treat me to a meal. Aozaki Mizuki looked at the moonlight outside the window. The lone bright moon hung in the sky, silently shining its bright moonlight, covering the ruins of the 11th Division with a hazy, silvery white light. They were currently in a residential area outside the 11th Squadron. Aozaki Jinue spent a lot of money to rent this place as a temporary team building for the 11th Squadron. Yudomaru Lisa rolled her eyes, obviously not believing what he said. How can we get the 12th Division to help build the team building after just one meal? The 12th Division wasn't just sitting idle with nothing to do. Line of children? Have you made your choice yet? It's still a long time to pick a few people. Well, that's all. Aozaki Mizuki yawned, blinked in a low voice, and handed her a stack of files in his hand, all belonging to the Godai 13th team. Material. They're all girls. It is indeed your character. Yudomaru, Lisa snorted, turned over the file in her hand, and suddenly said in surprise, "Ah, there are actually a few men who have just graduated from a spiritual arts academy. Is there anything strange? As the captain, I choose everyone for the sake of the squad. How can I only care about my own selfish desires?" Aozaki Mizuki rolled her eyes angrily. He admitted that he was a little selfish, but selfishness and publicity were not irreconcilable. Everyone selected was absolutely qualified to join the 11th Division. Or are you jealous? How is that possible? We just have a business relationship. Why should I be jealous? Yudomaru Lisa's face turned rosy. This lustful girl, who was well known among the Godai 13, had known Aozaki Meisuke for several years, and she could only bear it if she could. It was a stormy and rainy night. Aozaki Mizuki sent her custom-made books and periodicals as usual, and she was soaked. Yudomaru Lisa shook her head and pulled herself back from the memories. If she thought about it further, she was afraid that she would really have to push down the man in front of her with the evil smile on his face. I'm just wondering why you picked these people. They're all names you have never heard of. The most dazzling graduates of this year's Spiritual Arts Academy should be Byakuya Kichiki and Shiba Kaien. It goes without saying that Byakuya Kichiki will definitely join the 6th Division, but Shiba Kaien must be related to you. More than just a relationship, we're like family, but he doesn't like me very much. Aozaki Mizuki shook her head and blew softly into Yudomaru Lisa's ear. He is sure to join the 10th Division. Captain Ishin is his uncle. In fact, Shiba Kaien chose to join the 10th Division, and Aozaki Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief. If he joins the 11th Squadron, he will definitely keep an eye on himself every day, and if he finds any problems, he will inevitably gossip about them in Kongi's ears. At that time, you will be the one who feels uncomfortable. What's more, Shiba Kaien joined the Godai 13th team earlier than the original time and space, and his strength is not up to the level of the future. He is only an ordinary chief officer, so there's no need to go to the 11th team. Feeling the warm breath behind her, Yudomaru Lisa felt a subtle restlessness in her heart. Want to laugh? Aozaki Mayuki hugged her from behind. Yudomaru Lisa is convinced that her current mood is pleasure. Aozaki Mayuki frowned. Well, what's wrong? Ikamaru Jin's message about the reconstruction of the team building. Aozaki Mizuki took a deep breath. It really scared me to death. Fortunately, it's okay. Otherwise, I would have taught him a lesson. Yudomaru Lisa sat up slightly, loosened her belt, and looked sideways at the man next to her. Are you afraid of being discovered by others? The matter between you and me. How was it possible? It's just I was in a very fragile state just now, and now I'm fine. Aozaki Mizuki confirmed her physical condition, nodded, and reached out to hold Yudomaru Lisa's waist. After a few debilitating days, Aozaki Maya and Yadumura Lisa were lying on the same bed. Aozaki Mizuki sat up and yawned, scratched her long silky hair, turned around and walked to the bedside, stepping barefoot on the smooth floor. Yadumura Lisa did the same thing as him. The two stepped on the floor with their bare feet, making a pitter-patter sound. Their movements maintain a high degree of consistency, like an old couple who have lived together for many years. This may also be a kind of husband and wife appearance. Entering the bathroom of the temporary residence, the two of them laid down in the bathtub skillfully and took a bath. By the time the two of them walked out of the bathroom, they were almost completely awake. Aozaki Mizuki returned to the room and motioned for Yadumura Lisa to sit on the bed. The bespectacled lady was casually wearing a loose yukata, and she was lying on the big bed in an inconspicuous manner. Aozaki Mizuki took out the death-defying outfit from the closet and helped the lazy young lady get dressed neatly. He took out a pile of silk fabrics from the drawer. "Which type do you want today, miss?" "Black, medium barrel." Without hesitation, Yadumura Lisa spoke two simple words and easily understood the preferences of the man in front of her. "You know it very well, Mississippi." Aozaki Mizuki held up a pair of delicate little feet and put on her carefully selected black silk stockings. "This woman's body is very good, neither plump nor skinny, and there is no flaw to be found from beginning to end. Of course, Aozaki Meisuki doesn't prefer black mid-calf stockings. She just thinks they look better on her. By the way, silk stocking weaving technology existed in the West in the 16th century, and Aozaki Mizuki only learned it briefly. He is always very motivated about this kind of thing. When Yadumura Lisa was doing nothing, Aozaki Mizuki went to tidy up her hair and said, "By the way, I'm going to see the teacher today. He sent a message asking me to go." The eldest lady, who was admiring the masterpiece of Maya Aozaki, sat on the bed with her legs together and nodded obediently. Seeing this scene, Aozaki Mizuki was so cute that her heart melted. It's a pity that there are no sailor uniforms in this room. Otherwise, this woman would definitely become cuter. Aozaki Mizuki shook her head with deep regret. Aozaki Mizuki walked through several blocks along the avenue, and white houses were arranged in an orderly manner, belonging to the First Team Building and the administrative agency of Siriidi. Due to its special status, this area was divided into the Central District, the so-called Jinyang District. Aozaki Mizuki was playing a game she had entertained herself with when she was a child. She stepped on the edge of the shadow on the wall and walked slowly forward, as cautiously as walking a tightrope. He raised his head and saw a wall, a huge wall that extended infinitely to the left and right, glowing an ancient silvery white under the sunlight. The bright sunshine covered it like a layer of silk yarn, and the wall was white and flawless without a trace of dirt. The patrol team with solemn expressions walked around the wall as time passed. Aozaki Mizuki took a deep breath. It was obviously just a squadron building, but it was incompatible with the surrounding administrative agencies and seemed to have become the center of the Siriidi. The nobles claimed to be the rulers of the Soul Society and live in a gathering place for the powerful. But in the eyes of Shinigami, maybe this is the holy place that people yearn for. "Jinyue, are you here? The captain is waiting for you." When he opened the door, he saw the serious face of Sasakabe Chojiro. Aozaki Jinyue responded. As if she had thought of something interesting, she suddenly frowned and reminded. "By the way, Vice Captain Sasakabe, I am now the captain of the 11th Squadron. Please call me Captain Aozaki or Captain Mayuzuki when I am working. Please remember this clearly in the future." This brat. Sasakabe Chojiro's eyes twitched. The surrounding team members suddenly felt shocked. This is a rhythm that is going crazy. As expected of Captain Jinyue, with just a few words, he easily accomplished what we couldn't do. Aozaki Mizuki looked like her plot had succeeded. She walked quickly towards the captain's office and disappeared without a trace. The team members gathered around Sasakabe Chojiro one by one, and at the same time, they kept trying to persuade him. He said that Aozaki Mizuki has always been like this, and he should get used to it after so many years so that he could calm down. Arriving at the captain's office, Aozaki Mizuki could vaguely hear conversations coming from the office. There are no soundproof barriers, which shouldn't be a big deal. Come in. The office door was open, so Aozaki Mizuki carefully hid behind the door, laid down by the door, and glanced into the room, preparing to see who was chatting with her teacher. Yamamoto's powerful voice came from the office. Yes. Aozaki Mizuki responded lazily, waved his hand casually, entered the house, and closed the paper door. At the same time, the soundproof barriers inside the house were raised. Yamamoto sat at the tea table, and in front of him stood a young man. The young man raised his head slightly and followed Yamamoto's gaze to look at Aozaki Mayuki. His handsome and enchanting appearance amazes young people. The mediocre death body outfit that countless Shinigami complained about looked so perfect on Aozaki Mayuki, like an exquisite work of art that was born to fit perfectly. Function's handsome appearance is like that of a noble person in the sky, with his long, thick black hair draped over his shoulders like a waterfall. Although the young man didn't care so much about his appearance, he also knew how handsome he was that could make a noble girl fall for him. But after the man in front of him appeared, he was eclipsed and could only feel ashamed. Aozaki Mizuki noticed the young man's gaze and looked at him with interest. He has black hair with 2 tufts of pink hair, and his identity is revealed by the star pincers and red windflower gauze. These 2 things are the symbols of the Kachiki family, and together they are worth 20 mansions. Aozaki Jinue remembered that the 2 had a relationship. The opponent is the genius of the Kachiki family, Kachiki Xiangha. Looking at Aozaki Mayuki with a perverse expression, Kachiki Xiangha hesitated for a moment and was about to say hello to him. Hey, old man, I seem to have seen this handsome guy somewhere. I remember it was Tsang-chun that time. Could it be that you called me here because of him? You should know that I am not interested in men, right? Aozaki Mizuki's voice interrupted him, and he could only watch the handsome man walking by pick up the teacup on the table and drink it in one gulp, and then smacked his lips because of the hot tea. So hot. I've just made tea. How many times have I told you to be calm and take your time when drinking tea, but you just don't listen? Yamamoto was not angry. He put the teacup to his lips and took a sip of tea, exclaiming, "It's indeed a bit hot." Aozaki Mizuki stuck out her tongue and fanned the wind with her hands. Is that what I said? Well, let it dry for a while before drinking. Yamamoto nodded indifferently, put the teacup on the table, and filled another cup of tea for Aozaki Mayuki. Kachiki Xiangha looked at this harmonious scene with slight surprise. This is the first time he has seen Captain Yamamoto like this, just like an ordinary grandfather. Yamamoto usually shows a gentle expression, but if others dare to face him with such a casual attitude, they will definitely receive a serious scolding. Teacher, are you usually too strict? Look how scared this young man is. With a sunny smile on her face, Aozaki Mizuki stretched out her hand to Kachiki Hibiki. Hello, I didn't introduce myself last time. My name is Aozaki Mayuki. I am the captain of the 11th Squadron and the old man's disciple. Kachiki Xiangha showed aristocratic manners and stretched out his hands to hold hands with an indifferent expression. I am Kachiki Xiangha, the captain of the Special Forces of the 1st Division. Please give me your advice. Please give me your advice. Aozaki Mizuki nodded, let go of his hand, turned to look at Yamamoto, and asked softly, So, old man, why did you come to me? I'm very busy, and I'm really worried about the team building. Isn't that your own fault? Yamamoto didn't pay too much attention to the teasing of the disciple in front of him. He raised his head and frowned at the relaxed expression on his face and asked, How's the team building going? It only takes a month at most to complete the repairs and put them into use. The efficiency of the 12th Division is very high. Aozaki Mizuki praised. A small matter like rebuilding the team building is not a problem for the genius Urahara Kisuke. Special Forces have discovered the last rebel stronghold. Yamamoto didn't pay too much attention to Aozaki Mizuki's emotion. He knew the capabilities of the 12th Division and the Technology Development Bureau, and looked at Kachiki Xiangha and said casually. Aozaki Mizuki said meaningfully, Have you finally decided to completely eradicate this evil force that threatens one king and 5 princes? Yamamoto, Jinryusai, Shigekuni. He knew that this young disciple was making fun of himself. With his strength, he could easily deal with the rebels. Shunsui and Jushiro could easily eliminate them by sending just one person at random. But he delayed it until today just because he didn't want to interfere in the power struggle of the nobles. Yamamoto finally spoke. In the previous battles, the rebel forces were severely hit, especially the high-level combat forces, which were almost completely lost. Now is a good opportunity to completely eradicate them. This operation is conducted by the 6th Division and the 11th Division, with the assistance of Special Forces. You and Captain Kichiki Jinling jointly serve as combat commanders. Aozaki Mizuki, who had just taken a sip of tea, looked at Yamamoto and fell silent. You have said so. How can I refuse? Boom! Along with the sudden flash of lightning in the sky, it suddenly started pouring rain. The rolling thunder seemed to herald the coming chaos and struggle. After the heavy rain washed away the dust, the disputes that had plagued the Siriidii for many years would disappear. Aozaki Jinue is not interested in power struggles. He only cares about the souls of the rebels. It would be even better if we could harvest some Soul King fragment from their souls. In other words, the 6th Division is only participating in the battle in name, and the main force in encircling and suppressing the rebels is actually our 11th Division. The Kichiki family's residence, inside the owner's guest room. Aozaki Mizuki, who was drinking tea, hesitated for a moment and looked up at Kichiki Jinling in front of him with a serious expression. The vicissitudes of life of the old man took care of himself meticulously, giving people a sense of majesty just sitting there. Being around this kind of person will make you feel safe, but it can also easily cause stress. Kichiki Jinling said, "Yes, this is what the commander-in-chief meant." Aozaki Mizuki thought for a moment. He still understands him as a teacher. He probably wanted to continue to handle the war as a battle between nobles, and annihilating the rebels was a way to help Ozaki Maya gain a foothold in the Godii 13. The rebels' high-level combat power has almost been lost. With the combat power of the Captain Ozaki Meisuki, even if the 6th Division does not participate, the 11th Division cannot lose. This is a winnable war. When and how this war will be conducted is decided by Captain Aosaki. The 6th Division will not intervene, but Shanha will assist you on behalf of the Kichiki family. The Kichiki family is a model of nobility. Although they are inevitably involved in the vortex of power struggles, they never take the initiative to provoke disputes. Asking Kichiki Shanha to support him on behalf of the Kichiki family was already a sign of determination and attitude. Kichiki Shanha knelt down behind Kichiki Jinling, like a frightened little daughter-in-law, not daring to say a word. This old man must have left a psychological shadow on him, for a powerful, captain-level man to be so timid. Aozaki Mizuki subconsciously looked at the Zanpakuto on Kichiki Hibiki's waist. Muramasa is such a good knife, he could be called a Shinigami killer. Not only can it instigate the Zanpakuto to rebel against its master, but it also has no restrictions like Kyokusuijetsu, where a large gap in spiritual pressure will invalidate the ability. When the Ryatsu is not strong enough, and the Shinigami is the opponent, the practicality of this sword is really high. Noticing his longing gaze, Kichiki raised his eyebrows. He is looking at his Zanpakuto. Does he want to fight with himself? It is rumored that this genius is very persistent in fighting and training, and now it seems that what he said is true. Kichiki Shanha also looked at Aozaki Mayuki with a little excitement. He has long been curious about Aozaki Mayuki. When he stayed in the first team in Kichiki's house, he could hear rumors about Aozaki Mayuki every day. As a disciple of the captain, he killed the captain-level rebels and even defeated the captain of the 11th Division. Even my father-in-law would mention him from time to time. His words were calm, but always made people appreciate him. You must know that after many years of joining Kichiki's family, his father-in-law never praised him again except for giving him a good look in the first few years. Although the two were 200 to 300 years apart, they were both of the younger generation. Kachiki Shangha also wanted to know how this young genius, who was often talked about by his father-in-law, was better than himself. The general attack time should be set in half a year. Aozaki Jinua made an assessment and expressed her decision. It's like a trial. Half a year later, Team 11 will be back to its original state, the personnel will be replenished, and there will still be time to get in touch with the new team members. Old Man Yamamoto has ordered the 2nd Division and the 8th Division to monitor the movements of the rebels. The rebels cannot escape, even if they want to. Okay. Kachiki Inling nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he roughly understood what the young man in front of him was thinking. Neither arrogant nor impetuous, he is indeed much better than the son-in-law behind him. He treats his son-in-law harshly, not because he does not recognize his strength, but because he hopes that his son-in-law can be calmer. But after so many years, his son-in-law has made no progress at all, and has even become more and more anxious, which makes him begin to doubt his ability to train his children. Aozaki Mizuki seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and for Kachiki Aochuan's sake, she reminded him. Captain Kachiki. Kachiki Jinling looked at him doubtfully. In fact, most young people like to go straight and don't like to beat around the bush. Sometimes speaking directly is more effective than beating around the bush. There is nothing wrong with hiding everything in your heart and letting it be understood by yourself. Karen's thoughts are always difficult to restrain. Random thoughts may be counterproductive in the end. Can even this junior understand what I'm thinking? Kachiki Inling was stunned. Only Kachiki Xianghe, a tough guy, looked at a loss. He didn't understand at all how this young man, who was younger than himself, could discuss such a topic with his father-in-law in such an old-fashioned way. Aozaki Jinua looked at the two people with different expressions, smiled, and shook her head. It's really hard for outsiders to get involved in other people's family affairs. A few reminders are enough. It would be rude to say more. Moreover, his interest in Kachiki Xianghe lies entirely with Muramasa, but he does not have the same patience as he did with Suifeng. I'll take my leave now. Aozaki Mizuki decided to leave space for the two men to have a heart-to-heart talk, and left the reception room. Not long after walking in the Kachiki family's vast mansion, he saw a young man wearing kendo uniform practicing diligently in the yard. Long time no see, Byakuya boy. The boy named Byakuya twitched his eyes and slashed at him with a wooden sword in his hand. Aozaki Mizuki jumped back to avoid the knife. This young man is the future head of the Kachiki family, Byakuya Kachiki. Now, Byakuya Kachiki is still a sunny and cheerful boy. Aozaki Mizuki, you still dare to appear in front of me. I must let you taste my power this time. It's really rude to call your senior by his first name. Song-chun will be sad if he finds out, right? Who allowed you to call me father so intimately? Byakuya Kachiki's anger was instantly ignited. He clenched his fists and said angrily, Besides, you are younger than me. Why do you call yourself senior in front of me? Aozaki Jinue appeared beside him and hugged his shoulders proudly. Because I joined the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and the Godiai 13 earlier than you did. Besides, the two of us look like each other. No matter who looks at it, they will think that you are a child, right? Byakuya Kuchiki tried to break free, but found that Aozaki Mizuki was surprisingly strong. What the hell are you doing here? I just finished chatting with your grandpa about business and came to see you. Where's your father? Byakuya Kuchiki's face suddenly darkened. My father is recovering from illness. Aozaki Mizuki put her palm on his head and whispered, Take him to Division 12 when you have time. Maybe science can solve things that medical skills can't solve. Unknowingly, a month has passed, and the original wind and rain have now left this small court. The court that rules Seoul society has once again restored its previous solemnity and silence. After all, as a settlement of the privileged class, the population density is far less than that of Rakongai. Everyone has long been accustomed to this kind of peaceful life. With the arrival of the weekend, people took to the streets one after another, giving the city a little more vitality. Team building area, Team 11. Ikamaru Silver 4th seat. Hurry up and clean up. You will be responsible for guarding the dormitory area today. You can't let the captain find out that I haven't prepared anything, or else he will accuse me again. Looking at the new 3rd officer Kuna Mashiro, who was hired from another division, Ikamaru Jin couldn't help but frown wildly. It seems like I didn't see how serious you were when you first came here. Why are you so diligent today? In the past, according to Kuna Mashiro's habit, she would sneak into the cafeteria and rummage through the cabinets to find her favorite dessert. Not surprisingly, he would be caught by Yantora Yamazaki, who was promoted to vice captain, and he would be severely reprimanded as a negative example for the entire team. Then Aozaki Mizuki will act as a peacemaker and come out to say good things to Kuna Mashiro. But the reason why she was so diligent today was because she was responsible for the patrol arrangements in the captain's dormitory. Even yesterday, Kuna Mashiro even uttered wild words that she wanted to manage her team members well and did not need Yamazaki Yantora's help. For this reason, she specially called her team members to give them a lecture. But looking at the busy Kuna Mashiro, Ikamaru Jin was deeply doubtful. Can she plan the guard arrangements? Tata. Along with the footsteps, Aozaki Mizuki's voice also came from outside. Is my lovely sister Kuna Mashiro here? Listening to Aozaki Mizuki's voice, even Ikamaru Jin, who had been squinting, couldn't help but roll his eyes. Should I say Aozaki Mizuki is nice to talk to? Just calling her cute and sister makes Kuna Mashiro smile. Come on, come on. Didn't Captain go to Rukongai to find friends? Why did you come back so early? I thought you wouldn't be able to come back until dinner. Kuna Mashiro ran out to greet him with a bright smile, and then gave Aozaki Mayuki a big hug. Ikamaru Jin looked at Kuna Mashiro, who was hugging Aozaki Mayuki tightly, and fell silent. Aozaki Mizuki may be a bit interesting, but Kuna Mashiro really wants to eat tofu. Ikamaru Jin can be sure. Have you, the new team members, seen that you must learn from Kuna Mashiro's 3rd seat in the future? Ikamaru Jin was about to sigh when he heard the voices of Lu Shuei and Izumo scolding the team members. Looking back, the female team members saw Aozaki Mayuki like a hungry wolf seeing a sheep, and the eyes of several male team members were a bit wrong. Has Team 11 turned into some strange cult organization? Team member Kuna Mashiro, where are you touching your hands? And other team members, can you wipe your saliva? Ikamaru Jin felt a little tired. Sister Bai, this is the peony cake I brought for you. Feeling the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd and the faint fragrance and soft body of the woman in her arms, Ozaki Mayuki quickly handed over the gift in her hand. I have to say that both Kuna Mashiro and Sui Feng belong to the petite Lolita type, but Kuna Mashiro's body feels slightly softer, which should be related to their living habits. Sui Feng has received stealth maneuver training since he was a child, and is a fanatic of Yoruchi Shifen. He has strict requirements on himself. Kuna Mashiro's life is much freer than hers, and there are not too many restrictions, so she can retain her natural side. Captain brought me a gift? Thank you, Captain. Kuna Mashiro said shyly while excitedly opening the package of peony cake. Eat slowly, I know you like it. I saw it on the street and brought it here specially. Aozaki Mizuki said with a smile while holding Kuna Mashiro's hand and walking in. I also found a snack shop on Noble Street. They will supply snacks to the 11th Squadron for a long time, including peony cakes. Yeah, that's awesome, Captain. Kuna Mashiro jumped for joy. Ikamaru Jin, who was watching the whole process, suddenly fell silent. No one can understand better than him why so many girls like Aozaki Mayuki. Taking advantage of the break between the team members sharing snacks, Aozaki Mayuki finally had time to return to the captain's dormitory. He called softly, Silver. I see. Ikamaru Jin nodded, sat on a chair in the corridor, and watched the wooden door of the captain's dormitory slowly close. Aozaki Meisuki, who walked into the room, touched the hard object in her arms and took a deep breath. After taking a calm sip of tea, she put her hand on the portrait in the bedroom. The painting is of Aozaki's shrine, and the painting was painted by his own hands. The person in the painting is looking at the outside world with indifferent eyes. The clouds in the sky are dyed red, like fluttering battle flags. The dead bones at the feet are piled up like mountains, and the mountain tops reach into the sky. For this painting full of the soul of Chuyuni, Ozaki Mizuki thought it looked handsome, and Shifinjuin Yoruchi only gave him a 2-word evaluation: narcissistic. A white light emerged from Aozaki Mizuki's hand, and her spiritual pressure flowed into the portrait like little bits. Since Kyoka Suigetsu can deceive the Great Spirit Book Corridor, and Kyoka Suigetsu can only deceive the 5 senses, Aozaki Mayuki specially asked Urahara Kisuke to make this special door lock that can only be opened through spiritual pressure. Click! The wooden bed moved slowly, and the secret door at the bottom of the bed opened. There was a thumping sound in the dark passage. The lights turned on automatically, and the dim passage gradually became brighter. Listening to this rhythmic and sweet melody, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but smile. This is his first real laboratory. The underground of Rukongai can only be regarded as a shabby room full of equipment. Now even the equipment is gone, only dirt and gravel are left. Hogyoku. Aozaki Mizuki took out the beautiful jade wrapped in crystal from his arms and gave the jade the name he cherished. The gems that sparkle with blue-black light seem to contain endless mysterious treasures, making it unforgettable with just one glance. This form is almost indistinguishable from the real Hogyoku. Aozaki Mizuki understands that Hogyoku is just an illusion. Unlike before, he could feel the weak power contained in Hogyoku, but he still couldn't do anything. Not to mention realizing the desire to evolve. He cannot even break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow. Don't worry, I will satisfy you as soon as possible. Aozaki, smiled fondly, like a loving father looking at his children. He put Hogyoku into the specially made Kido protective mechanism and couldn't wait to turn his head to look at the other side. Hanging on the wall is a black cloak, which is a Ryatsu isolating tool developed by Urahara Kisuke in imitation of the Shifuin family's heaven-sent weapons. Aozaki Mizuki wrote down the production method when he was in the Technology Development Bureau and quietly made a finished product with exactly the same effect. Thinking of the world-crossing gate promised by Shifinjuin Yoruchi, Aozaki Mizuki unconsciously raised the corner of his mouth. The sound of fists and feet colliding with Kido wooden stakes resounded in the room. Kyuna Mishiro, wearing a white HITS training uniform, held his chin with his hands, sitting in the corner of the room and looking at Aozaki Mayuki, standing in the center with stars in his eyes. Looking at the man who was as elegant as a nobleman, but also made people feel wild and uninhibited, Kyuna Mishiro couldn't help but fall into memories. White HITS is the same as Kendo, and its levels are divided into 10 levels, with the 10th level being the highest. Kyuna Mishiro's White HITS level has reached 8th Dan. In the past, every time the 9th team organized team training, Kyuna Mishiro would always serve as the team's White HITS instructor, teaching coolly with countless people looking up to him. Because of this, Kyuna Mishiro's White HITS has always been highly respected in the division. But all this changed after she joined Team 11. Originally, she was waiting for job assignments after becoming the 3rd seed, and she was still waiting for Yamazaki Yentora to let her serve as the White HITS instructor. However, what she waited for was a regretful notice from Yentora Yamazaki. See Kyuna Mishiro. The task force members trained by White HITS have unanimously requested that the captain be in charge. If you want to teach, I'm afraid you have to change the teaching of combat techniques. Listening to Yamazaki Yentora's rejection, even Kyuna Mishiro's innocent mentality suddenly became a little annoyed. She was not a good teacher, and she was not interested in teaching tasks. It was just that the job she had been responsible for a long time was suddenly taken away by others. So, she was inevitably a little unhappy. White HITS is her best and favorite fighting method, and she has a soft spot for this fighting method. Even the Shurkai stance of a Zanpakuto is adapted to her heart and used to match the gauntlet form of White HITS. She is not interested in teaching, but as an instructor, she can be assigned to the exclusive White HITS dojo, so she is not opposed to the work of the white hits instructor. Although Kuna Mishiro only had 4 seats in the 9th division, his white hits rank was the same as that of Captain Rokukuru Kenishi. In terms of skills alone, he could even vaguely dominate Rokukuru Kenishi. Now she accepted the assignment from the captain and came to the new team, but her job was taken away by a person who didn't even have the rank of white hits. Even she couldn't care less. Yamazaki Yantora's notice told her one thing straightforwardly. Your white hits level team members do not recognize it. Compared to you, the 8th Dan title holder, the team members believe in the non-Dan captain more. This is why Yamazaki Yenhu is quite sorry and hopes that she can change her teaching direction. After all, he is a top-level official. Even if he cannot teach white hits, other aspects are worth learning. It's a pity that she is not good at other aspects. Zando is not as good as Yamazaki Yantora. Kido is not as good as Ikamara Jin, and Shumpa is not as good as Lu Shuei and Izumo, who were born in the 2nd team. To put it simply, she is no longer needed for teaching tasks. Then Vice Captain Yamazaki. Can I ask the captain when the class will start? Kuna Mishiro, who frowned, suddenly felt a sense of oppression and asked quite seriously. On weekends, Lord Aozaki Kenpachi will hold white hits classes at the Daejo. Team members who are interested in learning can attend the classes. Yamazaki Yantora said with a smile, obviously also yearning for the white hits class. Weekend? Okay, I will go to class this weekend to see how powerful the captain's white hits is. The whole team actually asked him to take classes. Kuna Mishiro said angrily at that time. She looks innocent and simple on the outside, but in fact she has a delicate mind. She instantly understood the meaning of Yamazaki Yantora's hint. You can tell from her expression that she is not convinced, but she has never seen Aozaki Kenpachi abuse the entire team with his taijutsu. So, it is understandable. Yamazaki Yenhu smiled helplessly. The 11th division is the most martial-oriented division in the entire Godiai 13th division. Every year, countless Shinigami who love fighting compete to join this division. The 11th Squadron also has the tradition of using strength to determine status and force to determine promotion. In other words, without strength, it is impossible to secure the position of captain. The team members even begged him to open a white hits class, and they highly praised him and boasted about his abilities, which showed that he was roughly capable. Kuna Mishiro is still too young for the 3rd seat. Ignoring Yamazaki Yantora's pity look, Kuna Mishiro thought secretly in his heart, I hope he will be embarrassed in front of everyone during the weekend class. This is the greatest malice in her heart. Until the weekend arrived, Aozaki Mizuki was in the white hits class at the Avenue as scheduled. There are more than 200 team members in the entire dojo listening to the explanation of white hits moves, and there is no other sound except the explanation and the sound of breaking through the air. Listening to the gentle and powerful voice on the stage, watching the perfect muscles and fist movements, Kuna Mishiro felt as if he was in an ocean of knowledge and posture, swimming freely. Those punches, kicks, and moves were as powerful as ocean waves. Listening to the magnetic voice, Kuna Mishiro looked at the figure standing on the stage and was completely fascinated by it. After finishing a set of moves, he slowly retracted his fist, and Aozaki Mayuki stood in the center of the dojo, bowing to everyone. This is basic etiquette and has nothing to do with position or strength. It's amazing. Boom. As a certain team member couldn't help but praise, the entire dojo burst into thunderous applause. I really didn't expect that the captain's punch that knocked me away was so powerful. Captain, just slowed down. I haven't been able to see clearly yet. It's really outrageous. The power of fists and kicks can actually be comparable to spiritual pressure attacks. It turns out that the captain held back, otherwise I would have been torn apart like the Kido puppet on the stage that day. The team members stood up one after another, looking feverishly at the handsome man who bowed to everyone. 10th Dan? There is definitely a 10th Dan level. He has even surpassed the martial arts masters of various schools in the Serie IDI. He is actually younger than me. The cute little face's eyes were wide open, and she looked seriously at the man who was praised by everyone. Kunimashiro as the 8th Dan of White Hits. Naturally, we know that the 9th Dan Master's evaluation of the 8th Dan is amateur level. The spiritual pressure of those masters may be nothing compared to hers, but the skills required her to study hard, and she still couldn't achieve it after spending decades. At that moment, watching that sunny man walk down the fighting stage, she completely remembered his name, and she would never forget it again. Captain Aosaki. Looking at the man walking in front of him, Kunimashiro greeted him shyly. Aosaki Zenzuki said with a smile, "Shiro, don't be so distant, just call me Zenzuki." This sentence made Kunimashiro understand that the man in front of her was not a good person, but the next sentence made her change her view. "Are you interested in White Hits? Do you want to learn Captain Yamamoto's fighting skills? If you want to learn, I can teach you." Aosaki Mizuki, who had evil intentions, said this without any burden and did not take the inheritance of his master into consideration at all. Yamamoto also did not say that White Hits cannot be passed on to outsiders. Kunimashiro personally felt the selflessness of Kenpachi Aosaki. In the team building of the 11th Division, the captain has an exclusive dojo. Bang, 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 bang. As the sound of hitting gradually faded away, White Hits training came to an end, and Kunimashiro's thoughts returned to the past. "It's so amazing, Maya." Kunimashiro quickly rolled up his sleeves and punched several times. At the same time, his big cute eyes looked at Maya Aosaki and said with admiration, "Jinyua's level has long been enough to go to the White Hits Association to be certified as a 10th Dan Dan. Just this power movement has benefited me a lot, as if every cell in my body wants to urge me to practice quickly. The process of certifying ranks is too cumbersome. For me, combat methods must be effective in combat. The approval of those so-called masters is not that important." Aosaki Mizuki touched Kunimashiro's little head, moved his fingers, and said with a smile. Mr. Yamamoto and Sister Hua both commented on him, saying that as long as he goes to the relevant association for certification, he can get the highest rank of 10th Dan, whether it is Kendo, White Hits, or Kido. If Siraidia didn't have a Shuinpa association, Shuinpa skills would probably get a 10 Dan rating. But in his opinion, going to the association to certify these so-called ranks is a complete waste of time and will also expose his own strength information. The benefits are not without. The certified rank can get the rank title and association subsidies, but compared with the risks, this benefit is nothing. I understand. Zenzuki is teaching me not to seek fame, but to pursue true martial arts. I will work hard, Kunimashiro said excitedly, cupping his big hand and stroking his hair. Aosaki Mizuki waved her hand and praised. Shiro, you can definitely reach my level after hard work, so you have to work hard. I understand, but I'm far behind Shinzuki. I haven't reached the 9th level after practicing for so many years. Kunimashiro smoothed his hair and said with some disappointment, "It's not easy to reach a level close to 9th Dan at this age. As long as you practice diligently and add my guidance, you'll be able to reach 10th Dan one day sooner or later." Aosaki Mayuki took her to the side and comforted her. "This is also thanks to Jinyua's help. If Jinyua hadn't been guiding me, I wouldn't have progressed so fast." The already sunny and cheerful girl suddenly regained her vitality, clenching her little fists and raising them vigorously. "That's because, Shiro, you have talent. Your White Hits talent is really good, second only to Yoruchi among the peers I know." Aosaki Mizuki couldn't help but sigh when she recalled her cheerful laughter after every competition with Yoruchi. Compared with Yoruchi, Kunimashiro is undoubtedly a partial girl. Her White Hits talent is very high, but only the White Hits talent is high. The talents of Ryatsu, Zando, Kido, and Shuinpa are actually very average. Of course, this is generally relative to Aosaki Mayuki. In terms of spiritual pressure alone, if there is no external help in the future, it will be enough to reach the standard captain level at most. Whether he can learn Bankai is still unknown, and he is completely incomparable to Matsumoto Ranjaku. Matsumoto Ranjaku is about the same age as Aosaki Meisuki, and has recently reached the vice captain level of spiritual pressure. Aozaki Mizuki estimates that she will be able to reach captain-level spiritual pressure in less than 10 years. Old Man Sean commented that she is a genius that is rare to see in 1,000 years, and she will definitely be able to catch up with Aozaki Mayuki in the future. Being able to catch up with Maya Aozaki means reaching the limit of Shinigami. In Yamamoto's view, Aozaki Meisuki is very talented, but as a Shinigami, he will eventually stay at this peak, and Matsumoto Ranjaku will catch up with him sooner or later. Yoruichi, the head of the Shifuin family, the captain of the 2nd Division, Yoruichi Shifuin. After thinking for a while, Kunamashiro's delicate little face showed a hint of blush, and he pouted. That's right, her white-hit skills have also been recognized by the old man. Aozaki Mizuki looked at the girl who lowered her head and consoled her. I used to spar with her a lot. That's why she improved so quickly. So it seems that Jinue has never sparred with me. Every time I asked Jinue to feel free to attack me, Jinue refused. Recalling how Aozaki Meisuki was always distant from him, Kunamashiro puffed up his cheeks a little angrily. Actually, I also want to take action against Shiro, but I'm afraid that Shiro might not be able to bear it. Aozaki Mayuki said jokingly, blinking her eyes. I'm not afraid. Jinue, just let her horse come over. When the originally soft and cute girl heard Aozaki Mayuki's teasing, she immediately transformed into a fierce female man. She stood up and demonstrated a set of aggressive punches to Aozaki Mayuki. I understand. I won't say that much. Just let me see how much progress you have made. Aozaki Mizuki looked at the girl with a strange rosy face and stretched out her hand. I won't let you down. When he thought of sparring with Aozaki, Kunamashiro suddenly became very motivated and walked up to Aozaki to take a fighting stance. With the roar that boosted morale echoed in the gym, Kunamashiro quickly rushed forward. First, there was a set of short punches for continuous strong attacks, and then it was converted into a wide open and close punch. The strength suddenly increased, and the battle suddenly became fierce. Aozaki Mizuki only defended, but did not attack. Whether it was a quick succession of short punches or a swift and powerful punch, he caught them all one by one. The movements of the two were capable and graceful. Aozaki Mizuki felt that the girl's body was really soft, but unexpectedly strong. There was a clear collision feeling when the fist hit the palm. It's very good. With just her white hits, she has room for Zhou Xian to fight against a vice-captain-level Shinigami. Ying held her soft little hand, and Aozaki Mizuki gave a pertinent evaluation. In the world of Shinigami, level-skipping challenges are very difficult. Ryatsu can do too many things and make up for too many deficiencies. Usually, among all Shinigami's fighting techniques, the one that has the greatest impact on combat effectiveness is Ryatsu. The 6th level spirit power combined with white hits can match the Vice Captain Zhou Xian, which also shows that Kunamashiro's white hits talent is indeed excellent. However, it is a pity that Kunamashiro's white hits looks like a child's playhouse to Aozaki Mizuki. Aozaki Mizuki clenched Kunamashiro's fist with one hand and pulled it back. The expected counterattack did not come. Kunamashiro seemed to suddenly lose strength and fell into his arms. What's going on? Looking at the girl who lowered her head and half covered her red cheeks with her green hair, Aozaki Mizuki thought thoughtfully. Although Kunamashiro, who fell in her arms, covered her red cheeks with green hair, her hair was not too long. Half covered, Aozaki Meisuki could still see the rosiness on her face. Kunamashiro's information flashed through his mind unconsciously. This is a girl who looks natural, but is actually very smart and has a lot of knowledge. Mizuki, looking up at the unmoved Aozaki Mizuki in front of him, Kunamashiro arched his nose in anger. Don't underestimate my concentration. Aozaki Mayuki shamelessly blew gently into her ear and slowly pressed her against the spotless wooden wall for the next step of physical training. This is a cute and scheming girl. She will eat me up one day. As Aozaki Mizuki was walking back to the dormitory, she recalled the shyness of the girl just now, felt the warm lips and sweet breath, and nodded with satisfaction. A girl's love is indeed a sweet feeling, and I can still taste the sweetness now. You must have eaten too much peony cake. How can a normal person's mouth be sweet? An inappropriate voice pulled him out of his beautiful fantasy of love. He looked up and saw an old, young man with white hair standing in front of him. Aozaki Mizuki's expression gradually became serious. Ranjiku has grown up. Why do you still look like a kid? You won't always look like this, and you won't grow taller, right? Even if I break your illusion, personal attacks are too much. Ranjiku is in a special situation, and my growth rate is normal. The white-haired boy in front of him stood in front of him, his narrowed eyes opened slightly, which immediately stopped Aozaki Meisuke. All his former friends have grown into adults, making him extremely sensitive to his boyish figure. Okay, Ian, I was wrong. Don't be angry, Aozaki Meisuke said with a smile, his expression showing no acknowledgement at all, which made Ikamaru Jin want to punch his handsome face. Except for Aozaki Mizuki, no one in the 11th Division dared to talk about his height. They were either suppressed by force or to save him face. Aozaki Jinue was the only one who dared to speak out, but she couldn't defeat him, which made it difficult to relieve the depression in his heart. How come I was blind in the first place and followed him like a pig? If I had known that Rukongai would die, now I have to repay the favor of saving my life. Speaking of which, he saved me once again in the 2nd Division. This is twice now. When will I go back? So, when you come to me, does it mean that everything is ready? Aozaki Mizuki crossed her arms and leaned against the wall with an indifferent expression. Haori, who represented the captain's authority, was squeezed and wrinkled. Ikamaru Jin felt a little confused about what to say to this guy who didn't take his captaincy seriously at all. Among the other captains, except for Yoruichi Shifenjin, who has a similar temperament with him, no one of them has more or less the dignity of captain. And this guy acted like the boss of the club in the 11th Division, which was no different from when he was the boss of Rukongai. It happened that the members of the 11th Squadron were just like him. They usually shouted honorifics, such as Kenpachi, Captain, and Sir. In fact, their attitude was no different from that of the Rukongai gangsters when they met their boss. However, Ikamaru Jin did not expect that the captain, who punched and kicked the male team members all day long and treated the female team members with affection, would actually find time to care about team affairs in his busy schedule. But think about it. You have to know that this guy seems to be doing nothing on the surface, but in fact he does shady things secretly every day. How can he be indifferent to everything? This guy has a dirty mind. Obviously, this guy has been paying attention to the rebels' affairs, but this matter involves too much, which leads to him hiding everything in his heart. In just a moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Ikamaru Jin's mind, but on the surface, he still looked at Aozaki Mayuki in front of him calmly, staring closely at the pair of seemingly soft black eyes. Kuchiki Shangha is waiting for you in the reception room, and Vice Captain Yamazaki is receiving him. Ikamaru Jin said angrily. Really? That's great. Aozaki Jinue also looked at him quite happily. It seems that he is also very anxious. The rebel forces have been crazy recently. They seem to know that they are at the end of their rope, so they are attacking the major nobles. The nobles affiliated with the Kuchiki family have also been affected. The two of them walk to the conference room, talking and laughing. They know that they have become abandoned children. Aozaki Mayumi muttered in her heart. Yamamoto is determined to take action against the rebels, which is obviously what he meant above. This shows that the power struggle of the nobles has come to an end. However, the Tsuneyashiro family's little actions wouldn't work if they didn't stop. Captain-level Shinigami died one after another, and even the real captain got involved. It takes a lot of resources and energy to cultivate a captain-level warrior, and even the Tsuneyashiro family cannot withstand such consumption. This war is like a bottomless quagmire to them. If they don't get out in time, continuing will only lead to slow death. The war must end, but the rebels are ultimately trying to overthrow the Suriidei. For the rebels, this war is destined to fail. When the war ends, these rebels are also destined to die. but before they die, they could still make some contribution to themselves. Looking at Aozuki Mayuki, who was indifferent and even a little gloating about his misfortune, Ikamaru Jin could clearly understand that the rebels were probably going to be in trouble. Although I don't know what he wants to do, it is definitely not a good thing. Forget it. Whether those guys die or not has nothing to do with me. They deserve to die. The thoughtful Ikamaru Jin followed Aozuki Mayuki, thinking silently in his heart. There were very few people he cared about, and those rebels happened not to be among them. What is this? They're just some rebels. How many people have I killed? The person I need to protect is right in front of me. No matter how many lives I take, I will not regret it. The lazy Aozuki Mayuki looked at the inexplicably ignited Ikamaru Jin with some doubts. Although he didn't know what Ikamaru Jin was thinking, he could tell from his expression that he was very passionate. Young people are easily swayed by emotions. After following me for so many years, they still don't know how to imitate my composure. He sighed in his heart. Why is this guy looking at me with such pitiful eyes? His brain is finally completely broken. Ikamaru Jin looked at Aozuki Mayuki and suddenly shook his head and sighed, and the corners of his eyes twitched unconsciously. Along the way, two friends, one big and one small, who could depend on each other for life and death, seemed to be talking happily, but in fact they secretly doubted each other's mental state more than once. We're here. I'll go in first and call out Vice Captain Yamazaki. You two combat commanders will talk about secrets, so we won't participate. Ikamaru Jin stood outside the reception room door first, perfectly explaining what professionalism is. Oh, as expected of you, you're my personal secretary. You are considerate, so I'll leave it to you. Aozuki Mizuki looked at the door of the reception room and nodded. It seems I have to give you a salary increase. Don't call me that weird name. In response to Aozuki Mayuki's lack of tone, Ikamaru Jin did not refuse the conditions for a salary increase, but instead knocked lightly on the door. Less than a minute later, Ikamaru Jin walked out with Yamazaki Yentora. Captain Kichiki Hibikawa is inside. Thank you for your hard work. Aozuki Mizuki looked at each other, pushed the gate of opening, and walked in. Ikamaru Jin walked out of the dormitory and saw that the clock outside had already pointed to 7 o'clock. However, the team building area outside remained silent. He shouted to the team members outside the door quite skillfully. Izumo, what time is it now? And Shinetsu is still not up. Go and call him and ask him to get up as soon as possible. Don't forget the business of today. No problem, but I'm afraid the captain still doesn't want to get up. Izumo, who was patrolling with the team members in the outer corridor, bowed and walked skillfully to the captain's dormitory. It doesn't matter, it's not the agreed time yet, but at least let him have an idea. Ikamaru Jin knew his savior very well, and he could be said to take care of him extremely skillfully. Even though Aozuki Mayuki is a person who indulges his desires, if he really wants to do something, he will do his best to do it to the best of his ability. Not being easily swayed by desire may be the reason why he can survive until now. Then Ikamaru Jin came to the cafeteria and ordered a hushao breakfast that Aozuki Mayuki liked out of habit. The soldiers of the 11th Division are basically here, and they're all very motivated and can't wait to join the war. Boom! Hearing the knock on the door and feeling the familiar spiritual pressure, Aozuki Mizuki, who was lying on the bed, glanced at the door. He woke up early and stared at the familiar ceiling for nearly 10 minutes without doing anything, just lying on the bed. There were 3 knocks on the door, but Aozuki Mayuki still hadn't spoken, and Izumo's spiritual pressure slowly moved away. After spending many days together, he understood Aozuki Mayuki's habits. He only needed to knock on the door 3 times, without unnecessary words or meaningless reminders. Aozuki Mizuki stood up and sat on the head of the bed. Something squirmed under the quilt. She opened the quilt and saw a familiar face. Is it flowing water or Izumo? Or is it silver? There was a hint of charm in the voice of the lazy blonde beauty, which made Aozuki Mizuki's heart tremble. Her appearance has not changed significantly, but her charm is getting bigger and bigger, and her every smile can move people's hearts. This is the charm of mature women. It's Izumo. You must have seen him more than once. Why can't you recognize his spiritual pressure? Aozaki Mayuki rubbed the cute little nose of the blonde lady. I'm too lazy to remember. As long as I can distinguish between friends and foes, it'll be fine. Matsumoto Ranjika made a sound twice and kissed his lover lightly on the lips. Aozaki Mizuki was non-committal. He knew that Matsumoto Ranjiku was not lying. To put it bluntly, Izumo is not important enough in her heart that she must remember her spiritual pressure clearly. I still have important things to do today, so I won't accompany you for now. Aozaki Zenzuki spread his hands and said casually, "Why is this happening?" Matsumoto Ranjiku let out a cute cry. I've told you this a long time ago, so don't pretend to be pitiful here and go back to the first team. In Aozaki Mizuki's heart, it was the safest place in the entire Suriidei. This was a sense of security that only Old Man Yama could bring. Although he knows that Kyoka Suigetsu is useful to Mr. Yama, Aizen Sosuke will not easily try to deceive Mr. Yama. This is the deterrent power of Mr. Yama. Its mere existence can invisibly cause psychological oppression to those who harbor evil intentions. Matsumoto Ranjiku was soaked softly and hard. Aozaki Mizuki had no choice but to linger with her for another half an hour. Then she prepared everything and had breakfast in the cafeteria and came to the Squadron Road Hall. In the captain's lounge next to the gym, Aozaki Mizuki looked at Ikamaru Jin standing opposite. Are you all ready? The pre-war mobilization has been completed. Are you really not going to join us? Ikamaru Jin asked. No, I have other things to do. It's not convenient to move with you. Aozaki Mizuki patted his shoulder and said with a smile, This battle depends on you, Captain Aozaki Mizuki. If there are other people in the lounge at this time, they will find that Ikamaru Jin's appearance has changed, and he has become exactly like Aozaki Mayuki. Ikamaru Jin was not surprised at all, and said calmly, I understand, Ikamaru Jin's fourth seat. The team building is up to you. Aozaki Mizuki caressed Izen Senra on her waist. The power of Kyoka Suigetsu was silently activated at some point. In the eyes of some people, Ikamaru Jin seemed to have become Aozaki Mizuki. Letting Ikamaru Jin replace him is a bit risky, but this is also one of the limitations of Kyoka Suigetsu. Kyoka Suigetsu's ability is to change the hypnosis's perception of specific objects. It cannot create something out of nothing. This is why Aizen usually uses Kyoka Suigetsu to deceive Hirako Shinji and needs to prepare a substitute for himself. When he fakes death in the future, he also leaves behind his Zanpakuto. Without a replacement object, he cannot create a false self out of thin air. This is the strongest Zanpakuto of the illusion system, but it actually has many shortcomings. There are extremely high requirements for spell casting rituals, spell casting objects, Jinjutsu objects, and spiritual pressure. The illusion produced by hypnosis also needs to be constructed by the caster. This is also the reason why Aozaki Mizuki doesn't like to use Kyoka Suigetsu in battle. The output ability is limited and the usage conditions are harsh. For enemies with equal or lower spiritual pressure, Aozaki can crush them without Kyoka Suigetsu most of the time. Kyoka Suigetsu has no effect on enemies with high spiritual pressure. It is easy for the enemy to catch the flaw when constructing an illusion while distracted. It is simply useless to him. It can only be said that Aizen is indeed powerful and has brought Kyoka Suigetsu to a level that does not belong to it. Aozaki Mizuki suddenly said, Oh, by the way, what's wrong? Ikamaru Jin asked. Don't tease my little sister in front of me. Aozaki Jiue reminded with a solemn expression, solemnly indicating that this was his bottom line. Ikamaru Jin rolled his eyes and said angrily, You think I am you, and I am not interested in women? In order to avoid exposing the secret, I have sent the third Kuna Mishiro out a long time ago, and now he should be on the road with the female team members. That's pretty much it. Aozaki Mizuki touched her chin, obviously very satisfied with this sensible little brother, waved her hand, and said, Now that everything is ready, let's set off. Won't you wait any longer? Ikamaru Jin subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of the dormitory area and asked, There's no need to wait. She's a little tired, so she won't come to see her off. Aozaki Mizuki looked into Ikamaru Jin's eyes and said shamelessly. Ikamaru, Silver. He didn't need to ask to know what the two of them did last night. This was not something he, a child, should know. Aozaki Mizuki shrugged, a little helpless. After all, Shiba Kunko, Shifinju and Yoruchi and Yudumura Lisa are either far away or have little free time due to their status. Relatively speaking, only Matsumoto Ranjaku has the easiest job and has the most time to come to him. The closest one is Kuna Mishiro. The two are still at a relatively early stage, but it won't be long before they want to take a step further. South Rakongai District 80, Repair Forest. The golden sunshine filled the entire mountain forest, covering the blood of the mountain forest with a sacred coat. It was originally cloudy this morning, but the weather became cloudless just after noon, as if God recognized this just war. The radiance that gives life to all things pours down towards the earth, just like the golden Milky Way flowing down to feed all living beings. People were either fighting each other with swords, wailing everywhere, or running away in all directions. Kill, eradicate these rebels. Protect one king and 5 princes, and punish traitors. Damn nobles, we have been betrayed. Aozaki Mizuki stood on the trunk of a big tree, wearing a black cloak that isolated spiritual pressure, looking at the chaotic battlefield below. Cries of death and curses came and went, and blood covered the earth in red. The sun shone in through the gaps in the leaves, shining warmly on Aozaki Meisuki. Broken limbs and broken arms can be seen everywhere in the woods, and the green leaves are swaying and rustling in the breeze. He landed on the ground and listened to the quarrel between the soldiers and the rebels in the woods not far away, clashing swords just to take each other's lives. The frontal battlefield was handed over to the 11th Division, and Kachiki Xianghe led a team of special forces to guard the perimeter to prevent any fish from slipping through the net. Aozaki Jinue looked at him, but she didn't have the slightest worry in her heart, and she wasn't worried that he could see the clues. The two people's Ryatsu is at the same level, so as long as he doesn't use Bankai to enhance his Ryatsu, he doesn't have to worry about being able to see through Kyoka's Suigetsu. Moreover, the two of them are not very familiar. Even if they come into close contact, there will be no flaws. The war is almost over, Aozaki Mizuki said with emotion as she looked into the distance. Who are you and why do you want to block our way? A team of 6 people stood behind him, wearing shabby clothes with the symbol of the rebels. The leader asked warily, "This place is quite far from the front battlefield, right? Looking at the panic on your faces, are you running away?" The leader saw the Zanpakuto hanging on his waist, narrowed his eyes, and pulled out his own Zanpakuto. "This has nothing to do with you. If you don't want to die, you'd better get out of the way. It's really arrogant. It reminds me of myself in normal times." Aozaki Mizuki rolled her eyes and looked at the sunlight cast in the green shade above her head. But arrogance requires skills, and you just don't have them. Isn't it a pity? What nonsense are you talking about? In the face of our rebels, how can a hidden rat like you deserve to be so rampant? The leader of the rebels raised the long knife in his hand and rushed forward. You seem to be a little boss, so you don't need to deceive yourself, right? Don't you know that you rebels are just rotten fish and shrimps? Without the support of the nobles, you can barely get a foothold in Shulin District. Aozaki Jinue raised the knife to block the blow, looked at the rebels, and said, "The 10th level spirit power is considered a good material. As for the few behind you, ordinary Shinigami levels can also be used to make up the numbers." The leader of the rebel team couldn't help but take a step back and asked, "Who are you? You don't need to worry about this." Seeing that the other party dared to be discouraged when facing him, Aozaki Jinue didn't say any nonsense, appeared in front of him in the blink of an eye, raised his hand and slashed, causing blood to splash everywhere. The remaining 5 rebels swallowed, touched their foreheads, and were a little dazed. Originally, the captain had just had a heated exchange of words with the other party. Why did he strike at the slightest disagreement? He didn't even bother to strike, but he couldn't block a single blow. Even his Zanpakuto was broken. Now he's lying on the ground like a dead dog. Only the shocking wound on his chest proved that the blood was still flowing. Don't worry, he's not dead yet, but he will be soon. Like an elegant nobleman, Ozaki Mizuki gently waved the long knife in his hand, and the blood spilled a beautiful arc-shaped blood flower on the ground. Are you ready to accompany him? No. Before the rebels had finished speaking, Aozaki Zenzuki had already rushed forward. In an instant, blood spread all over the woods. Didn't that guy say he would come? Where is he now? Is he trapped in Ranjaku again and unable to escape? Ikamaru Jin, who was holding the illusion of Aozaki Mizuki, stood on the cliff with a few guards, killing several rebels from time to time, observing the battlefield situation thoughtfully. The other side of the woods. Captain, a 1st Division soldier saluted. How was the situation? Kachiki Xiangha nodded and asked. The 11th Squadron has broken through 2 lines of defense, and the enemy is holding its stronghold and resisting stubbornly. The soldier replied, according to my subordinates, the 11th Squadron can annihilate the enemy in 4 hours at most. Only, what's wrong? Kachiki Xiangha frowned and said impatiently. He hated people who spoke in a garrulous manner. The team member said, it's just that Lord Aozaki Kenpachi doesn't seem to have any plans to take action. He has been waiting and watching. The only ones attacking are the teams led by the officers. Kachiki Xiangha seemed to have expected it and said slightly proudly, you don't understand this. He is training the soldiers. The 11th Squadron with a one-sided crushing of the rebels. This battle is like training for him. If everything requires the captain's personal action, then the Godii 13 only needs the captain. Is it necessary for each division to exist? He was a little lucky that he had asked Aozaki Mayuki about the battle plan in advance, so that he could show off his intelligence in front of the team members. That's it. The team members widened their eyes and said in admiration. Then they couldn't help but start thinking, why did this usually reckless and impulsive captain suddenly become smarter? Seeing the performance of all the team members, Kachiki nodded proudly. He needs to acknowledge that even though the status of these team members in his heart is completely inferior to that of Kachiki Jinling, they can still make him feel comfortable. But when he thought of his respected father-in-law, his mood was not so wonderful. Before leaving today, my father-in-law did not say a word of concern to me. Although Aozaki Mizuki reminded Kachiki Jinling, the latter was obviously a stubborn person and could not shake his mind with just a few words. I am his son-in-law. Why can't I even care about myself? Does my father-in-law really regard me as a Kachiki family member? Kachiki Xiangha looked unwilling. Although he comes from an ordinary Shinigami family, he has always been a dazzling genius in people's eyes since he joined the Shino Spiritual Arts Academy. Otherwise, just having a good skin will not be enough for him to marry into the Kachiki family. Whether they're civilians or nobles, people respect him highly. Even the captain has praised his talent more than once. But his father-in-law, whom he respected most in his heart, never affirmed his ability. He was obviously very kind to Sojin and Byakuya, but why did he treat me so much? Could it be because he was not of the Kachiki family's blood? As night fell, the members of the 11th Division quickly returned from Rakongai and returned to the 11th Division in the Siriidii. The 11th Division team building. The door wall is solemn and gorgeous like a noble mansion. The original 11th Squadron building was close to the street, but after the renovation, it was separated by a tall white wall. There is nothing wrong with living a life close to ordinary people, but some things Aozaki Mayuki does are not suitable for exposure to the sun. You can let people see some things, but you can't let people see everything. At this moment, Aozaki Meisuki and Yamazaki Yentora, who were standing in the captain's office, encountered the biggest challenge in their lives. Because in the 11th Division, as the 2 highest-ranking people, no one could write a battlefield report. But this is understandable. Aozaki Meisuki has always left the file work to Ikamaru Jin. Yamazaki Yentora is not much better than the former. If he was really smart, he would not have come up with the bad idea of testing Aozaki Meisuki's strength to get closer in public. What battlefield report? This captain has never heard of such a thing. It's fine if you ask me to publish Siriidi's most popular book among men. Just write a report. But Captain, I'm on the front line of this battle. After all, I can't see the whole picture. Isn't it a good idea to leave the reporting work to me? Vice Captain Yamazaki, what are you talking about? As a vice captain, isn't it the right thing to share the captain's worries? But I can't. The dignified vice captain doesn't know how to do paperwork. If you tell me, it will make people laugh, so don't shirk it. The former vice captain was responsible for all the paperwork in the past. I really haven't done it. What should I do? Listening to the two people talking to each other, Ikamaru's hair was full of black lines, and he turned to look at his other boss, Kunamashiro. I saw Kunamashiro with an expression of I don't know anything on his face, sitting in a daze in his seat. These guys who have nothing to do with their corpses should be pushed to the death hill and executed. Ikamaru Jin couldn't help but have a headache. These three guys obviously didn't know anything, so why could they ride on his head? He doesn't understand that the Spirit King is unfair. You, Yamazaki Yentora, can take the position of vice captain, but I, Ikamaru Jin, can't take the position. So what should we do? Kunamashiro wiped his saliva and asked, looking at Aozaki Mayuki, who was sitting calmly on the office chair and eating peony cake. This battle lasted for a day. She didn't eat anything except breakfast, and she felt like she was going to starve to death. And it would be too disdainful for a boyfriend to keep good things privately and not give them to his girlfriend. Kunamashiro's cheeks were bulging, obviously unhappy. Aozaki Mizuki showed a naughty smile, deliberately picked up the half-eaten peony cake, and waved it in front of Kunamashiro. The understanding Kunamashiro jumped onto the desk without hesitation and took the peony pancake in his mouth. Aozaki Meisuki, who developed the feeding method, suddenly felt a sense of joy in his heart and stretched out his other hand to touch Kunamashiro's cute little head. There were two single dogs in the office, looking at them with disdain. Ikamaru-jin might not be able to bear it anymore, so he said helplessly, "Leave the report to me. You two should restrain yourself and let other team members see the bad impact." He doesn't want the other female team members to become like Kunamashiro. How can he manage the team if there's an entire team captain's wife? In this case, there is no other way. I thought that in the end, it would be me, the captain, who would help you take responsibility. Looking up at Ikamaru-jin's sneer face, Aozaki Mizuki said with some regret, "This is your responsibility in the first place, right?" Ikamaru-jin said angrily, rolled his eyes, and walked out. Yamazaki Yentora followed closely and fled, as if he was afraid that Aozaki Mayuki would leave him behind to write a report. Dong dong dong. A gentle knock on the door suddenly echoed in the office, interrupting Aozaki Meisuki's interest in continuing to feed, and Kunamashiro sat back in his seat. The two of them straightened their clothes, and Aozaki Yuki said softly, "Please come in." A masked man dressed in black appeared in front of the two of them, half kneeling on the ground. "Captain Aozaki, what's up?" His Excellency the Commander-in-Chief has issued an order to hold a captain's meeting in the first team in 7 days. If there are no unexpected circumstances, please attend on time. I will attend on time. Aozaki Mayuki glanced at him. This report has not been sent yet. So why is there a captain meeting? Ikamaru-jin must be asked to write the report as soon as possible. The members of the lighting team nodded and disappeared into the office in a flash. What should we do now? Glancing at Kunamashiro, who was in a daze and wiping the saliva on her hands, Aozaki Meisuki knew that she was indeed very hungry. "Mizuki, I'm hungry, and I don't have the energy to provoke her," Kunamashiro cried, and flew towards Aozaki Mizuki. Although she said this, Aozaki Mizuki could feel the strength in her hands, and it would not be a problem to defeat the rebels again. But since the girl deliberately showed her weak side in front of him, Aozaki Mizuki could only reluctantly show her responsibility as a boyfriend and hugged her horizontally like a princess. "Since I'm hungry, let's go eat. Do you want to go to the squad cafeteria or my dormitory? There's a kitchen and ingredients in my dormitory, and I'm somewhat confident in my craftsmanship." Aozaki Mizuki looked at Kunamashiro and suggested. He couldn't wait to show off his skills in front of his girlfriend and try to catch the girl's stomach. He rarely returns to the mansion on Noble Street now, which is being renovated by the craftsmen of the Sifenjiwan family. But he couldn't go back home, and Miss Kiryu was still waiting for food, so he simply transformed part of the dormitory into a kitchen. Kunimashiro looked at his serious side face with a strange expression and wanted to take me back to the dormitory. Is this the next step in the relationship? She half covered her face with short hair, a blush appearing on her face. Go to your dormitory. I want to have a taste of your craftsmanship. There is actually a kitchen. Kunimashiro lost his voice. Didn't I say it before? Aozuki was stunned, and then showed an expression of sudden realization. I didn't expect you to be like this, Kunimashiro. I thought she was an innocent girl, but it turns out that good-looking women are the best at deceiving people. It seems that she has been plotting against this captain for a long time. In this case, I can't let you go tonight. You go and rest for a while first. I will call you after the food is ready. What kind of food do you like? Aozaki Mizuki looked at Kunimashiro mysteriously and said, Anything is fine, but I like sweets the most. Kunimashiro raised his hand like a good student who actively spoke in class. Sweets, the taste is really suitable for Shiro. Aozaki Mizuki nodded. Don't you have any other favorite flavors? After you finish the sweets, I will give you other delicious ones. What? Don't worry, I'll cook first, and you'll know when the time comes. The team building of the 11th Division and the captain's dormitory. It's time to get up, Jinue, you lazy idiot. Aozaki Mizuki was lying on the bed. The green-haired beauty in her arms was light and soft. She opened her eyes in a daze, and what came into view was a familiar figure. The two sisters Yongjin and Sunluo were floating in the air. The elder sister Yongjin was making a face, and the younger sister Sunluo puffed up her face and seemed a little angry. She poked his face with her finger. It's so cute. Aozaki Miyuki sighed sincerely in her heart. I just dreamed of you. What? Sunluo's movements suddenly froze, and his face turned red in the blink of an eye. Yongjin covered her face and chuckled. They imitated Muramesa's powers. As long as they accidentally call out Yongjin Sunluo's name in their hearts, the two sisters will forcibly commandeer Muramesa's abilities and jump out to tease him. Therefore, when he was practicing blade meditation recently, there would always be a sensual lady who was 1.7 meters tall and would throw herself into his arms and cry. Aozaki Mizuki held the handle of Izan Senra's sword and entered her own mental world. The mental world has changed greatly. It is no longer pure white, but has a little more color. The earth has the color of soil. The waves are beating against the rocks rhythmically. The scorching sun and the fiery moon stand high in the sky. The breeze is like a girl's catkin caressing her face, and the sounds of birds, animals, insects, and fish echo in the ears. The sound of frolicking is endless. A woman with long brown hair squatted in the corner, wearing a tight bodysuit and a long leather skirt that covered her ankles. Her mature and sexy figure was completely wrapped in a white skirt. Even if she wears white high-heeled boots, her graceful squatting posture will not be affected at all. There are tears rolling in her big eyes. Aozaki Mizuki suspected that there was such a contrast, and it was Yongjin's bad taste. But Yongjin said that it was Aozaki Miyue's deep inner thoughts that prompted her to create this weak-spirited royal sister. Zhenyu, Yongjin, and Mori Luo bullied me together. Muramesa's heart started to float as he ran, and he pounced into Aozaki Zhenyu's arms, hanging on him like a koala. Okay, I understand. I will help you teach them a lesson later. Aozaki Zhenyu stroked the long, silky hair, stretched out his hand to support her, and said with a smile, How could I have such a bad taste? But this lady is really sweet and soft, and she has such a contrasting personality and is also very cute. Zenzuki must help me, Muramesa said weakly, lying on top of him, taking a deep breath and letting out a silly laugh. Muramesa, little Zenzuki belongs to everyone. You can't keep it to yourself. A cheerful voice sounded from behind. When he turned his head and saw Yongjin's gentle face, Muramesa was suddenly excited. Muramesa said sarcastically, Sister-in-law, what big ladies, where did you come from in a bad girl group? Aozaki Mizuki had absolutely nothing to do about Jia, who was giving in at this moment. She really couldn't help her up, even if she wanted to. Without saying a word, Sun Luo grabbed her by the back collar and threw her out with a flick, drawing a graceful arc in the sky and smashing into the rocks. "Isn't it too harsh?" Aozaki Meisuki said with a smile. But he also knew that Muramasa would be fine. This was not the first time this happened. Sisters will not hurt her. As long as you are willing, the rocks will become soft. Sun Luo said quickly, looking up at the sun and moon in the sky. "I always keep you in my heart." Aozaki Mayuki chuckled. "Is this a reminder to myself to spend more time on her?" It's really subtle. If it were Yongjin, she would directly tell her to care more about her instead of beating around the bush like this. "I don't need your concern. It's not convincing at all to say this now." Sun Luo put his hands on his hips and said with evasive eyes. He couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. Jinyue is caring about me, and he really understands my thoughts. Looking at Aozaki Jinyue, who quickly ran in front of her, Yongjin felt happy all over. Obviously I just saw my sister being jealous, so I just care about other women immediately. Looking at her sister, who was about to fall into disgrace after just a few words, Yongjin curled her lips and said, "Now you're teasing my sister again. Little Jinyue is really mean." Listening to Yongjin's words, Ongzaki Jin sighed in her heart and shouted helplessly, "Sister Yongjin." Although Sun Luo seems to like to have a little temper, in fact, this little devil is much more difficult to figure out than Sun Luo. That's pretty much it. I'll let you go this time. Yongjin crossed her arms and raised her head slightly. She liked hearing Aozaki Mayuki call herself that. Seeing Yongjin's proud look, Aozaki Mizuki breathed a sigh of relief. "Then let's get down to business?" "Well, let's get started." Yongjin nodded. "Sister, take off your clothes." "Elder sister." Yongjin ignored Sun Luo's pleading eyes and raised a naughty smile on her lips, like a bewitching little devil. "Why are you shy? It's not the first time. Besides, you don't want me trapped in this mental space forever, right? In the real world, there are far more things that can be done than now. My sister is really kind to me. She knows that I am shy, so she helps me specially. No wonder everyone says she is kind and considerate. I will never forget how kind my sister is to me." Looking down at his sister's bright smile, Sun Luo nodded firmly. By chance, Aozaki Mayuki walked up to her. "Do you need my help?" "Well," Sun Luo, who was holding his collar, let go of his hand and whispered. Yongjin had already grabbed her hands first. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. She had no other choice but to accept it. Although we share the same origin, she is the older sister, so it makes sense that she is stronger than me, right? It's not that I didn't resist. Faced with the girl's shyness, Aozaki Mizuki was focused on her. His goal is very clear, that is to understand everything about Sun Luo. A thorough understanding of the Zanpakuto is a necessary step in making the Zanpakuto a symbol. In fact, Aozaki Meisuki doesn't know if he really needs to understand the Zanpakuto to this level if he wants to make the Zanpakuto become a symbol. But Yongjin told him this, and he could only choose to believe it. Aozaki Mizuki only knew that no matter whether the method she told was correct or not, there was nothing wrong with making her Zanpakuto happy. Jinyue, after an unknown amount of time, Sun Luo leaned on Aozaki Mayue's shoulder and softly called his name. Aozaki Mizuki couldn't judge the time because the sun and the moon existed in the sky at the same time. The key was that the two eldest ladies not only hung motionless in the sky, but also glowed and heated by themselves. Ding! Congratulations to Xiao Jinyue. Your visualization proficiency has been increased by 0.1%. Aozaki Mizuki heard the prompt and turned to look behind her. This is not the legendary system cheat. It's just a weird girl who is deliberately teasing herself. Yongjin stuck out her tongue. I think visible growth can increase motivation. Little Jinyue really understands us better. Keep up the good work. The captain's dormitory was silent in the morning, with only Aozaki Mayuki and Kuna Mishiro lying on the bed waiting for time to pass. The two of them were in a state of communion between heaven and man, a drop in the ocean, sighing at the infinity of all things. Strictly speaking, their status is similar to that of saints. Apart from exploring the truth of heaven and earth, they are not interested in anything external. Really, I thought I would be relieved for a while after the war ended. Do you still have to go to work? Kuna Mishiro complained as he lay on top of the black-haired man. It's just because the war has just ended, so there's a lot of work to do. Once the follow-up is dealt with, it should be easy for a long time. Aozaki Mizuki explained with a smile underneath him. That's true. If it weren't for the rebels, we would have a lot more peace of mind. Kuna Mishiro nodded. She joined the Godiai 13 during peacetime. At that time, there was almost nothing to do except training and regularly go to the real world to garrison. As long as you have the ability, being a Shinigami is a very simple job. It's just that I didn't expect it to be my business. I thought I was only responsible for fighting. Hasn't the main work been handled by Iin? As a combatant, you only need to report the situation on the battlefield, and the report does not require you to do anything. Aozaki Mizuki comforted. Oh, but people find it very troublesome. They would rather practice white hits than this meaningless thing. Kuna Mishiro said coquettishly. Okay, let's go to the white hits dojo later. I worked out your muscles last night, and see how good you can be today. Aozaki Mizuki said dotingly, but her eyes looked thoughtfully at Aijin Mora next to her. They used quantified information to help Bankai practice, which indeed made him more motivated. If he could quantify his learning efficiency when he was in school in his previous life, he would probably become a good student who likes to learn in the eyes of the teacher. According to Yongjin, Aozaki Mizuki knows % of them. If we continue at this rate, training once a day and adding 0.1% to each practice, it will take more than 2 years to reach 100%. Without the help of external forces, this time is not long, and it can even break the Soul Society record. 2 years. Aozaki Mizuki looked at Aijin Senra and murmured in his heart. The girl next to her sat up and stretched. The dim light in the room could clearly see the girl's graceful curves. She got dressed quickly, and her smart and stylish outfit added a bit of elegance to her. At first glance, she looked like an energetic girl, as expected of a high-ranking official who specializes in white hits. In some ways, she is more powerful than Ranjaku. The only one who can beat her is Yoruichi Shihoin. Mizuki, what are you looking at? Glancing at Aozaki Mizuki, who was staring at him, Kuna Mishiro stretched his body and secretly chuckled in his heart. Kuna Mishiro decisively pulled Aozaki Mayuki out of bed. Aozaki Mizuki hugged her waist with a strange expression and glanced at Yongjin Mora next to her. This was not because he took the initiative to seduce the girl. It was obvious that the girl was too energetic. Yongjin Sinluo's blade shook slightly, but they did not suddenly appear to do anything bad to the two of them. I'm going to Division 12 at noon. Miss Kiryu is looking for me. I don't have much time. Aozaki Mizuki touched her chin and looked at the simple clock on the wall and said, Does that mean we only have 2 hours? Kuna Mishiro asked with a twitching look on his face, somewhat depressed. Even though Hikifune Kiryu always considers herself a scientific researcher, she is actually one of the strongest captains of the Godiai 13. Her strength was recognized by Karyashiki Kinpachi more than 200 years ago. It's an hour to be precise. The rest of the time will be used to prepare the food. If it's not prepared, something terrible will happen. Aozaki Mizuki said with an exaggerated expression. Although he said this, Aozaki Mizuki knew that Hikifune Kiryu would not be very angry in fact. Instead, he would take the opportunity to catch him in the dormitory kitchen to cook so that he could eat while studying. It stands to reason that long-term contact is good for the relationship between the two. Unfortunately, Aozaki Mizuki has become a time management master and strictly plans her daily time. The souls of the operation to exterminate the rebels have all been integrated into Hogyoku. He planned to take time to go shopping in Rukongai every day to find some suitable materials. Is it bad to be the captain and still deliver meals? Urahara Kisuk said thoughtfully as he took over the food from Ozaki Meisuki. If it is known that Lord Kinpachi Ozaki delivers meals to our captain every day, It might damage the image of the 11th Squadron. Aozaki Mizuki said indifferently, "What's the big deal about giving food to your wife? Do you dare to say this in front of Captain Kiryu?" Urahara Kisuke sneered disdainfully. "Don't dare." Aozaki Mizuki said the most cowardly words in the toughest tone, winking and saying, "So you have to keep it a secret from me, and don't talk nonsense." "Oh, I thought there was nothing in this world that you wouldn't dare to do." Even so, Urahara Kisuke nodded. There should be a limit to pranks. Some things will end badly if you go too far. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about you. It's been a while since we last met, and you have already broken through to the 3rd level of spiritual power. Aozaki Mayuki winked, seeming to be sincerely happy for her friend's growth. At such a young age, Urahara Kisuke showed an uncle-like smile and hummed twice proudly. "I told you earlier, I'm confident it will all happen naturally." Indeed, Miss Kiryu is also very optimistic about you. Aozaki Meisuke asked, "Then are you confident to succeed Miss Kiryu as the captain? How is Bankai's training?" "Just getting started." Urahara Kisuke waved his hand, suddenly shrank his head, looked around with a sly look on his face, and asked in a low voice, "You are also practicing Bankai, right?" "That's right." Aozaki Mizuki nodded. This was not a secret. Which Shinigami who has reached the 3rd level of spiritual power would not try to practice Bankai? This is perfectly normal. Urahara Kisuke put his arm around his shoulders, pulled him to squat in the corner of the courtyard wall, and said mysteriously, "Actually, I have some new attempts regarding Bankai." "What attempt?" Aozaki Jinue already had a guess in her mind, but in order to confirm her guess, she still asked. "I have researched a prop that can help the Zanpakuto become a symbol, and the trial work is expected to be completed next week." Urahara Kisuke said excitedly. "Trial work? You don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you?" Aozaki Zenzuki remembered that she had participated in the experiments of the Technology Development Bureau and blew up the laboratory several times. Scientific research and innovation are really dangerous things. Urahara Kisuke was also a little embarrassed and hurriedly patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry, there will be no problem this time. There will definitely be no inexplicable explosion." Aozaki Jinue glanced at him suspiciously, then nodded. Division 12, Technology Development Bureau. The Technology Development Bureau is located in the headquarters of Division 12. It is a mysterious research base located deep in the mountains. There are tall, white buildings on the ground, but in fact the real core facilities are underground. After packing her things, the purple-haired lady smoothed her hair and looked at the screen in front of her in a daze. The food that came to her mouth seemed to have lost its appeal. At noon, the Technology Development Bureau fell into silence as a whole. It was quiet. I don't know if the rising temperature made people feel lazy and sleepy. Hikifune Kiryu never thought that he would experience something like this when he was just eating and drinking every day and studying his temporary soul when he had time. The development of technology is really rapid. There were no such useful things a few hundred years ago. Hikifune Kiryu looked at the screen in the captain's office, shook his head, and thought with emotion. However, thinking back to the two people chatting furtively at the entrance of the Technology Development Bureau, Hikifune Kiryu felt very happy. Little Kisuke is doing a great job, but doesn't he know there is surveillance there? Or does he think I won't pay attention? That kid Jinue is too bold. How could he say such things in public? Recalling the many times he took the initiative to ask Ozaki Meisuke to teach him his skills, Hikifune Kiryu played with his hair with his delicate hands, feeling a little embarrassed. But do I have a crush on him? Hikifune Kiryu took 2 mouthfuls of food, thinking thoughtfully about every detail of the two of them getting along. At least this kid's cooking is very good. My stomach seems to have accepted him first. What should I do? After a few years of brief contact, Hikifune Kiryu finally understood what kind of person Aozaki Meisuke was. To be precise, he is not a good man, but there is no harm without comparison. Compared with most nobles, he is already a very good person. But is it too much to surrender yourself just because the food is delicious? But how many more important things are there in this world than cooking? What's more, he's not a bad person. Just as Hikifune Kiryu was reviewing his experiences in recent years, the elegant black-haired woman opened the office door and said, "You worked so late today and haven't eaten yet. I brought this from the team cafeteria. Xiao Jinyue will definitely be very busy as she becomes the captain, so let's make do with it for now." Shutora Singamaru put the lunch box on the table with the puppet arm behind him and said, This fragrance, is it that Zaya Zenzuki has been here before? Now that you have become Kenpachi, you are still willing to come and deliver food to you. It seems that you are really important to that child, and you can even ignore the opinions of outsiders. Thank you so much. I happen to be very hungry. I'm afraid the food Jinyue sent is not enough. Hikifune Kiryu's words were a little hurried, and he laughed, pretending to be calm. It's nothing. My old friend, you always don't take care of your body. No matter how fine you are now, you will feel uncomfortable if something goes wrong in the future. Shutora Sindemu waved his hand nonchalantly and said, It seems meaningless to say this now. You will join Team Zero soon. Injuries are just a small matter to us. With the power of the Spirit King, you can strengthen your body and bones. Whether it's scientific research or cooking, you can do it for as long as you want and as much as you want. Eat quickly, but are you sure you can finish it? Then Shutara Senjimaru licked his lips and asked. She was watching from the side when Aozaki Manzuki was teaching Hikifune Kiryu. She also tasted Manzuki's cooking several times, and it was indeed delicious. Actually, I can't eat that much. Kiryu Hikifune looked at Shutara Senjimaru with a smile on his face and said a little embarrassedly, Kiryu, who is usually carefree, is still shy? What happened? Shutara Senjimaru was slightly surprised, covered his face, and said with a smile, Then let me help you. These dishes made by Maya-chan look good. Hikifune Kiryu said aggrievedly, But that's Maya-chan. The moon is for me. Shutara Senjimaru showed his majesty as a senior and said sternly, Kiryu, seniors should help juniors. Hikifune Kiryu. She now seriously suspects that Shutara Senjimaru brought rice here just to steal Meisuki-chan's cooking. Rukongai was quiet late at night, and Aizen Sosuke looked up at the wonderful moonlight in the flower-withered area. Da-da-da, along with the sound of footsteps coming from the ground, a figure gradually walked slowly towards the ground from downstairs. Tozen, have you found something that satisfies me? I hope to hear good news. Aizen turned his back to him and said casually, Lord Aizen, there is a ruin below, only dirt and gravel. If you use Kido to forcefully break the bunker, it may cause a collapse. Dong Xian came out from the underground wearing goggles and could not help but frown as he smelled the smell of earth on his body. You are really cautious, Shinzuki-kun. Enjoying the quiet environment, Aizen couldn't help but sigh, but you are deliberately trying to hide it here. It seems that you have learned something. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Dong Xian Yao seemed to hear a hint of relief from his words. Who does Aizen-sama think this man is? He tried to say, Now it seems that this man is indeed hiding something from us. Aizen interrupted him. Hide it from us? No, you are wrong. Dong Xian, he did not hide it from me. He recalled that day. In Aizen's secret laboratory, Aozaki Mizuki looked at the glowing screen and shouted, Aizen-sama, what's the matter, Shinzuki-kun? Aizen put down his work, turned around, and asked with a smile. Aozaki Mizuki asked seemingly unintentionally, Can I look through the research materials in the laboratory? Aizen was silent for a long time, then suddenly said with a smile, Do you know what you're talking about? This is not a funny joke, Maya-kun. I know, and you also know what I want, but there is no progress now. Why don't you let me try? Aozaki Zenzuki spread his hands. If you don't want to, forget it. Interesting. Do you want to say that you could surpass me? Aizen sneered. If you think you can do it, just go and try. Aizen's thoughts returned to reality. Thinking about it now, it was too hasty to agree to it in the first place. When did this damn desire to win start? Did that man notice it? Thinking about what he said, that smart man should have noticed it. I gave him all the information. I just want to see what he can do. Now it seems that he may. Aizen felt that he was a little excited. This was a feeling of passion that he had not experienced in many years. After the excitement, Aizen had to start thinking about a more realistic problem. That is the threat of Maya Aozaki. With super talent, his IQ may be on par with him, and his future threat may be greater than Shigekuni Yamamoto. But with a collapsed secret room, it was not certain that he had researched anything. It is also possible that they were just afraid that the experiment would be discovered, so they destroyed this place. After all, the captain's disciple is indeed a sensitive person, and the captain himself is also a stubborn person. What's more, Aozaki Mizuki can't move lightly now. Thinking of the group of people gathered around Ozaki Mayuki, Aizen felt a headache. No one in that group was easy to mess with. Needless to say, Yamamoto's combat prowess, as Aozaki Meisuki is his disciple. If something goes wrong, he must get to the bottom of it, which may make many years of planning come to nothing. Hikifune Kiryu and Urahara Kisuke are not ordinary people, especially Urahara Kisuke, whose intelligence may even be higher than his own. Moreover, Hikifune Kiryu was accompanied by a member of the Zero Division. The spiritual pressure that surpasses Shinigami makes Kyoka Suigetsu useless, and his substitute usually has to go around the 12th Division. It's really tricky. Is this also part of your plan, Mayakun? As expected of a man whose intelligence is no weaker than mine, he is really thoughtful. If Aozaki Mizuki knew his inner thoughts, he would definitely complain that he thinks too much. He does have a confidence, not only because there are so many talented people around him, but also because he knows what kind of person Aizen is. But he is self-aware, and his IQ can only be considered good, and he cannot win in a competition of intelligence. The development of Hogyoka relies on the technical support of 3 scientific research giants, Hikifune Kiryu, Urahara Kisuke, and Nirvana. Compared with these 3 big guys, he can only be regarded as mediocre. Aizen looked at himself reflected in the water under the moonlight, pursed his lips, and raised a gentle smile. He knew that the reasons he just thought of were facts and excuses for himself. He clearly knew that he did not want to kill Aozaki Meisuki. He even wanted to see how far he could grow. Let's wait until Team Zero returns to Soul King Palace before considering anything else. Aizen came to the shore of the lake, looked at the quiet woods, squinted his eyes, and said, Jinyue, let's see who will win in the end. Dong Xianyao, who was waiting for the order, was suddenly stunned. What? It's nothing. We don't know what step Shinzuki-kun has taken yet. Aizen looked back at the serious Tozen Kaname and said, I want to know more. Please take someone to check. Do you think he can complete something that you haven't even been able to create? Dong Xian was a little unbelievable. Of course not. It's not that easy to research that thing. It's impossible to gather the experimental materials alone, not to mention that it also requires various technical supports. These technologies are not included in the information I gave you. Aizen shook his head in disappointment. Can't even you understand me, Dong Xian? You are indeed far worse than that man. Why? Do you still have any questions? Aizen asked without looking back, still looking at himself in the water. No, I just want to know where to start the investigation. Should I blame Aozaki Mayuki directly, or start with the people around him? Dong Xian frowned. If Aozaki Mizuki is really smart, it may be difficult to find anything useful no matter what aspect. Oh, let's start from this basement and see if we can find any clues. If Dong Xian wanted to do it, he would immediately turn Aizen around and give the order helplessly. Late at night, in the flower-dry area of East Rukongai, 2 young men looked at each other with strange expressions. Tozen is blind, but his other senses are very sharp, and he can feel Aizen's sharp sight. Tozen Kaname is not stupid. On the contrary, he is a smart man who is good at strategic warfare. He immediately realized that he had just been stupid. Since Team Zero cannot touch Ozaki Meisuki before they leave, naturally we can only start investigating from less important places, and this abandoned basement is the best starting point. He sighed in his heart at Aizen's insight into fire. Squadron 11, Captain's Dormitory. As the 3rd chief, Kunimashiro took the initiative to take the responsibility of cleaning the captain's dormitory. After simply tidying up for more than 10 minutes, Kuna Mishiro tidied himself up. Aozaki Meisuke was sitting cross-legged on the bed, with a Zanpakudo on her legs, undergoing Blade Zen training. To practice Bankai, you need to fully understand the Zanpakudo. Yongjin planned the training time every day in detail, and he didn't want to delay even a minute. Captain Exam, listening to Kuna Mishiro's introduction, Aozaki Mayuki suddenly frowned. He was still a little confused about this familiar and unfamiliar term. Yes, a captain candidate will attend the next captain meeting. It is said that someone learned Bankai and applied for promotion to the captain. Kuna Mishiro nodded and explained. Aozaki Mayuki raised her eyebrows. It should be to take over the captain's seat of the third team. Currently, among the Godai 13, only the third team does not have a captain. The captain's seat of the third team has been vacant for a long time, and the captain has been handling team affairs on behalf of Shooting Field Chitetsu. In the original time and space, the captain of the third division will be Hobashiro Juro. Aozaki Mizuki has learned that Hobashiro Juro is indeed practicing Bankai, but he has not yet succeeded. Could it be that he recently had a sudden enlightenment and succeeded in practicing Bankai? Or is it Kichiki Hibiki? After the war, it is indeed inappropriate for Bankai Shinigami to continue to stay in the Special Forces. But isn't he Kichiki Jinling's follower? Actually, you don't have to worry. The captain selection has nothing to do with us. The candidate, this time, wants to succeed the captain of the third division. Kuna Mishiro has been a Shinigami for nearly 100 years and is very clear about these processes. He waved his hand and said with confidence, "You just need to work with the other captains to see whether he is qualified to be the captain." So who is the candidate this time? As a time traveler, Aozaki Mizuki thinks he knows this world very well, but this world has changed a lot, so he still needs to make sure. It's unclear. The identity of the candidate has not been made public. Kuna Mishiro explained while sitting in his arms. Is that so? I wonder what kind of person he is. With the completion of Izen Senra's training, Aozaki Mizuki put the Zanpakudo aside, feeling a strange feeling in his heart. After practicing for so long, you should want to relax, right? Kuna Mishiro looked at the conscious Aozaki Mayuki and nodded with satisfaction. It still smells good, but you still need to wash it off. After saying that, Kuna Mishiro pointed to the bathroom. Aozaki Mizuki hesitated for a moment, then entered the bathroom and started washing. Unconsciously, I am also qualified to participate in deciding the captain. Lying in the bathtub, Aozaki Mayuki clenched her fists and couldn't help but sigh. Haruka recalled that when he first came to Soul Society, he didn't even have enough to eat, but now he has the ability to control who will become the captain. Shocking, there's another young genius in the Godai 13 who has learned Bankai. The reason behind it is thought-provoking. It's unbelievable that the candidate for captain this time is so young. The name of the 11th generation Kenpachi Aozaki Miyuki, the greatest genius in history, may not be preserved. I have to say that the 9th Division is worthy of having the only editing room of the Godai 13, and they have mastered the method of using gimmicks to increase their appeal. A lot of shock appeared in the headlines of the morning paper, which made Aozaki Mizuki have to wonder whether Rokusha Kenishi had studied in the shock department. The most disgusting thing is that this guy with thick eyebrows actually used his photo as a front-page headline. It seems that he took away Kuna Mishiro, so he was waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. The level of the editing room of Division 9 is getting worse and worse. I thought he was some young genius who dared to touch Aosaki Kenpachi with just a picture of his back. Someone complained helplessly. In my opinion, it's better to continue serializing Sujitsu-sama's masterpieces or update the rose-colored path if you can't. Romance novels are more interesting than this bad news. The world is really going downhill. Team 9 is doing everything possible to make money, and they dare to smear Aosaki-sama. Sister, it's wrong for you to say that. What's wrong with you in our 9th Division? We're the official editing room. Do you understand the value of the word official? You don't even look at it. Just look at this back. He is a young man. Guess why he is younger than Aozaki Kenpachi? I remember you. Aren't you the editor of Division 9? It turns out you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D wrote the report. Brother, you are out of luck now. This lady is the flower of the moon, and we cannot afford to offend her. If I were you, I would run away as soon as possible. What is the flower of the moon? I've never heard of it. I don't even know this. Why are you working as a news editor? The secret society, founded by the female members of the 2nd Division, is also called the Aozaki Meisuki Fans Club. It is said that the entire female members of the 2nd Division are members. What? The entire female team of the 2nd Division? Including the captain of Siphon Jaiwan? Then I will escape first, Grandpa. I don't know if the captain can save me this time. There was a burst of laughter on the way. It was easy to offend people by breaking the news. He was usually protected by the 9th Division, but it was a pity that he hit the iron plate this time. This kid is so cowardly. He's so cowardly and wants to work as a reporter. He's a Shinigami from the Godai 13. How can they tear him apart over such a trivial matter? Shinigami, who had reminded the editor of Division 9 before, shook his head and mocked. Ha! Who could afford to offend that kind of crazy group? Not to mention that the leader is the Siphon Jaiwan family, and there are many nobles in the organization. Shinigami on the road suddenly started discussing happily. But having said that, this time the captain candidates look young. I just don't know if they can pass this election. You should be confident that you dare to apply. But with just a photo from the back, how can you tell that he is young? Look at the hands and neck. Aren't they all exposed? I estimate he is no more than 200 years old. Not more than 200 years old? He is indeed very young, but he is still far behind Aozaki Kenpachi, who is not yet 30 years old this year. Yes, under 30 years old, he is indeed the #1 genius in the history of Soul Society. Master Jinue is the most powerful, and sooner or later he will be able to compete with the captain. Yes, Lord Shinizuki is the most talented Shinigami. Thinking back on the major events that have happened in recent years, the Shinigami who were discussing the morning paper sighed with emotion. As the captain's disciple, the youngest captain in history, and the young genius who killed Judai Kenpachi, Aozaki Maya's various deeds have long been remembered by the members of the Godai 13. This is obviously an area beyond the reach of ordinary people, and this talent can only be matched by anyone. Just to be recognized by His Excellency the Captain is the lifelong pursuit of most Shinigami. There are still mostly ordinary people in this world, and Shinigami, who possesses supernatural power, is a genius who is one among ordinary people. Each of them also has their own arrogance in their hearts, but facing this kind of person, let alone transcending, they have no desire to chase after him. At this time, the Shinigami are more hopeful that this #1 genius title will continue to be maintained by Aozaki Mayuki. This kind of genius is for admiration. Too much will make people feel confused and lose the goal and motivation to move forward. It is precisely because this kind of genius is far away from the Shinigami. So when the seniors of each team encourage their juniors, they will not use the words, "learn from Kenpachi Aozaki." It seems that everyone still has confidence in me. Aozaki Mizuki walked freely and casually on the road. Seeing everyone's confidence in him, he said hello to the little fans on the road and said with emotion, "But Moonflower is my fan group. How come I've never heard of it myself?" Yamazaki Yantora, who was accompanying him, remained silent and began to consider the feasibility of establishing a fan support club. Moonflower only recruits female team members, which is too unfair to the male team members. The 11th Division still has the majority of male members. As the deputy captain, we must ensure the legitimate rights and interests of all members. Aozaki Mizuki took the morning newspaper from a starry-eyed little girl. Looking at the blurry backs of the captain candidates, she always felt that they looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere. Judging from the hairstyle, it's not Hobashiro Juro and Kachiki Hibiki. That kid is really a stinker. The girl who delivered him the newspaper is a girl from our team. Lu Che Chuanchi walked behind, pouting unhappily. The little cotton-padded jacket he had carefully cultivated was kidnapped and ran away by relying on his good skin. This matter will never end. You still want to take revenge? I am a noble. If I sue you for defaming the nobles, I will sue you one by one, and you will have to pay a large sum of money. As a good friend, Hirako Shinji reminded from his side. Slandering aristocrats is a crime that can kill one's head in this world ruled by aristocrats. As the captain, Luce Quan, she would definitely not receive such a severe punishment. But if the nobles want to pursue the case, punishment is inevitable, and the lightest penalty is a few months' salary. Captain of the 6 car, it's not good to speak ill of people behind their backs. When Rokusha Kensai turned his head in shock and found Aozaki Mayuki standing next to him. After not seeing each other for a while, he was surprised to find that the other party's spiritual pressure was at the 3rd level of spiritual power 6 months ago, and now it was almost the same as his. This kid's talent is too terrifying, isn't it? How can he improve so quickly when he reaches the captain level? And with the same spiritual pressure, why is the speed so much faster than mine? This is talent, right? Aozaki Mizuki seemed to have seen through what he was thinking and said rather narcissistically. Luce Chuanchi's eyes twitched. This kid specializes in poking people where they hurt. How could I like this kind of person? Aozaki Mizuki said seriously. Actually, I'm pretty good to girls. Rukuka Kensai and Hirako Shinji were both shocked. Can your kid read minds? No, but your thoughts are all written on your face. It's really easy to guess. Aozaki Mizuki shrugged. Rokusha Kensai and Hirako Shinji were immediately numb. The conference room of the first team building, the place where the captain's meeting was held, was already full of vice captains. Even so, there were actually not many vice captains. There is also a deputy captain among the vice captains this time, whose level is half a level higher than that of the vice captain. There is no need to wait outside with them. The team members who had just arrived outside the office wall were still a little excited. When I stayed in the first team, I saw all kinds of strong people, and the strongest Shinigami was their captain, but I still couldn't help but feel excited. That is the captain's position, one of the seats at the pinnacle of professional Shinigami, and today, the last vacant seat will be taken. This may be a common problem among people. They always yearn for better things. Even if the elite Shinigami of the first team knew that if they learned Bankai, they would be 99% sure of becoming the captain, they still wanted to witness the birth of a new captain with their own eyes. After all, the captain exam was rare. Bang, bang, bang. As the footsteps came, the Shinigami fell silent. 3 men wearing white Haori walked straight to the conference room. The Shinigami around them looked at them longingly. The captain of Division 9, Rokusha Kensai, who was walking at the front, looked very angry. Following him was the newly promoted Captain Aozaki Meisuki, the #1 genius in the history of Soul Society. Everyone could see that he was smiling happily. Walking at the end was Hirako Shinji, captain of the 5th Division, looking helplessly at the 2 people in front of him with dead fish eyes. Behind them were the 3 vice captains who followed. Aizen glanced at Aozaki Mayuki from time to time, but to outsiders, the 2 of them still looked unfamiliar. When does the captain exam start? At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind them, and Aozaki Mayuki subconsciously turned her head when she heard the familiar voice. Yuruchi of Shifenjin, who was wearing a battle uniform-style death robe and a white Haori, stood at the door with his arms folded, looking at the huge door, and said with emotion, "Good morning, Jinyue. Look at how lazy you are. You really can't do it without leaving the 2nd Division." Shifenjin Yuruchi turned around, looked at Aozaki Mayuki, and waved his hand. As the captain who has a close relationship with Aozaki Mayuki, the 2 of them immediately attracted crowds of onlookers when they stood together. Everyone knew that the relationship between the 2 was more than just friends. 8 trigrams is the 4th instinct of human beings, and the scandal between the 2 captains is something that everyone likes to hear about. But when it comes to the wonderful emotions between the 2 captains, we have to mention the other beauties present. Under the intimidation of Uno Hanaretsu's eyes, Rokusha Kensai voluntarily gave up his position next to Aozaki Mayuki so that they could stand side by side. Vice Captain Yudimura Lisa, who was rumored to have stayed overnight in the 11th Kenpachi dormitory, was holding a strange book in his hands and buried his head deeply. The captain of the 12th Division, Hikifyun Kiryu, looked like it was none of my business and stood not far away, eating melon quietly. Matsumoto Ranjaku is neither the captain nor the vice captain, so he can only stand outside and watch. With a smile on her face, even she could feel the pressure Eozuki Mayue was feeling at this time. Actually, it was the same when I was in the 2nd Division, but I can't be lazy when I should be serious. Aozaki Mizuki waved her hand and took Yoruchi's little hand. As for Uno Hanaretsu on the side, he didn't dare to make a move. Shifinju and Yoruchi nodded with satisfaction. The two of you seem to be having a great time chatting. This meeting should be about the battle to exterminate the rebels. It seems that Jinyue is already ready. Uno Hanaretsu kept a gentle smile, folded her hands in front of her, and Yamato said with a Nadeshiko-like smile, "Actually, I'm not good at this kind of thing, but fortunately there is someone to help." Aozaki Mayaki stared carefully at Yamato Nadeshiko in front of her. This woman is really charming when she's not crazy. To put it simply, she makes Aozaki Meisuki feel like she wants to marry her. It's a pity that once she goes crazy, her whole body is filled with murderous aura, and just standing there makes people feel terrifying. Ever since defeating Kenpachi Kigashiro, this woman's murderous aura has become increasingly difficult to control. Sometimes when I was helping her put tweeds on, I would feel an inexplicable chill. Aozaki Mizuki felt it was so dangerous that he rarely attended flower arrangement classes. Unless you have the strength to completely suppress this woman, you really can't do anything to this woman. According to my experience, after the captain meeting is over, the captain examination will begin. At that time, a captain will be selected to test the candidate's strength. The 1,000-year-old spirit was suddenly surprised when she felt the longing and distant gaze of Ozaki Mayuki. This little guy is getting more and more interesting. Could it be that I usually go too far? However, she quickly changed the subject and continued to explain the captain's exam with a smile. But it's said to be an exam, but it's actually just a show of strength. Only when you learn Bankai can you cross the threshold of becoming a strong person. And at the same time, you'll have a clear gap between you and ordinary Shinigami. After all, not everyone has such a special Zanpakuto like you. Bankai can increase spiritual pressure 5 to 10 times based on Shurkai. This is not a gap that can be easily bridged. Learning Bankai is a pass to become captain. As long as he is not a dangerous person with serious crimes, captains will usually agree to the candidate becoming captain. Aozaki Jinyue nodded, indicating that she understood. He could probably understand what the captains were thinking. To put it bluntly, the captain is the pinnacle of the Godai 13. Above him is the overall captain. Except for Yamamoto, no one else can take this position for the time being. The captain seats of other divisions are none of my business, and everyone has no grudges. There is no need to offend a Shinigami who knows Bankai just for a seat that has nothing to do with me. How about the captain exam? Shifinju and Yoruchi listened to Uno Hanaretsu's introduction, and his curiosity aroused. After she was strong enough, she applied directly to her family to succeed the previous Legion commander and naturally became the captain of the 2nd Division. I'm really not very clear about the normal captain examination process. In fact, it's not complicated. When the captain is present, you need to pass the captain exam under the witness of more than 3 captains, including the captain. Uno Hanaretsu explained with a smile. The content of the exam is also very simple. Select one of the current captains as the examiner to compete with the candidates to determine whether the candidates have the strength to become the captain. Choose one person to be the examiner. Aozaki Maya touched her chin. I don't know who is so lucky. Okay, no more talking. The captain's meeting is about to start. Let's go in first. Looking at the captains in the conference room, Uno Hanaretsu raised his head slightly and pointed his chin at Captain Yamamoto, who narrowed his eyes. No need for Ryujin Jaka. Sparks are coming out his eyes. Aozaki Meisuki walked into the conference room, and at the signal of Old Man Yamamoto, he carried a manuscript prepared by Ikamaru Jin and described the situation of fighting the rebels. The captain exam is about to begin. Captains, please come in. Sasaki Chojuro changed from a serious vice captain to a serious examiner's assistant. Then he pushed hard, opened the door of the first team's outdoor training ground, and walked in. Now that we're all here, sit down. The exam will start soon. When everyone entered the training ground, Yamamoto, Jinryu Shigekuni, who walked in from the door, looked at the people standing and waved his hands and said. The captains took their seats one after another, but only one person walked up to Yamamoto. Yamamoto looked at the person and nodded. Captain 6, you are the examiner of this exam. You have to remember that cheating is absolutely prohibited. Violators will be disqualified, and examiners will also be punished. Don't try to cheat for personal gain during the exam. All the captains are here to watch. Don't think about deceiving the captains. This exam is designed to evaluate the candidate's strength. Unless necessary, no behavior that may endanger life will be allowed. Yes, Your Excellency, Captain, I understand. Luce Chuanchi nodded slightly and walked to the middle of the training ground. Yamamoto walked to his seat, looked left and right, and was reluctant to sit down for a long time, as if he wanted to see if Rokusha Kensai would use his full strength. Sitting on the chair, Aozaki Mayuki rolled her eyes. The old man said so many words without any use. How to cheat on something like captain exam? Are the captains on this stand a display? Even if the candidate doesn't know Bankai like you do, isn't it easy to judge whether the captain has the fighting ability? Let the candidates go to the examination room. Yamamoto, who was sitting in his seat, looked seriously at Sasaki Chojuro beside him. Sasaki Chojuro nodded in response, got up, and left his seat. Who is taking this exam? It's so mysterious. Aozaki Mizuki looked around while listening to Yamamoto's stern voice in the middle. The seats under him are all made of cypress wood. Not to mention the first team that leads the 13th Division. The treatment is definitely the best among the 13th Division. The cool breeze was blowing slowly on everyone's faces at this time. The season at this time was approaching winter, and the gentle breeze had a cold meaning. The entire training ground suddenly seemed to fall into a solemn atmosphere. It's a nice day, but there's no way to relax in this place. Aozaki Mizuki looked at the captains around him curiously. Except for Kichiki Jinling, who was focused on the training ground, all the captains also glanced at him. He felt like he was about to become a big star. Although he was indeed famous in the Serie, so many captains were paying attention to his situation, which still made him look weird. I can't help being so handsome. Even men like to look at me. Aozaki Maya sighed narcissistically in her heart. Concentrate on witnessing the captain's exam. Don't look around. Hikifune Kiryu seemed to be aware of Aozaki Mayuki's gaze. She was located on the right side of Aozaki Mayuki and turned around, blinking her beautiful eyes and saying silently. The seats of the captains were assigned according to the divisions they commanded. Aozaki Meisuki and Hikifune Kiryu happened to sit together, and Shifingen Yoruchi and Uno Hanaretsu happened to be on the other side. Don't be so nervous. We are only responsible for watching this exam. The result has nothing to do with us. Just look at the old man, and it doesn't matter. Aozaki Mayuki blinked and gestured with the same look. Hikifune Kiryu couldn't help but laugh at Aozaki Mizuki's teasing, and his originally reserved mood relaxed a little. The two of us can actually read each other's eyes. Has our tacit understanding reached this point? Hikifune Kiryu, who was in a relaxed mood, looked at Aozaki Mayuki with a bit of happiness. Everyone, the captain exam is a serious occasion. I hope that certain two captains will not set a bad example for future captains under my nose. Yamamoto's voice was calm, but everyone could hear the anger hidden in it. The two bad examples among the captains were a little embarrassed and instantly turned their heads to look at the training ground ahead. Seeing that the opportunity to get closer to Hikifune Kiryu slipped away, Aozaki Mizuki thought unhappily. It's true that this old man presided over the captain's examination and didn't keep an eye on the examination room. He still had time to take care of me. This work attitude is too careless. The Godii 13 will be finished sooner or later. Glancing at the two men and women who had ruined the Godii 13's ethos, Yamamoto sneered. Now that everyone is ready, the exam begins. As Yamamoto finished speaking, Sasaki Chojiro stood by the stands of the training ground, and a light blue spirit barrier rose out of thin air. At the same time, in order to be friendly to the new captain, Rokusha Kenshiro, who was standing next to Sasaki, showed a smile that he thought was kind, but he looked very much like an evil villain who wanted to destroy the earth. Are there any normal people left in the Godai 13? Looking at the evil Rikuka Kenishi, Sasaki Chojiro's eyes twitched, and he unconsciously asked this question in his heart. He calmed down and said loudly, "Next, let's take the captain's ability test." Vice captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, entered the training ground. The elegant young man stepped out from the shadows, his gentle smile making people feel like spring breeze. Looking at the familiar figure, Aozuki Jinue was stunned. Even more excited than him was Hirako Shinji, who was drinking tea just now and burst into tears when he heard Aizen's name. When Aozuki Mizuki saw this scene, she couldn't help but understand what was going on, and she was immediately speechless. Co-author, your vice captain is going to be promoted to captain, and you, the captain, don't even know? Uno and Aretsu and Kuchiki Jinling, who were sitting on his left and right, made no secret of their disgust and moved their seats to the side. Hirako Shinji waved his hand and said quickly, "Sorry, I was too excited and couldn't hold it back for a while." Captain Hirako doesn't know either. It seems that Vice Captain Aizen wants to give Captain Hirako a surprise. Kairaku, Shun Sui teased. Huh. Hirako Shinji smiled stiffly. Surprise? Not enough of a shock. What did this guy apply? I obviously monitor him every day. How could I not find out? Uno and Aretsu noticed the change in expression on his face and asked strangely. Vice Captain Aizen has learned Bankai. I remember he is not yet 200 years old. He is indeed a genius. Isn't Captain Hirako unhappy? I'm happy, of course I'm happy. This guy Aizen has become successful. How can I not be happy? Hirako Shinji gritted his teeth and forced a smile. He was really suffering and couldn't tell. He actually wanted to tell the captains present that Aizen was a dangerous person. But although he was aware of Aizen's danger, he didn't have any substantive evidence, and no one would believe his empty words. If you say it, you may leave a negative image in everyone's mind that is jealous of your team members. He knew how stubborn Captain Yamamoto was. Not only would he not believe him, he might even reprimand himself. When Hirako Shinji looked down, he took a deep breath. Aozuki Mizuki looked at the field, and what he responded to was a gentle smile, which contained a hint of provocation. Interesting. Aozuki Mizuki sighed meaningfully. Unlike Hirako Shinji, he had no intention of exposing Aizen. First, the old man may not believe what he says. Second, he understands Aizen's strength. Aizen is not the opponent of Mr. Yamamoto, but it will be difficult to kill Mr. Yamamoto unless he wants to destroy the world. Third, he and Aizen were too involved, and something was exposed. With the old man's personality, he might choose to clean up the family. Aizen could run, but he couldn't. He agreed with some of Hirako Shinji's views. Mr. Yamamoto is indeed very stubborn. Others didn't know what Aozuki Meisuke and Hirako Shinji were thinking, and watched the duel between the two with interest. Despite the fact that Aizen is arrogant, ruthless and murderous, he also intends to subvert the ruling order of the Suriidai. But in the eyes of most people, he is actually a good Shinigami. Aozuki Mizuki can only say that when it comes to acting skills, he has to learn from Aizen. He can easily charm the young Shinigami into all kinds of fantasies. He even betrayed the Suriidai, and his fangirl never forgets him. He felt that if this gentleman hadn't thought too much, Yamamoto would have been one of the candidates to become a captain after he stepped down. When you become a captain, what do you want to do but you can't do? You are an aloof genius. After you achieve your goal, can't you bear to succumb to a group of incompetent people? Looking at the confident Aizen, Ozaki Mayuki let out a long sigh of relief, then raised a smile on his lips as if he had seen through everything. And now you are running to compete for the position of captain. What made you change your mind? But if the captain's power is used well, he can indeed do more. I wish you good luck. Aozaki Mizuki knew that the reason why Aizen stayed in the 5th Division as the deputy captain was actually a game for fun when he was bored. He wanted to see when Hirako Shinji would discover his true identity. Now, apparently there was something new to grab his attention. After all, he was the guy who shaved Hirako Shinji bald just for fun. It sounds childish, but in the final analysis, Aizen is just like an overly shrewd child. His abilities make him extraordinary, and his superior IQ allows him to penetrate deeper things. He was like a child who was alone and crying silently in a void that was longer than the world that ordinary people could see. His mind is so wise and shrewd that he remains alone in the longer-term illusory world. And being able to experience the emotion of loneliness just shows that he is also a human being and a social creature. Only by getting along with others can a person grow. So no matter how far he stands, he is essentially just a lonely child who wants companionship. Looking back at what Aizen did in the original time and space, we can actually see some childlike willfulness. Aizen looked at the smiling Aozaki Mayuki, feeling unprecedentedly happy in his heart. Do you understand me? Sure enough, we are the same kind of people, under the gaze of everyone. Aizen Sosuke let out a sigh of relief and slowly walked to the opposite side of Rukachi. Your name is Aizen Sosuke, right? Shinji's vice captain. Luce Quanshi suddenly spoke. I heard that he is less than 200 years old, but he has learned Bankai, which is very good. For Shinji's sake, I actually don't want to hurt you. But since the captain has given the order, I will not show mercy. He is tall and strong, and his muscles bulge when he speaks. Compared with the weak Aizen, he is simply full of oppression. Many of the vice captains, watching the battle, swallowed silently. Rokusha Kinsai stared straight at Aizen Sosuke, as if expecting the latter to respond. However, Aizen Sosuke did not show any timidity as he expected. The young man with the 5th Squadron armband tied to his arm just looked at him quietly. I will take the test seriously, so please don't take it lightly, Captain 6. Luce Chuanshi was slightly startled. Aizen's indifferent attitude actually made him feel a sense of oppression in his heart. On the high platform, Hirako Shinji narrowed his eyes slightly and carefully observed every move of the two people. Once he discovers that Aizen has done anything unusual, he will immediately find a bunch of reasons to prevent Aizen from becoming the captain. But although he realized that Aizen was dangerous, he didn't know his strength. If Rukachi wins, then he declares that Aizen failed the exam. When the time comes, if you interfere with it, you may have the opportunity to influence the captain's judgment. Old Man Sean had not noticed that there were impure-minded guys in front of him and behind him, so he nodded towards Sasakaibe Chojuro. Sasakaibe Chojuro raised his voice and used Ryatsu to assist everyone present and loudly announced the start of the exam. The white-haired macho man had a sharp look in his eyes. He opened his shirt to reveal the number 69 tattooed on his abdomen and drew out his Zanpakuto from his waist to enter combat mode. He held his Zanpakuto tightly, with a steady figure and firm steps, and charged directly towards Aizen's direction at a rapid speed. Seeing this, Aizen just raised his hand slightly, pulled out his Zanpakuto, and then swung it out. Luce Quanshi's eyes suddenly widened. He could not avoid the sword, so he could only hold his Zanpakuto sideways in an attempt to block the blow. Bang! As soon as the blade made contact, majestic force came from the blade like a flood, making him slightly frightened. It seemed that he did not expect that this thin young man had such strength and could fight with him without falling. Wind, and he was no ordinary person. He just trembled slightly and stabilized his figure. Aizen didn't give him any time to react. After seeing that the knife was effective, he kept moving his hands and slashed dozens of times in an instant. Luce Chuanshi quickly waved his sword to resist. He tried his best to keep up with these dozen swords, and just when he thought he had a chance to counterattack, Aizen suddenly stretched out another hand, and the spiritual pressure surged in his palm, and the wind howled. Hato S-58 Kotan. The huge whirlwind pounced on Luce Chuanshi like a tiger, stirring up smoke and dust all over the sky. Not bad. The spiritual pressure has indeed reached the captain level. But I didn't expect that he could suppress the captain of the 6th car. Seeing that Rokusha Kensai received the wind attribute Kido firmly, the captains on the high platform all showed expressions of appreciation. Rokukaru Kensai has been the captain for decades, and Aizen, as the new captain level, can actually suppress him, which is a very remarkable achievement. Yes, I'm also Shinji's friend after all. You brat is too cruel, isn't it? Rokush Kensai, who was at a disadvantage, was still in the mood to make fun of him. Aizen was a little confused. He didn't have much contact with Lu Che Quan Shi, but he had learned about the other party's intelligence, and Lu Cha Quan, she should be a hot-tempered and irritable person. At this time, he heard relief and appreciation from Lu Che Chuanchi's tone. Aizen Sosuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly. After all, the captain of his 6th car said that he would go all out, so I don't dare to be careless. Is it because I just learned Bankai not long ago, so I can't control my spiritual pressure well? Lu Chikwangsi grinned widely, thinking that as a senior, he should encourage his juniors, and then he showed a kind and evil smile. Thankfully, I'm here. If it were an ordinary vice captain, something might have happened with that blow just now. But that's not enough. I need to be a little more serious. Go crazy, break the wind. The moment he chanted the liberation language, his spiritual pressure began to surge. Powerful spiritual pressure burst out, causing many Shinigami who were watching the battle to subconsciously take a step back. Wisps of turquoise spiritual wind rose around Lu Che Fist West. The Zanpakuto that originally looked like a katana in his hand suddenly glowed green and slowly turned into a dagger shape, with a strong wind blowing from the blade. When the dagger was swung, the trajectory in the wind turned into a gossamer-like green wind blade. A piece of soil that had been shattered in the previous battle turned into pieces as soon as it came into contact with the threads of the wind blade. Shinigami, who was approaching the venue, could not help but feel a sense of approaching death just by seeing these threads, and felt the urge to shrink back. Phew, Kyoka Suigetsu. I saw Aizen Sosuke let out a long sigh of relief. The tip of the Zanpakuto, Kyoka Suigetsu, in his hand was facing down. The shape of the blade did not change at all, but the spiritual pressure suddenly increased. What's going on? Why is there no change in the Zanpakuto, even though Shirkai is used? Some Shinigami couldn't help but wonder. There was no change in the Zanpakuto, and no ability could be seen. The huge torrent of spiritual pressure just now seemed to be just fireworks that attracted attention. A member of the 5th Division thought for a moment and explained, I remember that Vice Captain Aizen Shirkai was refracted by water and missed to create a mirage-like illusion, allowing enemies to kill each other. In our opinion, there is no change, but in the eyes of the captain of the 6th car, the image of Deputy Captain Aizen may have become completely different. This ability has some uses in war, but in one-on-one combat, it seems to be of little use against opponents with strong spiritual senses. In this case, wouldn't it be very detrimental to Deputy Captain Aizen? While everyone was talking, the two people on the field were already fighting together again. After a long time, Aizen Sosuke on the training ground was unwilling to accept defeat, and he gave up under the fist blade of Rukuka Kenishi. The final result was that Aizen Sosuke was defeated. However, considering that his Bankai was not suitable for one-on-one combat, Rokukaru Kensai, as the examiner, still judged him to have passed the exam. It wasn't until the end that Aizen used what he called Bankai. In fact, he just shouted, Bankai! Then I casually made up the name, Sure Sway. He explained that his ability still affects enemies through water and fog, but the range of use has been expanded. There is no doubt that this Bankai is a scam. Aozaki Mizuki knew that Aizen didn't know how to Bankai at all. It sounds ridiculous that a genius who feels lonely because of his talent can't Bankai, but that's the truth. Aizen feels from the bottom of his heart that he is not a Shinigami. He only believes in himself, does not trust the Zanpakuto as the symbol of Shinigami, and is unwilling to communicate with the Zanpakuto. The so-called Bankai in the eyes of everyone is just an illusion he created by exposing a small part of his own spiritual pressure and then using Kyoka Suijetsu to influence Rukuka Kenishi's judgment. I won't be able to learn Bankai like him, right? Aozaki Jinue was a little worried, but Yongjin's voice sounded in her heart. Then do you think we are your Zanpakudo? Yes. Aozaki Mizuki thought for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. Yongjin chuckled. That's enough. She didn't make any promises, but those light words made Aozaki Meisuke immediately feel relieved. With everyone watching, Yamamoto announced in a deep voice. The former deputy captain of the 5th Division, Aizen Sosuke, will be promoted to the captain of the 3rd Division starting next month. The letter of appointment will be issued at the end of the month and will be sent to the 5th Division team, building by the lighting team. Above. Most Shinigami were happy to hear the results announced by Yamamoto. Aizen has been a member of the Godai 13 for many years and has fans all over the divisions. Even if they're not conquered by his charisma, everyone basically has no bad impression of him. Except for Hirako Shinji, who is sitting in his seat with a sad face. This guy's intuition is very accurate. From the first moment he met Aizen, he judged that he was a dangerous and untrustworthy person. But intuition is something that only you can believe in. Others can neither understand nor easily agree with it. In fact, he wanted to speak to dissuade him, but Yamamoto glared back at him. Even during the battle, Aizen's comments about his lack of strength were met with contempt from everyone. Of all the people present, only Aoki Jinuen knew his difficulties, and they all felt pity for this prophetic guy. Feeling Aozaki Mayuki's pity look, Hirako Shinji was slightly startled. Did this kid see how uncomfortable I was? Was his look pitying me? Could it be that this guy doesn't really like to make people angry and is actually a gentle person in essence? Aozaki Mayuki chuckled, waved, and left the first team. When Aozaki Jinue recovered from the immersion in Schadenfreude, a little brown beauty suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at you smiling so happily, what trouble did you get into? Shifinjuin Yoruchi said, looking at Aozaki Mayuki with a smile. I didn't cause any trouble. It's just that someone is going to feel uncomfortable. Aozaki Mayuki quickly took her slender hand. It's so strange that you didn't go back to the 2nd Division and came to see me when you had time. It's normal. The war is over, and the Godai 13 has very little work during peacetime. It's nothing more than standing guard and patrolling every day or go to the real world to clean up the wandering hollows. The captain's job is even simpler. You don't need to run around. You only need to sit in the office and process files. Looking at the dishonest Aozaki Mayuki, Yoruchi Shifinjin shook his head and explained. Let's go to your house. So urgent. Shifinjuin Yoruchi arched his nose. His rosy brown skin looked cute and cute. Where are you thinking? Don't forget what I promised you. When the two came to Noble Street, the entire mansion was empty, leaving only her and Aozaki Mayuki. Even the craftsman responsible for renovating the Aozaki family was missing. After the boundary gate is built, there is no need for them to stay. After all, this is your home, so it would not be good for them to stay. Shifinjuin Yoruchi said, scanning the courtyard. A large open space against the mountain in the courtyard has been transformed into a gable-style building. White boulders are arranged regularly and neatly. In front of the door are 2 square wooden piles towering into the sky. This world-transmitting gate is the crystallization of technology developed by the Saifanjiwan family for many years. It contains the functions of ordinary world-transmitting gates and special world-transmitting gates. It can not only go to the real world, but also lead to Hueco Mundo. Shifu and Yoruchi couldn't help but proudly introduced. Oh, is this the divine transformation body? It's just a trial piece. Hearing Aozaki Mizuki's question, Urahara Kisuk said, while holding a very special-looking doll. This is the secret training ground under Shuangsho Hill. The doll that Kisuk brought is a special spiritual tool called the Kamigami, a training tool that can force the Zanpakudo to materialize by piercing it with its blade. This trial work can only last for half a quarter of an hour of materialization. I plan to continue to develop the completed form of the godly body, which can probably extend the time to about 3 days. Although a Zenshinki can only manifest the Zanpakuto a few times, there are some limitations anyway. Urahara Kisuk muttered in a relaxed tone, while standing firmly on the high platform in front of him. This divine transformation body was developed using Hong Ji's information. I've already tried it once. Now Jinyue will try to use Yongjin Senluo to materialize it, and see if we can see it. After saying that, Aozuki Jinyue nodded and took a step forward, and his body changed immediately. The reaction of the Zen God body at this time was even beyond Kisuk's expectation. After all, Aozuki Mizuki didn't even unsheath his Zanpakuto, let alone use it to stab the Tenshin body. But the divine body has begun to restless, slowly growing flesh and panels, covering the doll's appearance, becoming like a human being. Then, the transformed body turned into a woman who covered her eyes with a black belt and dressed up in a seductive manner. Hee hee. Wow, it's Xiao Jinyue. I've always wanted to see you. Are you lonely? Hey, are you lonely? Or are you saying that you and Yoruchi are so passionate that you just put them aside? Ha. Yoruchi looked at this woman in a pure white kimono with gorgeous skin exposed, turned to Aozaki Mayuki, and said, "Although this is the first time I have seen Yongjin Senluo, your inner world is too. It is really a paradise that people cannot bear to look at. That's not the case. My Yongjin Senluo is not such a woman, and the quantity is wrong." Aozuki Jinyue shook her head violently and waved her hands, quickly denying it. Yongjin Senluo is a pair of beautiful sisters. Although this woman is also very good-looking, Yongjin Senluo is not bad at all. And how to choose between 2 great beauties and 1 great beauty. He knew it well. Wait, who are you? How do you know my name? Aozuki Jinyue came back to her senses, took a step back, and asked, but in fact, she had already thought of the answer in her heart. At this time, the woman wrapped herself around Yoruchi for some reason, and said to her close to her, My name is Yulu Julio. Although this is the first time we meet, I know everything about you very well. Ha. The woman who called herself Yulu Julio didn't know what she was laughing at, and kept laughing. She laughed for a while, then suddenly lowered her voice and said something that both Yoruchi and Kisuk couldn't sit back and watch. I am a Zanpakuto of Kenpachi of Mole Castle who is currently imprisoned in Mugen. Please give me your advice. Aozaki Mizuki clapped her hands, showing an expression of sudden realization. He looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and stretched out his hand to say hello out of habit. Please give me some advice, Miss Yulu Julio. Do you have a boyfriend? Has little Jinyue fallen in love with her? She also likes you very much. Oh, didn't Kisuk-chan say that this thing can only last for half a quarter of an hour? Then let's not waste time and get started quickly. I'm so offended, Miss Yulu Julio. Aozaki Mizuki took a step forward with firm eyes. He knew that this was a dangerous Zanpakuto, and in order to avoid possible danger, he decided to sacrifice himself to hold her back for half a quarter of an hour. You guy, please restrain yourself. Shaifenju and Yoruchi grabbed Aozuki Mayuki's back collar angrily. No matter how much he struggled, it was to no avail. No wonder this woman is wearing such a modest clothes. These 2 guys really have the same chemistry. What a pity, Jinyue. Next time I'll find you alone to test the divine transformation body. Urahara Kisuk covered his eyes with his hands, blinked his eyes between his fingers, and smiled evilly on his lips. Then it's up to you, Kisuk. Aozaki Mizuki said solemnly. Seeing these 2 guys singing along, Shaifenju and Yoruchi was so angry that he twitched the corner of his mouth. After hearing 2 bang-bangs, a big lump bulged on their heads. I see the ability to fuse oneself with all matter and living things, and the ability to assimilate and control the fusion objects covering the entire Seriidii is really amazing. Aozaki Mizuki nodded as he spoke. Right. Little Jinyue wants me to, right? I can give you my power. Please feel free to use me. Little Jinyue, I can also integrate the inner world and the outer world, and I have with my strength. We can always be together." As he spoke, Yulu Julio suddenly turned his head and looked into the air as if talking to someone. "Ha ha! What are you eavesdropping on here? What's going on? What's going on this time? Are you jealous? But who asked you to lock yourself in Wujian? Now you can only watch, we can't do anything." Shaifinju and Yoruchi is still confused, but Urahara Kisuk has already thought of something. Aozuki Mizuki clapped her hands, ignored the second half of Yulu Julio's words, and answered her question. "Oh, have you seen through it? Then please give me your power." Hearing Aozuki Mizuki speak so relaxedly, Urahara Kisuk frowned and expressed his judgment. In other words, because the seal of the Zanpakuto is weakened in the infernal hell, although he can now observe the Siriidei, he cannot interfere with the fusion object? Ha ha! As expected of little Kisuk, he is so smart. He can see his current situation with just a few words. Yulu Julio laughed playfully and said to herself, "You're such a man. You've gone too far. You even told people to go away. You deserve it. You can only watch everything and do nothing. Isn't this the meaningless effort that you hate the most? But forget it, I forgive you. Because I like meaningless effort." Aozaki Mizuki couldn't see Malajo Kenpachi's expression and could guess that he must be very angry. This is understandable. This woman is indeed a great beauty, but she is also too secretive and talks about everything. What's more, in Mole City Kenpachi's eyes, Yulu Jalio and his sister look exactly the same, and even the beauty filter is automatically eliminated. If Aozaki Mizuki hadn't been mentally prepared and was extra patient with good-looking girls, I'd probably be bored. Shifu and Yoruchi asked, "So what is your purpose in telling us about your abilities?" Siriidei, in the civilian residential area. Kuchiki Shangha cut down an enemy, and while putting away his Zanpakuto, he sighed, "This is the last remnant of the rebels, and the war is finally over." The adjutant on the side smiled and said, "Yes, this war that lasted for decades and brought heavy suffering to Seoul society is finally over." He found that his captain had changed a lot recently since he made friends with the young captain of the 11th Division, and he became much more cheerful. Kuchiki Shangha, who was enjoying the praises of the team members, did not bother to speak. In order to maintain his image as a captain, he just shook his head and inspected the corpse of the rebel before he said, "According to the information provided by the 2nd Division and the 8th Division, the rebels who escaped during the encirclement and suppression operations are all here. They can rest for a while in the future." The adjutant frowned slightly and asked, "But since the rebels have been wiped out, our special force will probably be disbanded. I wonder where it will be assigned in the future." The atmosphere in the special forces was a little gloomy for a while. They are a temporary force formed during the war, and their purpose of existence is to fight against the rebels with Kuchiki Shangha as the core. Now the rebels have been completely wiped out, and the special forces will inevitably be disbanded. Kuchiki Shangha's eyes also became a little gloomy. For him, who has not been recognized by his father-in-law for a long time, his status as captain of the Special Forces is the last fig leaf. Without the status of captain of the Special Forces, will he be able to hold his head high in the Kuchiki family in the future? The adjutant said somewhat unhappily. With the strength of the captain, he should become the real captain of the Godei 13. Now, there is no captain's seat. Don't you, the captain, not care about your hard work at all? Feeling that his self-esteem had been violated, Kuchiki Shangha suddenly said angrily, "That's enough. You don't have to worry about my affairs." The adjutant curled his lips. In fact, he doesn't really care about Kuchiki Shangha's future, but he has worked with him for many years. If Kuchiki Shangha can have a good future, he can also benefit from it. Siriidei, Noble Street, Tsunyushiro Family Land. Sanaya Tokiyasu sat on the main seat, looking at the dead men in black below from a distance. On the side, Tsunyushiro Damaba sat up straight and said, "We are ready for what you arranged." Sanaya Tako said in a cold tone, "Then let's get started." Tsunyushiro Tamaba looked towards the direction of the civilian area and asked with a somewhat strange expression, Is this method really effective? Are the Kachiki family willing to give up a captain? Tsuneshiro chuckled and glanced at her. The Kachiki family claims to be a model of nobility. How many nobles gather under this banner? After this incident, no matter whether they can save that man or not, they will be hit hard. If you keep him, you will lose the prestige of the noble model. If you don't protect it, you will not only lose a captain, but also chill the hearts of the people. No matter how you choose, the Kachiki family will suffer. The enemy's weakness is one's own strength. Tsuneshiro Tamaba smiled coquettishly. I'll ask someone to do it immediately. Kachiki, Sound Riverside. After the adjutant pursed his lips, he helped Kachiki Xianghe examine the body. He breathed a sigh of relief when the body turned into spirits and dissipated. Kachiki Xianghe opened his mouth. After all, he was a comrade who had been with him for many years. He wanted to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, but he couldn't save his face, so he lowered his head and sighed softly. Laugh. At this moment, the adjutant's body suddenly froze, stopped, and the Zanpakuto in his hand fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. As a Shinigami who has experienced many battles, the adjutant immediately understood that he was being attacked, but he was surrounded by comrades who fought together. How did the enemy hurt him? The spiritual pressure in this sword is so familiar. How so? The adjutant spat out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Looking back, his pupils shrank, and what came into view was the familiar face he had known for many years. Far away, in a secluded room, Aizen Sosuke was watching this scene with interest. Feeling the collision of two spiritual pressures and the weakening of one spiritual pressure, Tozen Kiname understood what was happening even though he couldn't see it. As you expected, Master Aizen, the tricks of these nobles are really disgusting. In front of Aizen, Tozen showed his dissatisfaction with the nobles without any scruples. Because Aizen is the same, dissatisfied with the rule of the corrupt nobles over the Siriidii. However, Tozen understands that he is no more noble than the nobles and just wants to take revenge on them, while Aizen's ideals are even more lofty. Noble, Aizen chuckled, his disdain clearly audible. Don't you think this man's ability is of great use? Swish, brush, brush. He pulled out his Zanpakutos one after another from his waist. Hey, what do you want to do? Looking at the soldiers who were drawing swords against him, Kachiki Xianghe asked sternly. The leader sneered. Kachiki Xianghe, you will die in this civil strife. This is our plan. I see, but after asking the other party's purpose, Kachiki Xianghe also gave up the remaining comradeship in his heart and sentenced them to death in his heart. Come on, succeeded. The team members rushed forward like crazy and shouted excitedly. Numbers are of no use to me. Kachiki Xianghe pulled out his Zanpakuto and knocked back everyone with one strike. He glanced at everyone and pointed the knife into the sky. Kill Muramasa without a hook. With a loud shout, powerful spiritual pressure spurted out like a flood, and the strong air waves knocked away the besieging people. The white smoke dissipated, and a man with a terrifying face and extremely long nails stood beside him. Along with screams, Aizen in the distance raised the corners of his mouth. This spiritual pressure is pretty good. Dongxian thought for a long time and said, but he was too impulsive. He could tell at a glance that there was a conspiracy in this matter. He should have used simpler methods to control the situation, but he decided to kill them all. As he talked, Tozen Kaname fell into memories, and the same happened to the nobleman named Tsuneshiro Tokunada. He clearly couldn't reach the point of killing people, but he still did it. Nobles are not good things. Aizen's eyes wandered, as if he didn't agree with what Tozen wanted to say. Compared with that man, Kachiki Xianghe is still different. He does not have a homicidal habit. This man who lacks a sense of identity simply cannot accept the fact of being betrayed. Not thinking deeply is one thing, but how can a man who could be the captain of a special force be simple? Everyone has weaknesses, and Kachiki Hibiki is no exception. After the screams continued for a while, the materialized figure of Muramasa slowly disappeared. Kachiki Xianghe, looked at the corpses on the ground with pride, but there was a sound of scolding not far away. Dong Xianyao, who was hiding in the distance and listening, said doubtfully, "What should we do next?" "Don't be anxious. Everything is expected," Aizen said with a smile. "Let us give him a little hope in despair." This world, among the quaint buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see, Aozaki Mayuki was wearing a black cloak, walking and feeling the surrounding environment. 3 full days have passed since he left Soul Society. Fortunately, he often goes out fishing for various reasons, and it is not new for him to go 3 or 2 days without seeing anyone. This era is really backward, and the entertainment methods are too monotonous. Just as he was sighing, a long roar suddenly came from high in the distance. He looked around and saw a huge eagle circling high in the sky in the distance, wearing a white mask on its face, as if it was searching for something. Obviously, the white-faced eagle in the sky is not an ordinary bird, but a virtual one with strong spiritual power. Aozaki Mayuki raised the corner of her mouth and said with a smile, "It's not bad to be at the level of a low-ranking official. The chance of meeting a hollow in this world is indeed much higher than in Soul Society. Hollows also appear in Soul Society, but the probability of appearing is pitifully low. Some hollows are fallen souls, and some are miscellaneous soldiers left over from the past when Vastad-level hollows invaded Soul Society." After laughing, he did not do anything extra, but stood quietly on the spot, as if waiting for someone. After a while, a figure fell in front of Ozijinua, knelt down on one knee, and said in an extremely respectful tone, "Lord Sephiroth, my subordinates have found the gathering place of the hollows. You did a great job." Aozaki Mizuki praised him without hesitation. "Kugo." This figure is none other than first-generation agent Shinigami Jinjo Kugo. Of course, he was still young at this time, and his status as a Shinigami agent was not recognized by Soul Society. Time goes back to 2 days ago. After Aozaki Mizuki left this world, she returned to this familiar yet unfamiliar land for the first time. The first reaction at that time was not to return to the family before death, but to find a spiritual place, which is the city of Naruki below. There are spiritual pressure fluctuations in that direction, Aozaki Mizuki said, looking into the distance. He walked on the street nonchalantly. Compared with the rapidly developing military strength, the country's urban construction seemed to have fallen into a strange state of stagnation, with all kinds of old and new things mixed together to barely maintain a balance. Aozaki Mayuki was wrapped in a black cloak and stood on a big tree. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he vaguely heard the sound of bells in the distance. The bells echoed from the Gothic-style wooden chapel not far away. More than 30 years ago, this country, which had been separated from the world for hundreds of years, was forced to open its doors under the impact of powerful ships and cannons. Western culture and technology followed and slowly took over this land, including churches and churches. Aozaki Mizuki looked around. The entire church was shrouded in the cold, watery moonlight, and most of the wooden church collapsed. Monsters wearing white masks wantonly destroyed the crumbling building. The blonde Westerner, the black-haired Oriental young man, and the middle-aged man wearing a death-defying uniform formed a strange combination. They stood in front of the monster, like brave men challenging the dragon. "Is that a dragon?" Looking at the monster wearing a white mask in front of him, the blonde priest murmured. The masked monster is completely dark green except for its head. It has long forelimbs and short hind legs. There are huge wing membranes connecting the forelimbs and the body, making it look like a giant bat. You can actually see it? How does that ugly thing look like a dragon? That's Sue. You stupid Westerner. A middle-aged man wearing a death-defying uniform stood in front of them, breathing heavily. Damn it! How could a guy of this level appear here? You can see us, which means your spiritual power is very high. Did you bring it here? I don't know. The priest said in panic. I don't know why it is here. I just saw similar monsters in my hometown. Some people called them dragons. Stop insulting the word dragon with your Western winged lizards. Shinigami gritted his teeth, seeming to be quite disdainful of the dragon that Westerners call him. This damn guy's spiritual pressure is stronger than mine. I'm going to trap him while you find a chance to escape. But the black-haired young man hesitated. What's wrong? What else is there to say at this time? Do you want to die, kid? Shinigami's tone was urgent, and the slap in his hand collided wildly with Hollow's sharp claws, making the sound of metal clashing. He didn't even have time to think about why this young man could see himself. The young man grasped the cross necklace hanging around his neck and fell down behind Shinigami. The blonde priest helped him up and ran away, but was stabbed in the chest by a man in noble clothing. The young believer and the man holding the knife just looked at each other silently, and the moonlight shone on the two of them, like two old acquaintances. You haven't thought about it yet? The man holding the knife asked softly. Are you really going to do this? The young man knew what he was talking about. Don't forget your parents. Think about how they died. Don't you want to avenge them with your own hands? The man holding the knife asked again. The young man asked, but what can I do to make him give me the power of Shinigami? You said it. It is a serious crime for Shinigami to give the power of Shinigami to humans. Let him hold this spiritual knife. The nobleman grinned and took out a long knife with a light blue luster. Then I will insert the knife into you without his consent. While the two were talking, Shinigami, who was fighting fiercely in front, received a heavy punch from Sue and flew backwards and landed next to them. Why are you still here? He raised his head and saw a strange figure. Who are you? The nobleman said casually. This is none of your business. You have no right to know. Shinigami couldn't control that much anymore and quickly reminded, You kid, leave quickly. Before he finished speaking, the young man slowly turned his head. His brown eyes reflected the burning flames, like a mirror ignited with blazing fire. Shinigami was stared at by this scorching gaze, and his whole body trembled, as if the flames were about to devour him. He dodged back suddenly, but his body was suddenly stunned. Feel sorry. As the young man said this, the cross he held in his hand turned into a huge two-handed sword inlaid with gems. The blade went straight through the middle-aged Shinigami's body, and warm blood flowed along the blade. Ah! Shinigami's scream made the noble man laugh with satisfaction. He stepped forward with a long knife. A noisy sound came from the church, like the whisper of a devil or the roar of a wild beast. The bat monster flew in front of the two of them, and the fire that burned the church had not yet been extinguished. Batsu said, The powerful spiritual power becomes my food. I don't want to waste time with you. Be **************** D. The nobleman looked at it sideways and held the young man's hand tightly. At the same time, the young man's body emitted powerful spiritual pressure, and a strong wind blew the nobleman's long hair. The nobleman pushed forward, and the giant sword in the young man's hand slowly dissipated, and instead, the long knife, symbolizing the power of Shinigami, pierced into the monster's mask. Well done, Kugo, the nobleman said softly, nodding with satisfaction while looking at the young man wearing the Death Overlord uniform. Jinjo Kugo raised the dagger in his hand, clenched his fist, and felt the power emerging from his body. Can you tell me now who you are? Well, it doesn't matter if I tell you. The nobleman looked at the blood on his Zanpakuto and seemed a little disgusted and shook it on the ground. Jinjo Kugo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. The nobleman thought to himself, I come from the Tsunyashiro family. Tsunyashiro family? Yes, we are the rulers of Soul Society. Seeing the two chatting, Aozaki Mizuki used Bakudo S26 bent light and walked not far away from the two. The ruler of Soul Society? Shinigami. Is he ruled by you? So this Shinigami is actually your subordinate. That is to say, these are all arranged by you. You come to me, what is your purpose, and why do you want to help me? Jinjo Kugo asked his question in one breath. The ruler of Soul Society sacrificed Shinigami's life so casually. Whether one dies or 10 or 100, it's just a number. The nobleman said indifferently, We choose you because you have this value. Do you know what the ability was to conjure a big sword out of thin air just now? I don't know. Jinjo Kugo shook his head. A few years ago, this man suddenly appeared in his life, taught him to use his own abilities, and today helped him obtain the power of Shinigami. What he felt at this moment could only be described as confused. He has nothing left. He lost his parents a few years ago. The priest who took him in just died in front of him, and even the church where he lived was destroyed. The noble man in front of him said that he had chosen himself, but at the same time, he made no secret of his disdain for himself. This feeling of superiority is annoying. Jinjo Kugo has never seen the nobles with his own eyes, but he has heard about the styles of those feudal lords and princes. However, as a person living in this era, the priest's statement that everyone is equal under God is not credible in his opinion. Although there's a cross hanging around his neck, this thing is a thought left to him by his parents. He has never seen God. That's the power called perfection technique. You don't have to worry about where this power comes from. The noble man sheathed his sword, clapped his hands, and said casually, "Don't say much. Let's get straight to the point. I have two things I want you to do. First, find more people who can change items like you and gather them together. Second, go hunting and kill more hollows." Hearing this, Aozaki Maya nodded, probably understanding what the Tsunoshiro family wanted to do. If he remembered correctly, Jinjo Kugo had the ability to rob others of their perfection techniques. The Tsunoshiro family may have discovered this, and the Soul King fragments may exist anywhere, including in the hollow body. Let him hunt Sue, probably because he wanted to see if he could plunder the Soul King fragments from Sue's body. That's all I can tell you. As if to make Jinjo Kugo feel in awe, the nobleman warned, "Don't think about getting rid of us. The Tsunoshiro family is the ruler of Soul Society. You killed Shinigami for the power of Shinigami. This is an unforgivable crime. As long as we give the order, the entire Soul Society will not let you go." Before the nobleman finished speaking, a flash of sword light separated his body and head, and the warm blood, illuminated by the moonlight, was like a crystal gem, sprinkling on Jinjo Kugo's face. A magnetic voice sounded behind the nobleman. "I'm sorry, this kid is too arrogant. I really couldn't stand listening to him anymore, so I sent him to meet my ancestors." Jinjo Kugo raised his head and glanced at the slender young man behind the nobleman. Through the obvious chin under the hood, one could also guess how stunning that face was. The young man is wearing a black cloak, and he looks like a shady villain at first glance. Jinjo Kugo was about to take a step forward, but the nobleman who was still staring at him was lying on the ground looking at him, as if to warn him not to think about escaping. Jinjo Kugo suppressed the fear in his heart and said with a trembling voice, "Who are you?" "Well, yes. Who am I? What name should I use?" Aozaki Mizuki touched her chin and murmured, without paying any attention to Jinjo Kugo in front of her. She thought for a moment and clapped her hands, as if she had thought of a good idea. "Yes, you can call me Sephiroth. I like this name." "Do you know what the name means?" "The name means outflow of divinity in Latin." "How about it? Pretty cool, right?" "No, not bad." Facing the suddenly enthusiastic Aozaki Mayuki, Jinjo Kugo was a little embarrassed. "Little brother, do you have money? I'm a little hungry." Aozaki Mizuki grabbed Jinjo Kugo's hand. Is this guy a lunatic who escaped from Soul Society? Jinjo Kugo thought. "Boy, I admire you very much. You look very loyal." Aozaki Mizuki sat splayed on his seat, eating barbecue and drinking soju poured from a small porcelain bottle. At this time, there was no one in the small store, and not even the owner and boss could be seen. There is no way, in this era, anyone who sees bowls and chopsticks flying out of thin air and food that suddenly disappears will be so frightened that they want to run as far as they can. "Can Shinigami also eat human food?" Jinjo Kugo asked. "I've still breathed the air of this world. Do you think something's wrong with me?" Aozaki Mizuki rolled her eyes, feeling that the young man in front of her seemed a bit unsmart. The basic material that makes up Soul Society is spirit, and the basic material that makes up this world is utensils, Aozaki Mizuki said, pointing to the barbecue in front of her. Having said that, In fact, there are spirit children in the real world, whether it's in the air or in barbecue. And there are spirit children even in human bodies. Jinjo Kugo scratched his head in embarrassment. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that the question just now was indeed a bit stupid. After thinking about it, he decided to ask something useful. Why did you kill that man just now? Because I have a grudge against them. But aren't they the rulers of Soul Society? And you are a criminal in Soul Society? No. Strictly speaking, I can also be considered one of the managers of Soul Society. Aozuki Jinue waved her hand and said indifferently, that loser is talking nonsense. The Tsunyashiro family does have the ability to influence the order of Soul Society, but it is not their turn to make the decision in Soul Society. In the final analysis, as long as you have strength, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be your master. Jinjo Kugo was silent for a moment and asked the most critical question. Why did you bring me here? Will you kill me? I won't kill you. Aozuki Mayuki showed a sunny smile. K with me, kid. What if I refuse? Jinjo Kugo asked tentatively. The guy opposite looked unreliable at first glance. It's okay to work with Tsunyashiro's family. After all, they have been together for several years. But Sephiroth wanted to conquer him as soon as they met. If he simply agreed, it would not only be shameful, but also very dangerous. I'm not negotiating with you, kid. As Aozuki Mizuki said, he pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and waved it gently. A white crescent-shaped sword light brushed past Jinjo Kugo's body, cutting a ravine of several hundred meters behind him. Jinjo Kugo's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and he suppressed the fear and swallowed. He turned his head dully and saw the pupils behind him suddenly shrinking. Madman! This is a madman. How can it be so strong when you obviously can't feel spiritual pressure? Fortunately, the two of them were in the suburbs. If they were in the center of the city, how many people would die with one stab? Don't worry, it doesn't matter if there are people. After death, the soul will go to the Soul Society and can still live, but after a few decades, the memory of the current world will be completely forgotten. Aozuki Mizuki was suddenly startled as he spoke. He had been in Soul Society for a long time, and it seemed that his memory had not disappeared. But this is not very important. After coming back to his senses, he looked at the young man in front of him and continued. What's your answer? I still have things to do in this world, and I don't have time to waste on you. Or do you want me to chop off your head with my next knife? Lord Sephiroth. Jinjo Kugo's voice brought Aozuki Mizuki's thoughts from the past back to the present. Ahead is the gathering place of Su. We also use special means to isolate the spiritual pressure perception in this area. It seems that these guys have a very simple background. Aozuki Zenzuki spread her hands, said quite unexpectedly, and then stepped into it. Lord Domino. Ing Ishu landed steadily from the air in a room surrounded by dark high walls, and saluted respectfully to the even larger body. The owner of the huge body is more than 10 meters tall and looks like a pale ape. The Zus around him all saluted him, and it was obvious that this ape Daxu named Damilo was the leader of the Su group. Domino nodded slightly. The walls of the dark room began to shake, and violent vibrations came from ground. The black body surrounded Kungsu like a city wall. Looking at it, it turned out to be a fortress composed of Jillian, the lowest level of Daxu. The Jillians all have the same appearance, wearing white masks with long noses like clowns and huge bodies that resemble witch cloaks. They are nearly 50 meters tall and look like black hills from a distance. Have you found enough souls with high spiritual power? Damaro held Ishu in his thick arms and said in a muffled voice, Not yet, sir. Ishu said cautiously. This adult is an existence it cannot afford to offend. The Ichuka's level Great Void. It is just the lowest level of virtuality. Not to mention this lord, even the most junior Daxu Jillian under his command can easily grind himself into powder. Then keep looking. You all look for 100 qualified souls. If we can't find them, we will all be sent to Sir Apollo's experimental platform. Dalmilo roared angrily and punched the ground with his fist, causing a big pit to sink into the ground. But those threatening words also revealed an unabashed cowardice. Unlike the low-intelligence Jillians, the ordinary Hollows heard the fear in them and took a deep breath. They will not laugh at this powerful intermediate Daxu because they are also afraid. Everyone who lives under the rule of the king of Hueco Mundo, Baelgang, knows how terrifying this chief researcher of Shia Palace is. The cruel experiments performed by this Vastad-level Daxu were too cruel for them, as well as the Zus, to accept it. The Hollows were reminiscing about their life in Hueco Mundo when a Jillian suddenly took action, moved a step at will, and trampled a Hollow to death. What's going on? Why are the Jillians so commotion? Someone has invaded our territory, and I can feel Shinigami's spiritual pressure. The gathered Hollows immediately made a noisy sound. Shinigami, Damaro smiled, his tone full of sarcasm. He felt professional Shinigami-level spiritual pressure. Although it is not strong, regardless of strength, being able to become a Shinigami means that it is an excellent soul, which is also an excellent experimental material. Damaro beat his chest with his thick arms and laughed. Bring him here, we must catch him alive. Sir Apollo likes him alive. Yes. Kungsu responded excitedly. Catching this Shinigami would give them more hope of survival. They also want to continue to evolve, not only to become the aloof Achiyukas and Vastad, but also to have an endless and uncontrollable desire to devour, driving them to continue to live. Lord Sephiroth, is this really okay? Jinjo Kugo looked at the virtual group flying in the sky, galloping on the ground, and swinging between the houses, and couldn't help but swallow. His talent is very high, and he has absorbed the Shinigami power of ordinary Shinigami, and his spiritual pressure is close to the official level. But facing such a large number of Hollows, he still feels timid. What's more, those approaching him were not just Hollows with ordinary Shinigami spiritual pressure levels. Some Hollows had even higher spiritual pressure than him. Don't worry, it's just a bunch of fish. Aozuki Jinue waved her hands with a relaxed look on her face, completely ignoring these terrifying monsters. But those guys should be pretty powerful, right? Jinjo Kugo raised his hand and pointed into the distance. Looking at the Black Hills, his legs felt a little weak. The spiritual pressure of those Black Hills, even though they were so far away, could still make him feel great pressure. Awesome. Aozuki Mizuki seemed to have heard some funny joke and laughed. The miscellaneous fish I'm talking about also include those guys, and their owners are the same. Their owner? Jinjo Kugo's eyes widened in surprise. This huge black creature looks dull, but its spiritual pressure is obviously far beyond mine. The scary thing is that this thing that can trample itself to death with its feet actually has an owner. What kind of strength would the owner of this thing have? And what kind of power is Sephiroth who calls them trash fish? That's almost it. Looking at the approaching Sue, Iozaki Meisuki suddenly said, but there are so many of them. So let's just chant them after a long time. The heart of the south, the pupil of the north, the fingertips of the west, and the heels of the east. Gather with the wind, disperse with the rain. Bakudo number 58. Slap your toes to chase the sparrow. A black circular magic circle was instantly drawn on the ground. Aozuki Mizuki pressed it on the ground with one hand, and the magic circle bloomed with white spiritual pressure. He grinned. The position is locked. Next, we need to restrict their movements. Let me think about it. Just use this. Bakudo S 62, 100 steps to the wind. As Aozuki Mizuki shouted loudly, a huge light pillar appeared in front of him, and then split into countless light pillars and shot forward. More than a dozen virtual beings had no time to react, and were firmly imprisoned on the ground and walls by the split light beams. It's amazing! Jinjo Kugo looked at the scene in front of him in shock and couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he intuitively felt that these Hollows were no match for Aozaki Mayuki, he never expected that these ghost-like monsters could be subdued so easily. It only took a second from hearing the strange poem to the moment the Shuchuan in front of him was imprisoned and incapacitated. For me, any one of them is a very difficult enemy, but in front of this man, it is like a toy that can be played with at will. Aozaki Mizuki said calmly. Don't make a fuss. It's just a trivial matter. Jinjo Kugo raised his head and saw the white peaks of black mountains in the distance suddenly cracked. Lord Sephiroth, is that a mouth? Of course, what do you think? Aozaki Jinue grinned. Their owner seems to have noticed something strange. Jinjo Kugo quickly shouted. Lord Sephiroth, they are condensing spiritual pressure. Aozaki Mayuki chuckled and said calmly. Don't be afraid. That's a virtual flash, a special technique that only Daxu can use, so remember it. Stab. After a sound of condensed spiritual pressure, the air seemed to become thicker, and red spiritual pressure light condensed in the mouths of the 4 Jillians, followed by a ray-like flash like a laser cannon. A flash of panic flashed in Jinjo Kugo's eyes. He couldn't stop these 4 red spiritual pressure beams. Am I going to die? Is this guy just using me as bait? Yeah. After letting out a small sigh, Jinjo Kugo made no unnecessary moves. He saw a transparent spiritual pressure wall appearing in front of him, and 4 red laser beams shot on it without moving at all. Bakudo S-81, breaking the sky. Jinjo Kugo shouted excitedly. Lord Sephiroth. Aozaki Jinue shook her head and said softly. Bakudo S-61 6-dan light prison. Golden light fragments appeared out of thin air around Jillian, and each 6 paths light fragments intertwined with each other, locking the movements of the 4 Jillians. He still remembered that the textbook of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy described Daxu as a monster that surpassed the captain-level Shinigami, which made him a little hard to accept. After all, it's really hard to see how strong Jillian is in the original time and space. Later, when I asked Yamamoto, I found out that it was exaggerated in the textbook to prevent students from taking the low-level Daxu seriously. What's going on? Dalmilo, who was surrounded by Jillian, was stunned for a moment when he saw this scene. A drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. As a Yachuka's level Daxu, he had experienced countless fights and had rich combat experience. The Shinigami kid in the distance does not have such strength, and the person hiding in the dark is definitely a strong person. Completely out of instinct, Dalmilo couldn't help but take a step back. But a cold feeling suddenly hit him, and then a large amount of blood splashed out. One of his arms flew out and hit the ground, raising a large amount of dust. Yachukas, it's really good. This time in this world is indeed the right thing to do. When the perfect male voice sounded, he felt like he was falling into an ice prison, and all the spirits in his body seemed to be urging him to escape. I can't feel the spiritual pressure, but this sword is enough to show that the person is not weak. Aozaki Mayuki is smiling, and he's in a very good mood now. Although it has long been known that this city is a place of heavy spirits, Jillian and Yachukas are not common in places of heavy spirits. Especially Achiyukas, unless there are special circumstances, it is almost impossible to appear in the present world. In order to evolve, Achukas needs to devour Daxu of the same level. Hueco Mundo is the main battlefield. Souls with so-called high spiritual power in this world are no longer qualified to be their food. It is extremely rare for Yachukas to appear in the world with hordes of phantoms like this, unless it has some special purpose. Look at how you look like you have never seen the world. Don't say you're my little brother when you go out next time. It's embarrassing. Aozaki Mayuki spoke with a teasing smile, looking at the young man standing next to her from the corner of her eyes. His body was shaking slightly, and he would occasionally swallow his saliva. In just 2 days, his knowledge has been reorganized countless times. This is a Yachukas whose strength is comparable to that of the deputy captain. If you want to fight this kind of enemy, it's still early for you. Aozaki Mizuki explained. Jinjo Kugo seemed to have some realization. His brown eyes moved slightly. He heard the underlying meaning, and the other party recognized his talent. He should be able to fight against this kind of creature in the future. Damn guys, 1 or 2, damn brats, damn Shinigami. How dare you treat me like this? Along with a deep muffled sound, the blood-red flesh buds intertwined like tentacles and quickly grew a brand new arm. Damaro waved his hand to confirm that there was nothing wrong with the newly grown arm. His face was extremely ugly, and the lines on the white mask were distorted. He suddenly disappeared from the spot and hit the two people who were still talking. Go to hell. Lord Sephiroth, be careful. After being teased by Aozaki Mayuki, Jinjo Kugo's pupils shrank, and he raised his sword to block the blow, but Aozaki Mayuki stood in front of him. For a moment, a loud bang was heard. The ground sank crazily under the violent force, like an earthquake, and the ground rolled and collapsed like waves. Ha! You should be dead now. Damn kid. Speed doesn't matter. I'm good at strength, huh? Domino laughed maniacally. The feeling of a physical object being hit came, and in his last sight, he did not see the two people escaping. Even if we lose two excellent experimental materials, it's not a big deal. As long as we can survive, we will have a future. Next, we have to continue looking for souls that can become experimental materials. Domino laughed cruelly and was about to withdraw his fist, but his expression suddenly changed. There is pain in my arm. He lowered his head suddenly and looked at his thick arm in disbelief. There was a straight bloodline from his fist to his shoulder, and the back of his arm slowly fell to the ground. Hey, don't leave in a hurry. Aozaki Mizuki's voice came from below. I wanted to chop off your limbs and make you incapacitated, but I almost forgot about your virtual high-speed regeneration ability. But I remember that high-speed regeneration has its limits, right? Where is your limit? As soon as he finished speaking, Aozaki Mizuki waved his Zanpakuto. With a sound, four sword lights flew out instantly, and Domino's limbs fell down in response. This is impossible. A look of horror flashed in Domino's eyes. As an Ichuka's level Daxu who is good at hand-to-hand combat, under the attack of this mysterious man, his proud and strong body turned out to be as brittle as paper. Oh, the regeneration speed has slowed down, Aozaki Meisuki said with a smile, and cut his upper body in half with a swipe of the long knife in his hand. Looking at Domino, falling to the ground, Aozaki Mizuki used Shunpa to step on him and stretched out his hand to the chest. It's really troublesome to control the force without killing you. If you dare to sabotage our experiment, Sir Apollo will not let you go. These are Domino's last words. Who is the Sal Apollo that Sue spoke of just now? Jinjo Kugo asked. The Vastad-level Daxu, one of the top and strongest Daxu in Hueco Mundo. Aozaki Mizuki touched the jade stone that stored the soul in her arms and replied casually. The harvest this time is very good, and it's time for me to leave. Are you leaving? Jinjo Kugo beamed with joy. This young man's palace was obviously not comparable to that of later generations. That's right. Aozaki Meisuki narrowed her eyes and said in a slightly lower voice, You seem to be very happy? Nonsense. Who wants to stay with a dangerous guy like you? Jinjo Kugo thought. He scratched his head in embarrassment. No, I'm just wondering why you have to leave so soon. Aozaki Jinue chuckled and said, It turns out that you can't bear to leave me. How about I stop leaving? Jinjo Kugo. Aozaki Mizuki looked forward from the broken streets. The dilapidated wooden houses collapsed completely. The morning sun descended on the city, and the earth was soon dyed orange. He and Jinjo Kugo spent most of the night in this street. In order to ensure that the core technology would not be leaked, Aozaki Mizuki did not ask Jinjo Kugo to help, so he could only find those virtual souls alone. If it weren't for collecting their souls, Aozaki Meisuki wouldn't have been able to deal with these miscellaneous fishes for such a long time. Unfortunately, he didn't have the technology to quickly collect souls in large batches. Jinjo Kugo didn't care. He said that for him, night is the best time. He likes to be alone in the middle of the night. This makes him feel lonely, and this loneliness always reminds him that he is still alive. He is still alive. Personal. Aozaki Mizuki casually asked him if he wanted a companion. Jinjo Kugo said that companions are not important. In this dangerous world, what is needed is strength. So for the power of Shinigami, he will not hesitate to sacrifice everything. Aozaki Mizuki was non-committal, but he knew that this ambitious guy in the future was still a lonely young man. Those who are different from ordinary people are easily alienated from others, which is a tragedy for some people. When facing the dead priest, this guy who said that power is above all else was undoubtedly moved. But he was unable to resist, so he chose to obey and accept. I'm kidding you. There are more important people waiting for me in Soul Society, and I don't have time to stay here with you. Aozaki Mizuki's voice echoed in the ruins. Jinjo Kugo was thinking about the future in silence, and was slapped on the shoulder by Aozaki Meisuki, bringing his thoughts back to reality. When the sun rises, such a handsome man with a pleasant voice appears on the street, which will definitely cause a commotion and make girls from all over the world give up their desire to sleep in. But Jinjo Kugo shuddered. After all, this guy could destroy several streets with just one strike. If this slap was a little harder, he might not have any scum left. Is there anything you need me to do? The strength on his shoulders made him feel pain, and he asked with a grin on his face, consciously wanting to help Ozaki Mayuki solve his problems. Aozaki Mayuki said, I set up a tracking keto on you. This is a technique I secretly learned from the Shifinjuan family. I can find you no matter where you are. If you can unlock it, you are considered powerful, so I want to try it. No, it's not necessary, Jinjo Kugo said helplessly with a sad face. Of course, he didn't want to be controlled by others, but when he thought about the other party's terrifying strength, he still thought it would be better not to try rashly. Aozaki Mizuki continued. You continue to do what the Tsunishiro family asked you to do. I will come to this world at any time to check the completion of the task. Why? Jinjo Kugo was stunned. This is not something you should know. I hope to see you make some achievements next time I come here. Aozaki Mizuki waved. Jinjo Kugo moved his left hand carefully, and there was a tingling sensation, but other than that, he didn't feel anything strange. When he saw the satisfied smile on Aozaki Mayuki's face, he was glad that he had not chosen to try to remove keto. If he had tried just now, this guy would definitely kill him without saying a word. By the way, I think it's necessary to remind you, don't know how you die by then. Aozaki Meisuki said. What? Jinjo Kugo asked. The Tsunishiro family will definitely send someone to find you. Since that man has spent several years on you, it means that the Tsunishiro family is not willing to give up on you easily. Aozaki Mizuki said. And since he came to this world for you, even if the Tsunishiro family doesn't look for you, someone will definitely look for him. Jinjo Kugo felt his heartbeat speed up and asked hurriedly, Then what should I do? Let's just say he was killed by Sue. Aozaki Mayuki said casually. That guy is only at the level of a mid-ranking officer. He has a chance to escape when he encounters the mentally retarded Jillian, but he will definitely die when he encounters Achiyukas. You don't need to explain it very clearly, just say that you met Sue, and then describe Sue's appearance to them. Those guys are not all idiots. They should be able to judge the level of Sue. If they are willing to believe in you and continue to let you do things for them, then you join them. What if they don't believe me? Jinjo Kugo asked. Then put everything on me. You can't afford to offend the Tsunishiro family. I, Sephiroth, am not afraid of them. Aozaki Mayuki said proudly. That sounds nice. Do you dare to tell me your real name? Jinjo Kugo thought this way, feeling a little lucky in his heart. This guy seems to be pretty good to his subordinates. At least he treats his subordinates as human beings. Unlike the Tsunishiro family, a simple contact can make people feel extremely disgusted. Aozaki Mizuki did not threaten him with taking away Shinigami's power. Killing a Shinigami is a felony, but is there a choice between dying now and dying later? The relationship between Aozaki Meisuki and him was not good enough to trust each other with their lives. Seemingly sensing that Jinjo Kugo was feeling uneasy, Aozaki Mizuki comforted him. Don't worry too much. Before I leave, I will give you a Hell Butterfly, which can transmit information across the boundary between Soul Society and the real world. If there is any situation, use the Hell Butterfly to tell me, and I will handle everything cleanly. Jinjo Kugo shrank his neck and couldn't help but ask, You won't deal with me cleanly, right? How could it be? I, Sephiroth, am that kind of person? Aozaki Mizuki patted his shoulder and whispered, If I want to kill you, do I need to wait until later? That's right. Jinjo Kugo nodded, feeling a little more relieved. This man wanted to kill himself, and it would be over with just one slap. Why wait until later and risk exposing his identity? With that being said, being his little brother doesn't seem too bad. Siriidei, the 2nd Division team building. Kachiki Xianghe sat alone in the prison, his face gloomy and terrifying. Being framed by someone he trusted made him unable to control his grief and anger. But he did not give up hope because he firmly believed that his respected father-in-law would never listen to the rumors. For the sake of his son-in-law, and for the honor of the Kachiki family, he will definitely find out the truth. Looking at the prison with the door closed, Kachiki Xianghe's eyes showed a trace of expectation. He hopes that the next second, his respected father-in-law will come in from there and tell him that everything has been investigated clearly and that he is innocent. Suddenly, he frowned because he heard the conversation of the guard Shinigami. The first time I meet a criminal, I feel more comfortable than the guard. Don't say a few words. After all, he is the son-in-law of the Kachiki family, and the captain has also told us to take good care of him. Captain. That's right, Captain. It is said that it was for Lord Ayasaki's sake that we asked us to take care of him. How else can he be treated like this if he goes to jail? Listening to the conversation between the two, Kachiki Xianghe sat on the soft cushion, and his heart suddenly felt warm. I didn't expect that this friend I hadn't seen for a long time could help me at this time. This friend is really the right one. Kachiki home. Kachiki Jinling, who is sitting in the main seat, looked tired. This fatigue is not all caused by investigating the truth of the Kachiki Xianghe incident, but more actually comes from other noble forces. Because of the Kachiki Hibiki incident, the nobles of the Tsuneyashiro family criticized him verbally and in writing, demanding that he be kicked out of the Kachiki family or that he be executed. But on the other hand, the members of the Kachiki family and the affiliated nobles demanded that Kachiki Hibiki be preserved. They got along very closely with Kachiki Hibiki, and they all believed in Kachiki Hibiki's character. Kachiki Xianghe can sometimes be emotionally unstable, but taking the lives of his teammates to show off his strength is definitely not something he can do. Regarding Kachiki Xianghe's murder of his teammates, Kachiki Jinling instinctively sensed something strange. The timing of Tsuneyashiro's jumping out was so wrong, not to mention that he also knew what kind of person Kachiki Xianghe was. It can only be said that he is a little arrogant, but it is simply nonsense to say that he is murderous. Based on this judgment, he did not want to give up this son-in-law from the bottom of his heart. And based on his understanding, if other team members really took the initiative to surround Kachiki Xianghe might indeed get angry and kill them all. No matter how you look at it, it's all a trap. When will this kid, Xianghe, grow up? Kachiki Yinling couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Do we really need to speak to him clearly like what Aozaki Mayuki said? He had been stubborn all his life, and now his heart was finally shaken. His ability to agree to Kachiki Xianghe's marriage to Kachiki's family was actually a recognition of Kachiki Xianghe. He really didn't want to see this child's life ruined. Master of the family, the Tsuneyashiro family has gone too far and dared to frame Lord Hibiki. This is a provocation to our Kachiki family. We all know what Mr. Xianghe is like. There is no way he would do such a thing. Yes, this must be the conspiracy of the Tsuneyashiro family. We must not let them go. We, the Kachiki family, have been tolerant for decades. Do we have to keep giving in to them? We are a model of nobility, but we allow the Tsuneyashiro family to wantonly destroy the order of the Siriidei. Isn't this a betrayal of the soul, King? In the conference room, the members of the Kachiki family, who always maintain aristocratic manners at all times, said it became uncharacteristically intense and restless. As the head of the family, Kachiki Jinling sat elegantly and calmly, with the same serious expression on his face as usual. His Majesty, as the head of the family, has long been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. With just a wave of his hand, the clan members stopped quarreling. Kachiki Yinling can understand his people. The Kachiki family claims to be a model of nobility, but they are also human beings. Faced with many provocations from the Tsuneyashiro family, They have been dissatisfied for a long time. This time, Kachiki Xianghe was imprisoned, which completely ignited the anger in his heart. He glanced at Kachiki Sojin, who was sitting next to him, and asked, "What did the captain say?" Kachiki Angshun shook his head helplessly. "Your Excellency, the captain has ordered the 2nd Division, 8th Division, and 10th Division to investigate, but there is no clue yet." When Kachiki Yinling heard this, he closed his eyes and began to think. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what's going on, but it's useless to see. You have to rely on evidence to do things. This is the reason why Central 46 exists, and it is also the reason why the Suriidii order has not collapsed until now, as the power struggle continues. Even nobles, no matter how much they do in secret, must limit themselves within the rules openly. Kachiki Xianghe massacred his colleagues, which many Shinigami witnessed with their own eyes. The victims even said before they died that Kachiki Hibikawa killed them to show off his strength. Now we can only hope that the captain can find out the truth. If it doesn't work, the Kachiki family is also one of the 5 nobles. Even if they lose the false reputation of noble model, they should not suffer unjustly for a false reputation. Looking at the excited tribesmen in front of him, Kachiki Yinling sighed silently in his heart, as if he had made some kind of decision. In the office of the 1st team captain, while the Kachiki family held a clan meeting, Yamamoto, Shifu and Yuruchi, Kairako, Shunsui, and Shibo Ishin were also discussing in the office Kachiki Hibiki's murder of his teammates. Jinglu Shunsui rarely showed a serious expression and said in a deep voice, "According to the clues obtained so far, Kachiki Xianghe killed the members of the Special Forces in order to show off his force." Shiba sighed and said, "But this reason is really hard to believe. I have performed missions with Captain Xianghe, so it is hard to imagine that he is this kind of person." Shaifinju and Uruchi told the people in the office about the investigation of the secret mobile operation, and then said, "The Tsuneyashiro family recently had a secret gathering to discuss the matter of Kachiki Xianghe. I suspect that this matter was directed and acted by the Tsuneyashiro family." Jingraku Shunsui subconsciously wanted to tease her about not criticizing the 5 nobles, but when she thought of the 3 words Saifinjoen in the other party's name, she chose to shut up. As members of the 5 great nobles, there is no such thing as beheading someone if they say a few bad words. Yamamoto asked in a deep voice, "Do you have any evidence?" "No, but I think they have this motive." Shaifinju and Uruchi said seriously, "The rebels lost 5 captain-level experts during the war." Yamamoto understood what she meant. This is what is called a big tree attracting wind and benefiting oneself at the expense of others. Kachiki Xianghe is the captain-level strongman of the Kachiki family. He has been in the limelight in recent years, so he will naturally come into the sight of the Tsuneyashiro family. The Kachiki family lost a captain-level strongman and their strength weakened. Relatively speaking, the rival Tsuneyashiro family's strength increased. Central 46 is holding a meeting tonight, so be prepared. Yamamoto sighed and spoke slowly. With the permission of the sage and the judge, Shaifinjin Yuruchi, Kairaka Shunsui, and Shiba Ishin soon appeared in the Central 46 meeting hall. Faced with the head of the Shaifinjuan family and the head of the Shiba family branch house, the managers of the Soul Society rarely put on high airs. Even when facing ordinary members of the upper-level nobles, they still have enough patience. The 3 people stood scattered. 3 floors in the meeting hall lit up with white light, and the rest of the place was pitch black, as if one wrong step would lead to falling into an endless abyss. However, none of the 3 people present cared about this little trick designed to increase psychological pressure on people. After everyone fell silent, the judge of the Nishiro family asked coldly, "We want to understand the whole story." Shiba did not hesitate and immediately described the investigated situation to the sages and judges present, and finally added, "There is indeed something fishy about this incident. According to our detailed investigation, Captain Kachiki Xianghe had no similar behavior before, and the victim team members had contact with unknown persons before performing their missions." When the sages and judges heard this, They immediately fell into deep thought. They all knew in their hearts who this unknown person was referring to. The sages and judges of the Tsunoshiro family had sneers on their faces. Obviously, they knew more about how wronged he was than Kichiki Xianghe himself. After thinking for a while, the sage of the Tsunoshiro family asked, "So you have evidence that Kichiki Xianghe was framed?" Shiba Ishin shook his head. The judge of the Tsunoshiro family then asked, "Then how can you say that something is fishy? Central 46 is a judicial agency, and everything depends on evidence. If you make subjective assumptions without evidence, the Soul Society would have been in chaos." Shiba Yishin shook his head in embarrassment and said, "However, Kichiki Xianghe's witnesses have conflicts of interest with him, and their testimony cannot be fully trusted." The judge of the Tsunoshiro family frowned, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Obviously, what Shiba said was not what he wanted. At this time, a neutral sage suddenly coughed, which attracted everyone's attention, and asked Shiba wholeheartedly, "Is everything you just said true?" Shiba nodded with all his heart and said in a deep voice, "This is natural. All kinds of evidence and information have been submitted to you." The sage of the Tsunoshiro family said, "In this case, Kichiki Xianghe killed his companion Shinigami and should be sentenced to death." The Kichiki family judge finally spoke, "I don't agree. The whole story of the matter has not been investigated clearly. How can the death penalty be imposed without any clear explanation? Is there anything else unclear? We still don't know whether the dead team members deliberately framed us, nor do we know who they came into contact with before that mission. Is this important? Isn't it important? How can such an act of framing a colleague not be important? Do all the sages and judges think that this kind of thing is not important?" As soon as the Kichiki family judge asked this question, the conference room fell silent. This matter is of course important. If someone accuses you of harming your companions as soon as you go out, wouldn't everyone be in danger? From now on, the Central 46 meeting will also be closed, and the office will be located in Qingjing Pagoda, and we can contact him through Kido. Forget it. Stop using Kido. Who knows if others will say that your Kido is aggressive. The neutral sage suddenly said, "In this case, Kichiki Xianghe did kill all the team members, but the testimony of the witnesses cannot be completely believed. Then it would be better to spare him death as usual, put him under house arrest at the Kichiki house, and then seal the Zanpakuto as punishment." The faces of the sages and judges of the Tsunoshiro family changed slightly. What's the usual convention? Isn't it an allusion to Tsunoshiro Tokunada? Isn't this matter settled? Why do you keep bringing it up? It's not over, right? The judges and sages of the Saifanjiawan family all had mocking smiles on their lips. Some things just start and never end. The judges and sages of the Kichiki family also had ugly expressions. This seemed like sparing Kichiki Hibiki's life, but in fact it was no different than killing him, not to mention anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was being framed. These neutral factions have joined forces with the Tsunoshiro family, just to seal Kichiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto. They are afraid of the power of Zanpakuto Muramasa. The judge of the Tsunoshiro family replied almost without thinking, "I support this verdict. What do you think?" A sage from the Tsunoshiro family waved his hand. "I agree with this verdict." One by one, the sages followed up and said, "Agree." Second Division Prison. Kichiki was very excited to learn that Central 46 held a meeting for him. When he thought about it, since it was okay for people in the Tsunoshiro branch house to kill their wives, it should be no big deal even if he killed his comrades, not to mention that he was still acting in self-defense. Squeak! At this time, the door of the cell suddenly opened slowly. Kichiki Xianghe, who had been waiting in the cell for a long time, stared at his father-in-law whom he missed so much, his green eyes twinkling with anticipation. "Father-in-law, can I go out?" Kichiki Xianghe asked. He gripped the bars of his cell, behind which was a luxuriously decorated room. "Not for the time being," Kichiki Yinling said solemnly. "Why? They attacked me first. Obviously, I was just defending myself. I shouldn't be locked up here. Please let me out." Kichiki Xianghe looked at Kichiki Silver Ridge with a begging tone in his voice. He was really fed up with being treated like a criminal here. Don't you even believe me? I. Kachiki Inling looked at his son-in-law, whom he regarded as his own son, and sighed, I believe you. But Central 46 has ordered that your punishment has been finalized. You will be sentenced to 100 years of home imprisonment. Zanpakuto Muramesa's abilities are too dangerous, and he will be permanently banned. Kachiki Xiangha's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief. Without his Zanpakuto, can he still be called a Shinigami? Will he still have a chance to be recognized by Kachiki Jinling in the future? Why? Kachiki shouted hoarsely. You are too impulsive, Xiangha. Kachiki Jinling explained, the problem is not you, but your ability. What they are afraid of is not you, but Muramesa's rampage. Kachiki Xiangha raised his head. What did you say? Not because of me, but because of Muramesa? Kachiki Jinling said earnestly. Xiangha, I have told you before, a person with abilities must also have a strong heart. You rely too much on the ability of the Zanpakuto. Kachiki Xiangha also wanted to retort, but Kachiki Jinling interrupted. Why use Bankai? I know your strength. You couldn't reach the point where you need to use Bankai at that time, right? This, Kachiki Xiangha was immediately speechless by the question. Yes, that's where the problem lies. Why use Bankai against weak opponents? Thinking about it now, I was really carried away by anger at that time. Looking at Kachiki Inling's leaving figure, Kachiki Xiangha knelt down on the ground dejectedly, unable to help but fall into deep thought. After a long time, he stared at the floor in a daze and murmured, Did I go too far? But is this my fault? Why is your excellency, Inling, unwilling to recognize my existence? If he could recognize me, I wouldn't. It won't be like this now. Is that what you want to say? The unfamiliar voice made Kachiki Xiangha startled. Suddenly, the cell door was opened by the guard Shinigami, and a young man wearing a Haori walked into the prison with a Shinigami. Sitting in the corner, Kachiki Xiangha covered his face with his hands and seemed not to notice the appearance of the two people. The young man spoke with a deep voice and said with a smile, I understand your situation and the truth of the matter. Do you need help? Kachiki Xiangha stood up slowly and turned his eyes to the young man. He felt that he looked familiar. The white feather fabric also revealed the other person's identity. How do you know this? Could it be that you are members of the Tsunoyashiro family? Kachiki Xiangha was filled with immense anger, and a figure in white clothes slowly formed around him. The young man was surprised for a moment, then smiled and said, It's really a special Zanpakuto, but we are not from the Tsunoyashiro family. And, to be more precise, we are the enemies of the Tsunoyashiro family, just like you. How can you prove it, enemy? Kachiki Xiangha asked, turning to look at Muramesa, who was floating aside, and wave his hand. Forget it. I'll see for myself. After a while, Kachiki Xiangha lost his voice in astonishment. Muramesa, how could? Are you trying to use that knife to read my memory? Unfortunately, it's useless. The young man said confidently, Since I'm here to find you, why don't I understand your abilities first? Are you willing to sit down and have a good chat now? What do you want to say? Kachiki Xiangha waved his hand, and Muramesa disappeared, saying dejectedly. Aozaki Mizuki was wearing a captain's uniform, holding her hands behind her head, walking leisurely on the street with a lazy look. Kachiki Angshun walked in front of him, with a sad look on his brows. Sangchuan, isn't Xiangha released soon? Do you need to worry so much? Aozaki Mayue asked nonchalantly. Kachiki Angjin said angrily. Why should he be released? After leaving the 2nd Division, he will still be under house arrest. Aozaki Muki glanced at him. Why are the Kachiki family so serious? They are just under house arrest. The Kachiki family has the final say when they want to come out. Kachiki Xiangha rolled his eyes. Our Kachiki family has a pure family tradition. So why do you think everyone is like you? Aozaki Jinue smiled and said disapprovingly, You Kachiki family just like to be prude. If I hadn't known that your relationship with your sister-in-law is so good that every day. Kachiki Sangchuan's tiger body trembled, and he hurriedly covered his mouth. He looked around and found that no passers-by were paying attention. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "You brat, don't tell anyone about everything." Second Division Prison. You can get Central 46 to acquit me. Kuchiki Aochuan chewed the young man's words carefully, looking a little confused. At this time, he looked at the figure beside the young man who suddenly looked exactly like himself and did not feel the slightest joy. Instead, he fell into a deep state of unease, because he found that the person in front of him couldn't even distinguish between himself and himself. Does this mean that he can easily find someone to replace him? He didn't understand what he should do next. Following this man is obviously a path of no return, but if you don't accept his help, you will lose your power forever and be imprisoned in the family. The young man smiled and said softly in a consistent, gentle, and friendly tone, "I can first show my sincerity." When Kuchiki Xianghe heard this, he frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "What sincerity?" The young man lowered his voice slightly, but his tone was firm and forceful. "The Tsunyashiro family designed to frame you. Don't you want them to pay the price for it? Pay the price." Kuchiki Xianghe whispered this sentence in a low voice, seeming to be lost in thought. His eyes gradually became sharper, remembering the injustice and injustice he had suffered. "It's all because of these damn guys that this happened to me." When Aozaki Mizuki came to the gate of the Second Division prison, the Second Division members who were coming and going around all looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Kuchiki Sojin teased, "Mizuki, you are quite popular in the Second Division." "It's natural." Aozaki Jinue smiled and winked at the little girls on the roadside, which made them shy. Kuchiki Angshan shook his head helplessly. Today's little girls are too easy to be confused by the outside world. What's even more frightening is that Aozaki Mayuki has an appearance that can confuse people's hearts, and she is not a clean person. Brother-in-law Tsang Chun is also very handsome, and is much better than him in the relationship between men and women. Unfortunately, although he is very good to his sister, his relationship with his father is very bad. Thinking of the complicated situation between Kuchiki Sojin and Kuchiki Jinling, Kuchiki Sojin had a headache and didn't know what to do. "I wonder how Xianghe is doing now." Aozaki Mizuki waved her hand. "Don't worry, for my sake, the Second Division will take good care of him. The food of the Second Division is very good, and he may have been fattened up." Kuchiki Angshan breathed a sigh of relief, and then walked into the Second Division prison. After obtaining the permission of the new 3 seats, Aozaki Meisuki and Kuchiki Sojin went directly to the cell where Kuchiki Hibiki was detained. Seeing Kuchiki Xianghe sitting in the corner of the cell with his head bowed, Kuchiki Tsanchuan said quickly, "Xianghe, Jinue, and I came to see you. I came here to explain to you that my father—" Kuchiki Hibiki raised his head expressionlessly, glanced at Kuchiki Angjin with a cold look, and then turned his attention to Aozaki Mayuki, who was standing next to Aochuan. But what is unexpected is that Kuchiki Xianghe's gaze did not stay too long on Aozaki Mayuki, but quickly retracted it, returning to the cold temperament that was inaccessible and seemed to be isolated from the world. Kuchiki Tsanchuan couldn't help but frown, because he knew that Kuchiki Xianghe was by no means a ruthless person. On the contrary, Xianghe's heart is extremely delicate and sensitive, and his emotions are extremely rich and colorful. It is really abnormal to be so unresponsive now. In the past, Kuchiki Xianghe would often compete with Aozaki Mayuki to learn martial arts and regarded him as a close friend. He was always extremely enthusiastic every time he met. Kuchiki Sojin, who cares deeply about her family, naturally knows these things well. Something's wrong. Aozaki Meisuki and Kuchiki Sojin looked at each other in perfect understanding and instantly understood the worry in each other's eyes. Almost in the blink of an eye, Aozaki Mayuki and Kuchiki Aochuan felt something was wrong at the same time. You know, according to Kuchiki Xianghe's character, if he suffered such a heavy blow, he might become hysterical or fall into extreme pain and be unable to extricate himself. However, at this moment, Kachiki Xianghe behaved extremely calmly, and could even be said to be extremely indifferent. This was really unnatural. Kachiki Sanchuan thought that Kachiki Xianghe might have been disheartened this time and had lost all hope. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of self-blame and guilt in his heart. In fact, he should have stepped forward and found a way to reconcile the tense relationship between his father and Kachiki Xianghe. As a former teacher of the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, Kachiki Aochuan had long understood the problems between the two of them. It's a pity that his father Kachiki Jinling is a stubborn old man, and his euphemistic and implicit hints have no effect on them. Now that the matter has come to this, Kachiki Sojin feels regretful and feels that he should have made the matter clear earlier. On the other hand, Aozuki Mizuki looked thoughtful, muttering secretly in her heart. This feeling feels familiar. Can Kyoka Suijetsu help me take a look? I saw him quickly reaching out to hold the handle of Yongjin Senluo's knife and quietly finish chanting the liberation language. Leave it to me. A beautiful woman in a gorgeous kimono floats quietly in midair. Her kimono is embroidered with exquisite, elegant patterns, giving people a noble and elegant feeling. She wears a pair of monocles, which adds a bit of mysterious temperament. Her silky long hair is covered by a delicate flower-like flower. Her headdress was neatly tied up, and her whole person exuded a majestic aura like a cold queen. However, faced with such a scene, Kachiki Xianghe and Kachiki Sanchuan did not react at all, as if they saw nothing. Only I can see such beautiful scenery. Aozaki Mayuki secretly sighed. Are you willing to share the beautiful scenery with others? The cold beauty stretched out her fingers to hook his chin and teased. I don't want to, Aozuki Jinue replied, without thinking in her heart. The cold beauty let out a light laugh. He is really a selfish man, but this selfishness is a bonus. Aozaki Mizuki stared at Kachiki Xianghe and turned into a person he had never seen before, and thought to himself, it is indeed an illusion created by Kyoka Suijetsu. He was all too familiar with this ability. Kachiki Angshan looked at Kachiki Xianghe and said softly, Actually, father. As soon as he was halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Kachiki Xianghe raising his hand. Kachiki Xianghe said, My father-in-law has already looked for me, and I know everything. You should go back first. I want to think about it alone. Kachiki Angjin turned to look at Aozaki Mayuki, as if asking for his opinion. After thinking for a moment, Aozuki Jinue nodded and said, Okay, let's get out of here first. Maybe letting him think calmly at this moment will make it easier to figure everything out. Kachiki Sanchuan nodded silently and said nothing more. The two turned and left, leaving Kachiki Xianghe alone and immersed in his thoughts. After bidding farewell to Kachiki Sojin, Aozaki Mizuki did not continue to wander on the street, but immediately returned home. Kyoka Suijetsu was discovered in prison just now, which means that Aizen Sosuke has hooked up with Kachiki Xianghe. He can probably understand what Aizen wants to do. Kachiki Xianghe's Zanpakuto is very useful. It can easily disrupt the Siriide Eye and can also contain the old man Sean. The purpose of leaving false identities in the prison shows that they do not want to escape from prison. So what do they want to do? While sorting out the souls collected in this world, Aozaki Meisuki tried to replace herself into Aizen Sosuke's thinking mode and then considered how to act. However, he soon gave up this idea. It's easy to guess Aizen's general thoughts, but it's really difficult to guess the specific action plan of this great genius. After changing his mind, Aozuki Mizuki pondered, what about Kachiki Xianghe? He doesn't want to escape from prison. So what will he do after leaving prison? Wait, in this case, is he trying to create an alibi? Then his target is the Tsuneyashiro family. The Tsuneyashiro family framed him, and now they're going to great lengths to cover up the true situation. Are they going to take revenge on the Tsuneyashiro family? No matter how much I think about it, it's useless. Maybe I should go take a look. If the Tsuneyashiro family really gets into chaos, I might be able to get some benefits. Aozuki Jinue stretched out her hand to the black cloak on the side and put it on. The Tsuneyashiro family had tricked him so many times, but he had always kept it in mind, waiting to take revenge. If it weren't for his lack of strength, he would have killed Tsuneyashiro's family long ago. And now he is taking advantage of the troubled waters. 26 of Bakudo Bent Light. After everything was ready, Aozaki Mizuki's figure disappeared into the dark night and rushed towards Tsuneyashiro's house. The Tsuneyashiro family land is located in the central area of the Siri-IDI. When Aozaki Mizuki arrived, he found that the 10 guards guarding the entrance of the gate had fallen into a pool of blood and gradually turned into spirits and dissipated. Their target is indeed here. Aozaki Mizuki sneered in her heart, showing no mercy to these guards, and sneaked directly into the Tsuneyashiro family. There was silence in Tsuneyashiro's house, and only the smell of blood in the air told Aozaki Mayuki that a very tragic battle had occurred here not long ago. Following the long corridor, Aozaki Mizuki walked step by step deep into the hinterland of the Tsuneyashiro family. On the way, he found more than a dozen corpses of Tsuneyashiro family guards. These corpses had all had their throats sealed with a knife, and they didn't even have any extra expressions on their faces. There is no doubt that when these guards were killed, they had no time to react to the enemy's execution. After turning a few corners, Aozaki Mayuki quickly shrank and retreated behind the wall, because he found that dozens of meters ahead, there were 20 sword-wielding Shinigami on guard, including 2 vice-captain-level Shinigami. It's already this time, and there are still people guarding here. There should be something good here, right? Aozaki Mizuki put her hand on the Zanpakuto at her waist while thinking about it. He sneaked into Tsuneyashiro's house this time, just to make a fortune and rob Tsuneyashiro's collection. After all, he is one of the 5 nobles. He does not expect to find the Spirit King fragments. As long as he can find something useful, he will make money. Even if you don't get anything good, killing 2 members of Tsuneyashiro's family is not a loss. Having made up his mind, Aozaki Mizuki immediately pounced out. With his current strength, even if he didn't free the Zanpakuto, there wouldn't be much problem in killing these family guards. What's more, he is cautious. As long as he does this sneaky thing, he will definitely free his Zanpakuto. He doesn't need to use other abilities. Kyoka Suigetsu, who deceives the Great Spirit Book Corridor, must not be missing. Who? Enemy attack. As soon as Aozaki Mizuki cut down a deputy captain-level guard to reveal his body, the guards of the Tsuneyashiro family immediately screamed in surprise. If you let me take your place, what are you going to do? After receiving the message from Aozaki Mayuki, Ikamaru Jin looked a little confused. The number 11 team building in the night was extremely noisy, with Yamazaki Yantora scolding, Kuna Mishiro's laughter, and the hurried team members. Everything seems to indicate that something bad is about to happen. Before approaching the captain's team building door, Ikamaru Jin was surprised to find that the team building door was already surrounded by team members who were ready to go. At this time, the faces of these team members were full of excitement and fanaticism. What is this expression? Could it be that Jin Yue is preparing to rebel and wants me to lead them to occupy the first team building with arms? Looking at these team members, Ikamaru Jin walked to Yamazaki Yantora uneasily. The soldiers of the 11th Division saw the incoming man clearly and bent down to salute one by one. Team leader, entering the team building, he found a yard full of team members, from the deputy captain to the ordinary soldiers, including all the chief officers, all gathered here. What happened? Realizing that this was a situation similar to war mobilization, Ikamaru Jin's inner uneasiness became more and more intense. He vaguely guessed what must have happened. The Right team sent an order from Central 46. The Tsuneyashiro family was attacked by unknown persons. Let us go to support. Ikamaru Jin's head was suddenly covered with black lines, and he quickly stopped. Aozaki Mizuki, what good deeds have you done? Can you provoke the Tsuneyashiro family now? Can't you wait more than 10 years, and I will kill them together with you? How ignorant! Ikamaru Jin was furious. Vice Captain Yamazaki, let everyone assemble. I will take people to Tsuneyashiro's house first, and you will arrive later. Yamazaki Yinhu was stunned, yes. Doesn't the captain usually hate the Tsuneyashiro family the most? Why was he so anxious when the Tsuneyashiro family was attacked? I understand. The captain is indeed an outstanding Shinigami recognized by His Excellency, the Chief Captain. He really distinguishes between public and private affairs. He is simply a role model among Shinigami. Tsuneyashiro family. Aozaki Mizuki stood in the beautiful scenery of heavy snow, admiring the perfect painting she painted with blood. In front of him were more than 20 corpses, lying on the snow. Okay, then it's time for me to take a look at the treasure. Aozaki Mayuki opened the door to the secret room. What comes into view are countless mechanical devices. A 2-meter-high cylindrical glass jar stands in the center of the room, just like the jar used to store human specimens in science fiction movies. Aozaki Mayuki frowned. The Tsuneyashiro family is obviously conducting cruel and inhumane human experiments. What was soaked in the light yellow liquid was a woman with a beautiful appearance, slightly curved limbs and spine, and long black and shiny hair flowing slowly in the solution. She looked as peaceful as a baby with her eyes closed. If it weren't for the information placed on the table next to her, Aozaki Mayuki would have thought she was still alive. This is the female corpse that Tozen misses so much. It is so well stored and looks like she is alive. The experiment started while she was alive. The people in the Tsuneyashiro family are indeed beasts. Aozaki Mizuki clicked his tongue as he flipped through the information, but it was hard to say how much compassion he felt. After all, he himself had committed countless sins. I just didn't expect that Yuta Kwong, who had been dead for many years, would be here and be able to store her body until now. It seems that the Tsuneyashiro family is not without good things, so I accepted this technology. Aozaki Mizuki skillfully controlled the console. The light yellow liquid in the glass tube was drained out instantly, and Gu Kwang's body fell down the moment the glass cover opened. He took one step forward and hugged Gu Kwang into his arms. He looked at the lifeless Gu Kwang. After pondering for a moment, he chuckled and said, "Dong Xian, don't blame me." Aozaki Jiue stretched out a hand. Green light emitted from it, and then thrust it into Gu Kwang's chest. Tsuneyashiro Tokudanada is a member of the Tsuneyashiro family branch house. The reason why she married Yutama is because she contains the soul king fragment in her body. After she married into the Tsuneyashiro family, the Tsuneyashiro family regarded her as an experiment. This woman is quite similar to Tsuneyashiro Tokunada in some respects. They are both simple people, but the former is purely good, while the latter is purely evil. On the other side of Tsuneyashiro's house, the light and shadow of the sword drew a silver-white trajectory in the air, slashing towards the members of the Tsuneyashiro family at an astonishing speed. Boo-hoo-hoo! Pieces of snowflakes were easily rolled up by the sword wind, falling on everyone and being melted by the warm blood. Large clumps of crimson blood mist exploded on the body, with large amounts of blood splashing out. Damn the Tsuneyashiro family! Don't run away. Go to hell. On the snow where blood flowers were blooming, Kachiki Xianghe, who was holding a Zanpakuto, laughed loudly and roared with a ferocious expression. As if he never tired, he slashed the long sword crazily. Who are you? This is the Tsuneyashiro family. You be asterisk 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 D. Do you know what you are doing? From the distant courtyard, the irritable voices of members of the Tsuneyashiro family could be heard. The trembling guards behind him swallowed, sweating profusely and at a loss. They hurriedly pulled out their Zanpakuto from their waists and surrounded the enemy one by one under the guard captain's shouts and curses. Quick! Protect Inakai-sama and kill the intruders. Inakai-sama has lost a hair. I only ask you. The guard captain wore a Zanpakuto on his waist and an armband with the Tsuneyashiro family crest on his arm. For people like them with a foreign surname, this was the highest honor. He gave the order with an anxious look on his face, and with one hand he protected a fat middle-aged man named Tsuneshiro Inukai behind him. But the enemy is too strong. None of us are his match. How about retreating while waiting for support from the Godai 13? A young guard subconsciously said that they can only be regarded as private armed forces, not family warriors who don't care about life and death. As soon as the words came out, the other guards immediately looked at him like they were idiots. He also understood in an instant that the enemies had gone crazy and chased them here from the outer area. Where else could they go? There is only one opponent. Let the guard from other positions rush over and wait for the Godiai 13 team. The guard captain shook his head and ordered to the adjutant beside him. He looked at the invaders slaughtered in blood in the distance and judged that there was a huge gap in strength between the two sides, and his brain began to work rapidly. You don't need to release the Zanpakuto to suppress a group of guards. The opponent has at least captain-level spiritual pressure. A strong person of this level cannot be killed by sheer numbers. The guard captain looked towards the central area of Tsunyashiro's house. Of course, it is impossible for the Tsunyashiro family to treat people like them who are not even deputy captains as military guarantees. The real strong men and background are there. But the people there are much more important than the adults behind him, and they will definitely not send anyone to save them. But there is no need to send people to protect them, because the enemy has already arrived in front of them. Ah! Screams rang out, echoing throughout the Tsunyashiro family mansion. The sound that reached his ears made Dong Xianyao frown slightly. These shrill screams did not make him feel sympathy, but he just felt that they were a little too noisy. What a headache! Don't you need to worry about him? Aizen-sama. Tozen Kiname touched the blood on his face, and a Shinigami in front of him fell to the ground with a big gash in his chest. Although he said, "It's a headache," you can see a relaxed smile on his face and even a hint of morbid joy. As long as he thought of the tragic death of Yuta Kwong and the evil-doing Tsunyashiro Tokunada, he couldn't help but want to wave his sword at these guys. The nobles deserve to die, and those who help the nobles and the tyrants are also guilty of the same crime. Lord Aizen, should we evacuate? He pursed his lips and asked, shaking the long knife in his hand. Based on his judgment on the operational efficiency of the Godiai 13, it won't be long before someone comes to support the Tsunyashiro family. And now is not the time to turn against the Godiai 13. Aizen Sosuke raised the corner of his mouth, looked at the central area of Tsunyashiro's house, and said unhurriedly, "There are still about 10 minutes left. Kachiki knows it very well. He naturally knows what to do. Let's ignore him for now and go look elsewhere." Dongxia nodded. Aizen glanced at Kachiki Xianghe, who was venting wantonly in the distance, then turned and left. This operation is very risky, but it is worth it if you can capture a useful combat power that can limit Yamamoto and even members of the Zero Division. What's more, he is confident in himself, and after this incident is over, the impact can be controlled within an acceptable range. Despite the large number of casualties in this operation, only some less important fringe members were killed. How much do those Tsunyashiro nobles who wish for the death of more members of their clan care about this? The collection of the Tsunyashiro family is really rich. Aozaki Mizuki walked out of the secret room with satisfaction. Although only one laboratory was found, this was an unexpected surprise. As the captain of the 11th Squadron, he knew the operational efficiency of the Godiai 13 Squadron and understood that it was time to leave. With a wave of his hand, he cut the throat of a member of the Tsunyashiro family with a knife. Aozaki Mayuki found a small room and walked in. I used Kido to communicate with Ikamura Jin in the room and confirmed that the members of the 11th Squadron had dispersed into Tsunyashiro's house. He took off his black cloak and transformed back into the captain of the 11th Squadron, who was deeply loved by his teammates. Evacuating all the way, after a few minutes of rushing, Aozaki Mayuki stopped. "Captain Zenzuki." Ikamura Jin breathed a sigh of relief and pointed forward. Following the direction pointed by Ikamura Jin, everyone looked over and saw Aozaki Meisuke walking out of a hut. Everyone turned their attention to Aozaki Mayuki. Aozaki Meisuke, who had already learned about the situation from Ikamura Jin, shook his head and said with a serious expression, "I didn't find the intruder. What did you find?" Ikamura Jin glanced at him calmly to confirm that he was not injured, nodded imperceptibly, and said with a puzzled look on his face, "Didn't even Captain Zenzuki find the thief?" But the guards of the Tsunoshiro family said that the thief ran in this direction. Looking at Aozuki Mizuki, Kuna Mishiro's eyes moved slightly. With a serious face, he turned to Yamazaki Yentora and confirmed, "Vice Captain Yamazaki, are you sure this is the direction that Tsunoshiro family told you? Why are everyone talking to me in this tone, making me look like one of your subordinates? I'm the vice captain." Yamazaki Yenhu felt unhappy, but thinking of the identity of the other party's captain's wife, he still said helplessly, "It can't be wrong. It's this direction." Aozuki squatted on the ground to investigate and said calmly, "These people died not long ago, and the spirits have just begun to dissipate." A team member saluted and said, "Report to the captain. There is news from the 5th seat of Rishui. They found the thief west of Tsunushiro's residence." Yamazaki Yentora asked solemnly, "They're so far away from us. These corpses should have turned into spirits and dissipated long ago. Is there more than one culprit? This possibility cannot be ruled out." Aozuki Mizuki paused and then said to Ikamaru Jin, "What did the Tsunoshiro family say?" "Everyone who fought with the thieves died. They only saw one person from distance." Recalling the communication process with members of the Tsunoshiro family, Ikamaru Jin looked at Aozaki Mayuki in front of him and said, "It doesn't make much sense to stay here. Liu Yun and the others may also be in danger. Let's get there quickly." Kuna Mishiro raised his fist and said loudly, "Yes, let's rush over. If the Tsunoshiro family can be destroyed like this, the enemy this time may not be simple." Yamazaki Yentora said, "Well, that's true. Let's go." Slowly holding Kuna Mishiro's smooth green hair with her right hand and quietly smelling the fragrance of lavender on it, Aozaki Mayuki said casually, "Mizuki messed up my hair. Let's go quickly. Otherwise Xiao Lu Sui and Xiao Izumo may be in danger." Kuna Mishiro stretched out his hand to suppress his messy hair and arched his nose. He didn't pay much attention to Aozaki Mayuki's frivolous behavior. After all, she became an adult with the help of Maya Aozaki. So why does she care about this little thing? As expected, it's bi. It's so cute. Aozaki Mizuki was not angry at Kuna Mishiro's answer. Kuna Mishiro is a smart girl. She just knows what to do now. In that case, I'll take the first step. You should pay attention to your safety. When in danger, let them rush first. What's wrong with a group of big men letting girls stand in front of them every day? Aozaki Mizuki slid down her hair and pinched Kuna Mishiro's cheek. The fleshy hand felt good, and she looked at Kuna Mishiro closely and said, "It's Captain, we understand. You can go ahead with peace of mind," the team members said in unison. "Captain, I'm going to the battlefield. Do you think I'm just visiting a friend's house? Don't worry about it. You idiots." Aozaki Jinue smiled and cursed and disappeared in a flash. The 4 seats of Ikamaru, Kuna Mishiro said angrily as he looked at the place where Aozaki Meisuki disappeared. "What's wrong?" Ikamaru Jin was stunned. "The real moon just now seems to be different from when she came," Kuna Mishiro said coldly. Ikamaru's heart skipped a beat, and his narrowed eyes opened slightly. His sword-like gaze revealed a dangerous aura, as if he was considering whether to let the other party continue speaking. "That's Jinue. I know it very well. Don't be suspicious." "I know. So I really know Zenzuki very well, right?" Kuna Mishiro suddenly laughed. Ikamaru Jin was stunned, remembering the alienation between the other party and him when he was pretending to be Ozaki Mayuki. He suddenly laughed from the bottom of his heart and acknowledged, "Yeah, you know him very well." He understood that this girl had no ill intentions towards Aozaki Mayuki. At this time, the relationship between the two seemed to be closer, like comrades in the same trench. Boom! The sound of explosions in the distance was endless, and just by listening to the sound, Aozaki Meisuki could tell that the members of the 11th Division were engaged in a fierce battle. When he took a closer look, he was surprised to find that most of the defeated soldiers had just lost their fighting ability or fainted, but not one of them was fatally injured. It seemed that he still had some dignity. For Shinigami, being injured is nothing. Broken arms and legs can be cured, unless it is like Yamamoto in the original time and space, who uses sacrificial Heido to sacrifice his body. In that situation, Uno Hanaretsu was helpless. These team members just lost their fighting ability and could just seek treatment from the 4th Squadron. They were much better than the members of the Tsuneshiro family, who died tragically. Aozaki Mizuki pulled out the Izen Senra from her waist, made a beautiful sword dance, and said, "Thieves who invaded Tsuneshiro's house, I'm very grateful that you didn't kill my little brother. It made me less want to kill you, but since no one stopped me, why didn't you escape?" The figure wrapped in a pitch-black robe said calmly, "I'm waiting for you. I want to see the so-called #1 genius in the history of Soul Society." His appearance under the pitch-black robe was definitely completely different in the eyes of the Godai 13 team members. Do you have to be jealous at this time? Aozaki Mizuki is a little helpless. This guy is too willful. As for the Kichiki family's adopted son-in-law, who had some friendship with him, Aozaki Meisuke didn't really want to kill him, but since he insisted on seeking death, there was no other way. Aozaki Mizuki never thought that she would lose. Kichiki Hibiki's Zanpakuto is indeed very powerful, but if you understand its weaknesses and take precautions in advance, it will actually be easier to deal with than Kigashiro Kenpachi. He is very tight-lipped about Muramesa's abilities, but Aozaki Mizuki, as a time traveler, is aware of Muramesa's ability shortcomings. The power of the Zanpakuto is useless to those who have closed their hearts, and Aozaki Meisuke, who knew the terrifying nature of this knife, had naturally learned how to close her heart a long time ago. Before Kuchiki Kikiga released the Zanpakuto, Aozaki Mayuki slightly opened his shirt and slapped his chest. A dark circular magic circle quickly formed. As the spiritual pressure surged, the center of the magic circle was outlined. A seal. The man in black was a little confused. Is this the Kido magic circle that seals the heart? Aozaki Mizuki answered casually. What? The man in black was suddenly startled. This was basically targeting Muramesa's ability. He asked in shock, "Did you see my identity?" Aozaki Mizuki nodded and admitted openly, "That's right." Kichiki Xiangha asked, "Then how do you know my weakness?" "I probably know you better than you know yourself." Aozaki Jinua put her hands behind her back and said mysteriously, which was quite mysterious and unfathomable, "I see." Kichiki Xiangha smiled in relief. Not only did this sentence not cause him any psychological pressure, looking at that gentle, smiling face actually made his heart warm. I didn't expect that he actually understands me so well. He is indeed my best friend. Judging from his appearance, there was no fear on his face. It was obvious that he was not afraid of me because of Muramesa's abilities. Unlike other people, their expressions change when they understand Muramesa's abilities even a little bit. Looking at Aozaki Mizuki standing there, he was a little curious and asked, "Are you here to help the Tsuneshiro family?" Central 46 issued an order for the 11th Squadron to support the Tsuneshiro family. Aozaki Mizuki spread her hands, "But you also know that I have a grudge against the Tsuneshiro family. I actually don't care who you kill, and I will even applaud you. But I just thought of a good idea. So, how about we just stop fighting and sit down and have a nice chat?" Kichiki Xiangha shook his head. "Aozaki Mizuki, actually I don't want to regard you as an enemy, but the regret of losing to you makes me unable to let go." Looking back on the many discussions between the two during this period, although Bankai was not used, I actually never used it once. Kichiki Jinling would praise him every time, but he couldn't say 2 words to himself. He knew that Aozaki Mizuki shouldn't be blamed for this, but he just couldn't let it go. "If I win, I will go back to the cell and I won't kill you, and you can't tell what happened today. But if you win, my life will be yours. I will agree to whatever you want me to do." This kid is so stubborn. Is it really so important to get the approval of that old man? Aozaki Mayuki secretly thought. For Aozaki Meisuke, who only cares about women's mental health, he really can't understand Kichiki Hibiki's stubbornness at all. What's there to care about a bad old man? Unless he's a bad old man like Yamamoto who uses force whenever he disagrees, he might still care. After suppressing his complicated thoughts, Ozaki Mayuki curled his lips. Let's change the place, we can't use it here. Kachiki Shangha was startled when he heard this, then smiled heartily and said, Okay, come with me. He turned around and swaggered, completely exposing his back to Aozaki Mayuki. If the person standing here was not Aozaki Mizuki, but Kamen Rider Attack Tiger, Kachiki Shangha would definitely hear the electronic sound of Final Vent. Aozaki Mizuki shook her head helplessly, signed to herself that she was still too kind, and then sped away with Kachiki Shangha. Whether it was Uki Mizuki or Kuchiki Hibiki, both of them were extremely fast as captains, so not long after, they were far away from the territory of Sinishiro's family and found a deep mountain forest. Aozaki Mizuki asked impatiently, Hey, you know my patience is limited, right? That's about it here. This is it. Kachiki Shangha stopped, not angry at all. The man in front of him can only become a gentle and perfect nobleman when he treats girls, and he knows this. Kachiki Shangha said with emotion while waving the long sword in his hand. You haven't seen my Bankai with your own eyes. After using Bankai, I can strengthen Shurkai 10 times. Muramasa was so kind to him. Kachiki Shangha clearly has shortcomings in the use of his own power. Bankai was able to increase his power tenfold, which shows how obedient Muramasa is to him. Seeing that Kachiki Shangha was already deeply narcissistic, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but feel dumbfounded. But it's not that he can't understand Kachiki Hibiki. After all, he is a Shinigami who knows Bankai. Once Bankai is achieved, Shinigami's name will forever be recorded in the annals of Soul Society. One can imagine the importance of Bankai to Shinigami and the huge improvement in Shinigami strength. And Kachiki Shangha, who learned Bankai at a young age, naturally became more confident. Aozaki Mizuki didn't say much nonsense, and while he was swelling, he used Shuinpa to come to him and swung the knife. Clang! The sword light came in an instant, but Kachiki Shangha could only raise his Zanpakuto to block it. Aozaki Mizuki chuckled lightly, and with a little force on his hand, Kachiki Shangha instantly flew backwards like a cannonball, stirring up a large amount of dust. Whisper, Muramasa. As the sound of Kachiki Shangha reciting the liberation language came out, Muramasa's blade released light purple spiritual pressure waves that spread out from the smoke. You really don't shed tears until you see the coffin. Aozaki Mizuki sighed and stood motionless, letting the thread-like spiritual pressure ripples penetrate his body. In an instant, he felt that his Zanpakuto began to stir. Not because Muramasa's ability worked, but because the little devil Yongjin was protesting. He deliberately closed his heart. I still thought that after he used Bankai, he would drag his sister out to play with you. Okay, we have plenty of opportunities to play, so just be patient for now. Aozaki Jinue reassured him. This little devil is really too willful. Yongjin snorted coldly. I don't care about you. I'm going back to find my sister. Kachiki Shangha waved his knife to disperse the smoke and murmured softly. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Although he knew that Aozaki Mayuki had closed his heart, he still wanted to give it a try. He understood that the Zanpakuto ability that he had used for decades to gallop through the battlefield and frighten his enemies had indeed lost its effect at this time. Kachiki Shangha sighed, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and burst out with powerful spiritual pressure. In an instant, the space with a radius of several kilometers was enveloped by the terrifying wave of spiritual pressure like a vast ocean. Fortunately, the range of spiritual perception is limited, and this is deep in the mountains and forests. Otherwise, his painstaking disguise would be meaningless. Aozaki Mizuki stood there, watching this scene quietly, feeling the air gradually becoming thicker, and slowly spoke. If that's all you can do, you can give up. With Kachiki Hibiki's current state, Aozaki Meisuki is confident that he can defeat him in an instant without even using Bankai. But Aozaki Meisuke doesn't want to do this. He wants to defeat Kachiki Xianghe with all his strength and make Kachiki Xianghe completely convinced. Of course, I know that Shirkai alone cannot defeat a strong person like you, so. Under the gaze of Aozaki Mizuki, Kachiki Xianghe's eyes narrowed, and he slowly exhaled. Bankai. Boom! Kachiki Xianghe's thick spiritual pressure surged again and was released, causing the air to vibrate violently. Aozaki Mizuki was not idle either, releasing her own spiritual pressure to fight against him, fighting fiercely between heaven and earth. There is no doubt that Aozaki Mizuki's spiritual pressure was at a disadvantage. The basic spiritual pressure of the two people is not much different, and Bankai's increase allows Kachiki Hibiki's spiritual pressure to surpass Aozaki Mayuki in an instant. However, Aozaki Mizuki didn't care. Even in leapfrog operations, he was still confident. Kill Muramasa without a hook. Kachiki Xianghe held the Zanpakuto tightly with both hands, and then raised it high above his head. At this moment, a figure wearing a snow-white coat slowly emerged from his Zanpakuto. This is his sword spirit Muramasa. The moment Muramasa showed up, his eyes quickly turned to Izen Senra, who was being held tightly by Aozaki Mayuki at the moment like lightning. However, he didn't make any unnecessary moves. He just stood there quietly, because he knew that no matter how much he did, it would be in vain. Immediately afterwards, he gently raised his right hand, and in an instant, a long knife radiating cold light suddenly appeared in his palm. Aozaki Mizuki chuckled. Is it to summon Muramasa with Bankai, specifically to increase Muramasa's spiritual pressure to the state after Bankai? Kachiki Xianghe's eyes were sharp, and he praised. As expected of the man who defeated me, you are right. But can you deal with me after 2 Bankai? Hearing this, Aozaki Mizuki had no reaction, but Muramasa couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. The master said I am him. The Zanpakuto is an extension of Shinigami's heart and soul, and just like Kachiki Hibiki, Muramasa craves recognition. It's just that Kachiki Xianghe hopes to be recognized by Kachiki Jinling, and Muramasa is eager to be recognized by Kachiki Xianghe. Kachiki Xianghe's words were simply too lethal for Muramasa, who desperately longed for his master's recognition, and he couldn't stop the excitement in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, Kachiki Xianghe turned into an afterimage, followed closely by Muramasa, and the two of them rushed towards Aozaki Mayuki like an arrow from a string. It's so fast, but I'm not the same person I used to be. With a secret cry, Aozaki Jinue came forward with a knife. Looking at the two people flying towards him, he actually wanted to imitate Aizen and use Kyokusuijetsu to make them kill each other, but the gap in spiritual pressure and Yamamoto's warning made him give up this idea. Shinigami's fighting method is mainly to fight head-on with swords and use spiritual pressure to enhance various abilities, such as speed and strength. Aozaki Mizuki's current situation is slightly different. Not only is her spiritual pressure strengthening her powerful body, but her already strong physical fitness is also making up for the gap in combat effectiveness caused by the gap in spiritual pressure. Clang, clang, clang. Ryujin Jaka, Raindrop Julio, Kaiten Kayakatsu, Forgotten Soul Bird, Inling Maru, Nejabana. Various elemental Keto-type Shirkai come into battle together. For a moment, the sharp and ear-piercing sound of clashing weapons resounded through the entire mountain forest, as if it was about to break through the sky. The sound was like countless gongs being struck at the same time, deafening. It was also like the shouts of thousands of troops charging in a battle when two armies faced off, majestic and earth-shattering. Each impact brought with it a fierce wind, causing the surrounding leaves to fall and dance like butterflies. And in the shadow of swords and swords, three figures were intertwining rapidly. The weapons in their hands shone with cold light. Sometimes they collided, sometimes they separated. Every move contained endless murderous intent and power. This swordsmanship is so terrifying. Did you always give in to me during our previous sparring sessions? Under the black mask, Kachiki Hibiki's eyes moved rapidly, capturing the movements of Ozaki Meisuki, and even with Muramesa's help, he still felt a little difficult. The flames, strong winds, water waves, thunder, etc. that shot out from time to time made Kido even more miserable. With the long sword in his hand and the spiritual pressure attached to the body surface, he was completely unable to defend himself and could only dodge in confusion. Damn it, he is so strong. How is this possible? Kachiki Xianga's heart was filled with turmoil. Since learning Bankai, ordinary Shinigami and Kachiki Hibikawa have not taken it seriously at all. Even if he is an ordinary captain among the Godai 13, except for the captain and his father-in-law, he believes that he is not weaker than anyone. And after causing a riot in the Tsuneyashiro family and massacring a large number of Shinigami, he felt that even if he faced his father-in-law and Captain Yamamoto, he would be able to fight. Therefore, he believes that although he has always lost when using Shurkai before, he should be able to defeat Ozaki Mayuki after using Bankai. But at this moment, he found that even if Bankai tried his best, it would be difficult to fight Aozaki Meisuki, and he was naturally shocked. Clang! After another confrontation, the two separated quickly like an electric shock. Kachiki Xiangha stared at Aozaki Mayuki, with vigilance shining in his eyes. Kachiki Xiangha's breathing was slightly rapid, and his chest heaved violently, as if he had just experienced a life-and-death crisis. The sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if it still retained the residual power of the fierce collision. The surrounding air was filled with tension, as if time had frozen. The wind blew, bringing up pieces of snowflakes, which fell between them, but did not attract anyone's attention. Kachiki Xiangha and Muramesa stared at Ozaki Mayuki with all their attention, not daring to relax at all, for fear that an oversight would give the latter an opportunity. Finally, Kachiki Xiangha slowly stepped back, taking every step with extreme caution, as if he was stepping on a landmine. Upon seeing this, Muramesa slowly backed away, always keeping a certain distance. They didn't stop until they were several feet away, but their eyes were still locked on Aozaki Mayuki. Originally, according to Aozaki Mayuki's temperament, he would directly use Ryujin Jaka to burn the enemy to ashes. It's just that Kachiki Xiangha is still useful, but he is found by Aizen, so he can't be killed easily. Looking at several new sword marks on Kachiki Xiangha's clothes, and then looking at himself, who was unscathed, Ozaki Mayuki said somewhat casually, "I will end the battle as soon as possible. You must be prepared, but don't die." Unlike Aozaki Meisuki, who was considering whether to kill his opponent, Kachiki Hibiki's mentality immediately became unstable after he discovered that Bankai was at a disadvantage in the battle. With a roar, Kachiki Xiangha and Muramesa waved their long swords at the same time, and the sword blades shot out red and green light respectively. King Kong explosion. Teeth Chi fierce light. A giant great fireball with a diameter of tens of meters was like a meteorite burning with raging fire, dragging a long tail flame and speeding through the sky at an astonishing speed. Suddenly, something drastic seemed to have happened inside the fireball. It suddenly exploded, and countless sparks flew out, forming a dazzling sea of fire. And in this sea of fire, there are actually 10 extremely small green light pillars hidden. These light pillars were like 10 agile green snakes, quickly breaking free from the fireball and flying in all directions. Their speed was extremely fast, as fleeting as lightning, but they left streaks of green light wherever they passed, like meteors streaking across the night sky. Aozaki Mizuki didn't say a word, but silently urged Shuinpa to avoid the incoming light, looked at the fireball coming towards him, and drank softly. The water and the sky are the same color, with the strong wind rolling around the blade like a whirlpool. Surging spirit water splashes continuously emerged from his feet as if they were given life. The strong wind whipped up the water waves, which quickly gathered in midair and condensed into a majestic and huge water curtain like a stormy sea, slamming towards the blazing fireball with an indomitable momentum. Boom! When the raging flames and the torrential floods intertwined and collided, a huge explosion that shook the earth was instantly triggered. The violent energy shock wave spread in all directions with an overwhelming force, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. In this thrilling scene, the dense mist was like a thick curtain, tightly covering the three figures, making it impossible to see their true situation clearly. Matsuki this, looking at the fog in the sky, Kachiki Hibiki and Muramasa both had their eyes widened with disbelief on their faces, and their mouths were opened wide enough to stuff an egg in. You must know that Diamond Explosion and Feng-Chi Fiery Light are Muramasa's Zanpakuto abilities, and their power is comparable to Hado above number 90. However, at this moment, such a terrifying Kido attack was easily resolved. Already? How is this possible? There were turbulent waves in their hearts, and they could not calm down for a long time. Is this the end? I've only just begun. When the sound was so cold that it seemed to freeze one's bone marrow, the long knife held tightly in Aozaki Mizuki's hand suddenly burst into blazing flames, like a blazing, dazzling sun. Songming Taishu. The flame was so fierce that the surrounding air seemed to be ignited, forming a powerful heat flow. At this time, the blade happened to be whipped up by a strong wind, and the fire quickly spread due to the wind, forming a huge tornado-shaped wall of flames. This wall of flames was like a ferocious fire dragon, sweeping towards Muramasa at an astonishing speed and wrapping him tightly within it. The flame wall rotates at high speed, and the fierce friction with the air produces a harsh whistling sound. At the same time, it also makes the flames burn more vigorously, as if it is going to devour everything. Faced with such a horrific attack, Muramasa couldn't escape at all and could only watch as he was swept into the sea of fire. Aozaki Mizuki's eyes were cold, and she whispered softly, "Deal with one first, and then you." His words revealed his contempt for the enemy and his confidence in his own strength. Kachiki Shangha looked at Aozaki Mizuki, who was flying in midair, his body wrapped in cyan airflow, and holding a flaming sword in his hand, with a confused expression. Is this the legendary Zanpakuto that Shirkai can rival Bankai? His eyes widened, and he muttered in disbelief, his voice full of shock and awe. Then, as if he suddenly came to his senses, he shook his head vigorously, as if he wanted to get rid of the shock in his mind. Then, he took a deep breath, calmed down his excitement a little, and continued. No wonder such shocking talent and strength are so beyond reach that people feel despair. It's no wonder that even someone as demanding as my father-in-law would praise you so much. This is only right. As he spoke, there was a hint of envy and helplessness in his eyes. Do you really feel that your Excellency Yinling doesn't recognize you? Aozaki Mizuki said helplessly. Looking at the guy in front of him who kept praising himself, he couldn't help but feel a strange feeling in his heart. This kid spoke so nicely that he even felt a little embarrassed to be cruel to him. Kachiki Shangha nodded silently, with a bitter smile on his face. This is natural. I have known my father-in-law for a long time and have spent decades together, but I have never heard a word of praise or affirmation from him. After that, he took a deep breath and tried to calm down the turbulent emotions in his heart. However, even though he seemed to have calmed down on the surface, Kachiki's eyes still showed loneliness and disappointment that could not be concealed, like a neglected little daughter-in-law, full of grievances but nowhere to talk. This complex and contradictory emotion is intertwined, making him look both pitiful and ridiculous. Then how did you become his son-in-law? Aozaki Jinyu asked. What do you mean? Kachiki Shangha turned his head to the side in confusion, his eyes full of confusion. Seeing this, Aozaki Mizuki couldn't help but shook her head, sighing secretly in her heart. Why is this silly boy so stupid? Why can't his brain turn around? The Kachiki family is one of the 5 nobles in Seoul society, and your wife is Jinlingdano's sweetheart, the little princess of the Kachiki family. Aozaki Mayuki said, if he was not satisfied with you, How could he easily entrust his daughter to you? Everything you wear is a symbol of the Kachiki family's status. After hearing this, Kachiki Xianghe subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch the star pliers above his head, then lowered his head and stared at the bright red wind flower gauze on his neck. His eyes suddenly widened. Could it be that my father-in-law? At this moment, Kachiki Xianghe finally came to his senses. Seeing Kachiki Xianghe finally enlightened, Aozaki Mizuki felt speechless for a while. He wasn't going to talk nonsense anymore and asked casually, "Are you ready? What are you preparing for?" Kachiki Xianghe was stunned when he heard this. "Of course you are preparing to lose to me." Aozaki Mizuki smiled slightly, and then his body flashed away like a ghost, disappearing from the place without a trace in the blink of an eye. A hot breath that is so hot that it can burn people is rapidly approaching the Kachiki River like a meteorite burning with blazing flames. Wherever it passed, the raging and roaring blizzard didn't even have time to get close to the heat and was instantly evaporated by the terrifying high temperature and melted invisible. Very good. Kachiki Xianghe's eyes flashed with excitement, and a strong desire to fight surged in his heart. He roared loudly, "Aozaki Mizuki, today I want to let you know that I, Kachiki Hibiki, will never be defeated by you forever." After speaking, he unreservedly activated all the spiritual power hidden in his body, and his aura suddenly surged, as if a god of war had descended into the world. At this moment, Kachiki Xianghe was already trying his best, because he knew that facing such a powerful enemy with any reservation would be to seek death. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded deep in his heart. "Master, his Zanpakuto is too powerful. Please be extremely careful." The person who spoke was none other than Muramasa. In fact, Muramasa was already seriously injured at this time, let alone recondensing the entity. If it were not for the existence of Shinigami's sword spirit, it is still unknown whether he could continue to survive. Kachiki Xianghe nodded slightly in agreement, and his eyes shone with a light of firmness and confidence that he had never seen before. All the troubles and worries seemed to have disappeared. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled power surge into his heart, as if he had been reborn. In an instant, a layer of rich lavender light appeared all over him. The light surged like a torrent of spiritual power, even causing the surrounding air to distort and deform. The powerful spiritual pressure spread out like ripples with the Zanpakuto as the center. The snowflakes that were originally flying and falling flew backwards after being hit by the spiritual pressure. "Call out!" With a sharp and ear-piercing sound piercing the air, Kachiki Xianghe waved the Zanpakuto in his hand with all his strength, and a dazzling sword pressure burst out. He knew that he could never let Aozaki Mizuki get close to him, so he made such a decision immediately. I saw that giant lavender sword light piercing the sky like lightning, whizzing past with unparalleled momentum, tearing the void apart in an instant. Wherever it passed, the air was forcibly cut open, and the ice and snow were shattered into ice shards all over the sky, flying everywhere. Such a terrifying power made even the whole world seem to tremble. Facing the menacing attack, Aozaki Mayuki's eyes turned cold, and then he swung his sword without hesitation. The crescent celestial chong he slashed out quickly condensed on the sword body, and the surface was covered with a layer of gorgeous and blazing flames. With the help of the strong wind, this knife is as fast as lightning and unstoppable. In the shriek of the breaking wind, in an instant, the Izen Senra in Aozaki Mizuki's hand slashed like lightning onto Kachiki Xianghe's sword pressure. Block! Kachiki Xianghe was overjoyed, and his tense nerves instantly relaxed. However, at this moment, a crisp click sound was heard. Before the smile on his face fully bloomed, an ominous premonition filled his heart. Sure enough, the next moment, his sword made a heart-stopping, shattering sound. Immediately afterwards, the originally majestic purple sword light suddenly cracked like fragile porcelain. The cracks spread quickly, starting from the intersection of the slashes, and spread throughout the entire sword light in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kachiki Xianghe made an immediate decision, suddenly dodged, and swept backwards. And almost at the moment he dodged, Aozaki Mizuki's crescent Moonchong exploded with overwhelming force, completely shattering his sword pressure. The spiritual pressure, burning with blazing flames, was like a wild horse, galloping out along the broken gap, leaving a huge, bottomless ravine on the ground. Ahem! Along with a violent cough, Kachiki Xianghe spurted out a mouthful of scarlet blood. The man who narrowly escaped raised his head with shock. His eyes fell directly on Aozaki Mayuki, and he murmured subconsciously, How is this possible? It is unbelievable that the sword pressure that he unleashed with all his strength was defeated so easily. In an instant, Kachiki Xianghe couldn't help but began to wonder if everything that happened in front of him was just an illusion. But I just fell into the mysterious genjutsu created by the new captain of the 3rd Division who came to see me in the prison. However, Aozaki Mizuki in midair always looked calm, as if the thrilling confrontation just now had no impact on him. He turned his head slightly, glanced at the distant sky, and thought to himself, we must speed up to resolve the battle. Although this place is relatively secluded and surrounded by dense woods, the fierce battle between them made too much noise and has attracted the attention of some people. Aozaki Mizuki's spiritual sense, far beyond that of ordinary people, sensed that several rays of spiritual pressure were rapidly approaching this direction. Seeing this scene, Kachiki Xianghe, who was coughing up blood, was a little angry. Jinyu, where are you looking? I haven't lost yet. What does this mean? Are you looking down on yourself by getting distracted before the battle is over? Soon, another purple sword pressure was fired from Uramesa's sword. Call out. The sword flew forward, and its size shrank a lot compared to before. Aozaki Mizuki casually swung the sword and smashed it into pieces. Aozaki Mizuki understands that Kachiki Xianghe has reached the end of his strength, and now he probably has the toughest mouth in his body. Sure enough, the next second, Kachiki Xianghe suddenly staggered and then fell to the ground on his back, losing consciousness, in a dark and deep cave not far from the battlefield. Well, not long after, Kachiki Xianghe gradually woke up from his coma. He shook his head with difficulty, trying to dispel the dizziness in his mind. When he opened his eyes and looked around, he couldn't help but feel horrified. He struggled to sit up, but his body seemed to be weighed down by 1,000 pounds of weight, unable to move at all. Kachiki Xianghe was shocked. He had never felt such a weak and powerless state. At this moment, a deep voice came from deep in the cave. Your current physical condition is not suitable for any strenuous movements. This sudden sound startled Kachiki Hibiki, but when he looked in the direction of the sound, he saw Aozaki Mizuki with his arms folded, leaning leisurely on the rock wall. After seeing Aozaki Mizuki, Kachiki Hibiki calmed down and said with a lonely face, Since I am defeated in your hands, I will kill or cut him into pieces as you please. Anyway, I have committed such a serious crime. Once I fall into the hands of the Tsuneyashiro family, I will definitely die. Even my father-in-law may not be able to save me. Aozaki Mayuki frowned slightly and replied calmly, If I wanted to kill you, I would have done a long time ago. Why bother bringing you here? After a pause, Aozaki Mayuki continued, What's more, who says you are guilty? Do any of the sages and judges in Central 46 know what you have done? Really speaking, all you have done is to eradicate potential criminals in Soul Society in advance and prevent people with ulterior motives from causing greater damage to Soul Society. From this point of view, you have made a great contribution. Lord Soul King may be happy. After all, it was the Tsuneyashiro family that initiated the dismemberment of the Soul King. Who knows whether the Soul King has emotions such as joy and hatred? Of course, maybe he is just a pure god with no humanity at all. This, Kachiki Xianghe showed a little hesitation, as if he was thinking about whether what Aozaki Mizuki said was true and reliable. You don't have to lie to me. How can Lord Soul King be happy if I commit such a heinous crime? What if the Spirit King actually hates them? Aozaki Mizuki smiled slightly and responded softly. After all, they tortured the Spirit King into such a miserable condition, and they still have to endure the pain of eternity as the cornerstone of the three realms. What? Kachiki Xianghe was startled when he heard this, with an expression of disbelief on his face. As the son-in-law of the Kachiki family, don't you know anything about this? After asking a question smoothly, Aozaki Mizuki continued. In that case, let me tell you the truth behind the Spirit King and the five nobles. Then, Aozaki Mizuki told the truth about the Soul King. Kachiki Xianghe was shocked and stunned. Lord Soul King, you have such a relationship with the five nobles? He originally thought that the five nobles became the highest dignitaries in the Siriidii because of their pioneering work with the Soul King, but it turned out that they relied on backstabbing. For the son-in-law of the Kachiki family, who was born as a commoner, this was something that was enough to shatter his outlook. The education he received since childhood was to protect the king and the five princes, but in the end it was the five princes who took the lead in harming the king. Thinking that his beloved father-in-law might also know the truth of the matter, Kachiki Xianghe lowered his head and said, "Why are you telling me this?" Aozaki Mizuki did not answer, but asked, "Do you know what that man wants to do?" "That man, do you know him?" Kachiki Xianghe was startled, recalling the newly promoted captain of the 3rd Division who came to find him in the prison. He also knows the truth of everything, and he cannot accept the abnormal rule of one king and five princes over the Siriidii. Aozaki Mizuki said to himself, "You should know very well that you were taken advantage of by that man. This time your butcher knife is aimed at the Tsunyashiro family, and next time it may be the Kachiki family." Kachiki Xianghe asked viciously, "That man wants to use me to deal with the Kachiki family?" Aozaki Mizuki said, "He is not targeting the Kachiki family. His enemies are all nobles." Kachiki Xianghe said firmly, "That's not okay. Your Excellency Yinling has given me the kindness to know me, not to mention that he is my father-in-law. And no matter what the Kachiki family did millions of years ago, there is no one in this generation's Kachiki family who deserves to die." People. He recalled the days he spent with his clan members. Even if he knew the truth about the king and the five princes, he still did not feel that the Kachiki family was worthy of being a model noble. It wasn't just a bond of family that made him choose to protect his family. Everyone knows that they are a group of guys who always maintain the pride of the nobility, but never hesitate to protect the Siriidii. They are absolutely different from the scum of the Tsunyashiro family. Aozaki Mizuki was startled when he heard this. He thought that Kachiki Xianghe was a single promoter of Kachiki Yinling, and at most he had a wife in his heart. He never thought that his identification with the Kachiki family would be so strong. Now it seems that the Kachiki family is indeed a bunch of lovely guys. Then if he wants to hurt your family, what will you do? Of course. Kachiki Xianghe paused for a moment before speaking and suddenly realized. "So this is what you're after? Why are you doing this?" "I am a lower-level noble, and in some ways, my situation is somewhat similar to yours," Aozaki Mizuki said seemingly unintentionally. Kachiki Xianghe raised his head, looked at this handsome man, seemed to have thought of something, and said in shock, "You and the Siphon Jaiwan patriarch, really?" Aozaki Jinue smiled and looked at him silently. Kachiki Xianghe was stunned. He used to think it was just a rumor. After all, he was the head of the Shifinjuan family, one of the five noble families. Not to mention that Aozaki Mizuki was a lower-level noble. Even among the other five noble members, few could match her. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and it took him a long time to calm down. "I said I lost. This life is yours. What do you want me to do? Go to Central 46 to testify against him?" "No." Aozaki Meisuke shook her head. "I want you to join him." Kachiki Xianghe was shocked. "What? You want me to join him? What he's going to do is a treasonous thing." Aozaki Mizuki said calmly, "You know what he is capable of, and your testimony is meaningless." You want me to be a spy and collect evidence of his crime? Kachiki Xianghe seemed to have some understanding, and his eyes gradually brightened. That's right. Aozaki Mizuki said the lies without changing his expression. In fact, he just saw that Aizen didn't trust him as much as before, so he needed someone to approach Aizen on his behalf. It doesn't matter whether Aizen can see it or not. He likes to play with his subordinates the most. Even if he sees it, he will definitely keep him by his side. Of course, it is best not to find anything. As for Aizen's intention to make enemies of the nobles, except for Shifu and Yoruchi and other people close to Aozaki Mayuki, the rest will die if they die. What does it have to do with him? Aozaki Mizuki lowered her head slightly and said in a seductive tone, "Think about it carefully. If you keep getting entangled with that kind of person, how will your wife and father-in-law treat you? They will definitely be very disappointed in you and feel that you are not a trustworthy person. But if you choose to go undercover, the situation is completely different. In this way, not only do you have no fault, but you can also make great achievements. You don't want your lady and father-in-law to disappoint you, right?" Xianghe. Kachiki Xianghe couldn't help but picture his father-in-law's disappointed face in his mind and felt a sting in his heart. So he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Okay, I promise you." Hearing this answer, Aozaki Mayuki secretly breathed a sigh of relief and slowly loosened the hand that was originally holding the handle of the knife. As long as Kachiki Xianghe has the slightest intention to refuse, he will not hesitate to chop off the opponent's head with a sword. Kachiki Xianghe frowned and asked doubtfully, "Is he really planning to go against all the nobles?" Aozaki Mizuki did not respond directly to his question, but just smiled and said, "It is undeniable that he has lofty ideals in his heart, and his ambition to change the world should be in the interests of most people. However, although this concept is in the interests of most people in the current context, it is actually difficult to be accepted by people in Soul Society. At this moment in Soul Society, the overall trend of thought is dominated by nobles. In order to change people's deep-rooted way of thinking, not only does it require someone to step forward and break through the shackles of old ideas, but it is also an extremely difficult and long process. In fact, this is far more difficult than simply killing." After hearing this, Kachiki Xianghe nodded thoughtfully and said in understanding, "I understand." Glancing at Kachiki Xianghe, Aozaki Mayuki tentatively asked, "What would you do if he said he would not attack the Kachiki family?" Kachiki Xianghe said coldly, "That kind of scheming guy, I won't believe a word he says." Aozaki Mizuki asked, "What if he really does what he says?" Kachiki Xianghe was stunned when he heard this, and then said, "I know what you're worried about. Since I promised you, I will keep my promise. As long as you live up to me, I will not be tempted no matter how high the conditions are." Listening to Kachiki Xianghe's precondition, "You will live up to me," Ozaki Mizuki did not make a sound, but quietly stared at Kachiki Xianghe. This guy is actually an extreme egoist in nature. The person he cares about most is not his wife and his revered father-in-law, but himself. Kachiki Xianghe curled his lips. "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a fool." He said he knew everything and used it to threaten me. This shows that he is by no means a good person, and he and I are not the same person. Aozaki Mizuki nodded and asked, "Where is he now? Will he come to you?" "I don't know. They took me in at Sunishiro's house and then disappeared." Kachiki Xianghe shook his head. "They just said that I should return to the cell when the time comes, and he will arrange everything." Aozaki Mizuki thought for a while and said, "It's not safe here. Hide your spiritual pressure and recover, and return to the cell as soon as possible." This cave is not far from the place where Aozaki Mizuki and Kachiki Hibiki had a fierce battle. If the Godii 13 realized that they could not find any traces of the thief, they would definitely use the battlefield as the core point and launch a search in all directions. I believe that it won't take long to find the cave here, so this place is definitely not a place where you can stay for a long time. Fortunately, the fight between the two used either moves that most people would use, such as sword pressure, or an offensive launched by the elemental Kido. It is difficult to determine their true identity through the traces left behind by the fight. Although there are still remnants of souls left at the scene after the fierce battle, it is almost impossible to find any valuable clues based on the technology currently mastered by the Godai 13 team. Otherwise, after Aizen designed and framed Hirako Shinji and other Shinigami in the original time and space, there would be no way for him to be free and at ease for 100 years. When the plan was to murder Hirako Shinji and others for the virtualization experiment, Aizen and his team actually took action. Kachiki, Xianghe nodded, and immediately felt the spiritual pressure in his body, stood up, and walked out of the cave entrance. On the battlefield, the 8th Division, an intelligence unit, arrived first, followed closely by the 11th Division, which had searched Shinichiro's house. Boo-hoo-hoo! Suddenly, figures flashed across the woods, leaving large and small holes in the snow. Yadumaru Lisa lowered her voice and said, "The people who were fighting before changed the surrounding terrain. Judging from the degree of damage on the scene, there must be captain-level experts." Jingaku Shunsui frowned slightly and nodded thoughtfully. According to the report of the members of the 11th Squadron, Kenpachi Ozaki was tracking the thief alone, and the surrounding trees also had burn marks. It seems that he is likely to be one of the people involved in the battle. Yadumaru Lisa continued her analysis. It makes sense. Maybe he happened to bump into the thief while searching for the whereabouts of the thief, and a fierce battle inevitably broke out. Jingaku Shunsui touched his chin and speculated on what happened, and then he couldn't help showing a sad face. If he can't feel his younger brother's spiritual pressure, could something be wrong with him? Thinking like this, he felt relieved just for a moment when he raised his head. I saw a handsome man walking with a little girl. The little girl had a rosy complexion and looked very cute. Xiao Chishu, just send it here. You see, the uncle in front is already angry. Aozuki Mayuki let go of Ise Nanao's little hand, gently stroked her hair, and then watched her leave. Please restrain yourself. Kairaku Shunsui sighed solemnly, feeling uneasy in his heart. He didn't know whether he was worried about Aozuki Mayuki or his niece. It is well known in the Suriidei that Aozaki Mizuki has a romantic nature, and it is not a good match to be with her. However, this is only one aspect of his worries. On the other hand, men who marry ISC family women will die young. This is a matter that is well known to the nobles, and his elder brother has not been able to escape this fate, so Nanao lost his father at a young age. Together, they might destroy both of them at the same time. But Nanao is still young, so it's too early to say this now. Jingaku Shunsui took a deep breath and asked, "What happened here?" "I came here after the thief and had a battle with him," Aozaki Meisuki said. Jingaku Shunsui glanced at him, nodded and said, "It seems that you won. Where is the thief?" "Run away. Can anyone escape from you?" Jinglu Shunsui was stunned. He knew that this junior brother's strength was second only to some veteran captains. A Shinigami with ordinary captain-level spiritual pressure would never be able to escape from his hands. Aozaki Mizuki spread her hands. The enemy knows Bankai. Although he is not my opponent, I can't stop him even if he wants to leave.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.